Chapter 001, Traveled Through Time, No System Yet. Boom, 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 boom. The crisp sound of blacksmithing sounded in the small and dark cave. At this time, Tony Stark was staring seriously at the steel helmet he was BG in his hand, his eyes firm as if he was about to go to the battlefield at any time. "Hurry up, they will become suspicious if you delay for too long," Dr. Ethan reminded in a low voice. Tony Stark didn't answer and just increased the speed of his tapping. Just as the two were racing against time, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. "May I ask, where is this?" The moment the voice sounded, Tony Stark and Dr. Ethan were stunned. The two of them froze and stopped what they were doing at the same time. For a moment, the cave was eerily quiet, and one could even hear rapid breathing. I don't know how long it took for Tony Stark to turn around stiffly, and then he realized that the person speaking was actually a young man who looked like he had just grown up. Looking at the young man warily, Tony Stark asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The young man replied very politely, "Hello, my name is Luo Bai." Tony Stark did not lower his guard, but continued to ask, "Are you in the same group with them?" Luo Bai's face showed a bit of confusion, and he couldn't help but ask, "Who are they?" "Those terrorists outside," Tony Stark said, his eyes sharper. Luo Bai was stunned and immediately denied, "Of course not, do I look like a terrorist?" "Then how did you get in?" Tony Stark then asked. Luo Bai was silent for a while. After a moment, he asked with slight hesitation, "I'm going to say, I appeared out of thin air like this. Do you believe it?" Tony Stark. "Ethan." Luo Bai didn't lie, he really appeared out of thin air. It's just that he didn't appear out of thin air using some magical ability, but time travel. "Do you believe that he just went downstairs to pick up a courier, didn't get into a car accident or fell into the sewer, and actually traveled through time?" In fact, Luo Bai didn't believe that he had traveled through time at first. After all, as a top student at King Bay University, he has always believed in science. It wasn't until he discovered that the sloppy uncle standing opposite him looked exactly like the actor who played Iron Man Tony Stark in the Marvel movie, and even talked about terrorists, that Luo Bai had to suspect that he had traveled through time. As a loyal viewer of Marvel movies, this scene is very familiar to him. This is clearly the plot of Iron Man 1. Tony Stark was attacked by terrorists and captured in a cave, and finally created steel armor. At this moment, isn't that sloppy uncle holding a steel helmet? Realizing that he had really traveled to the Marvel world, Luo Bai felt extremely depressed. Anyone who knows a little bit about the Marvel world knows that this is not a normal urban world. What kind of terrorist attack on the underworld is just a small scene in this world? After all, there are many big disasters like alien invasions here. For Luo Bai, a crispy college student who has never even touched a gun, how he lives here is secondary. The current thing to consider is how he should escape from the cave. System. Grandpa, didn't you say that time travelers all have cheats? Where's my cheat? Luo Bai was screaming in his heart. Seemingly seeing that he had been silent and still had a ferocious expression on his face, Tony Stark finally couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay?" Fortunately, Luo Bai speaks good English, so communication was not too difficult. "I don't feel very good," Luo Bai replied, frustrated. "No one feels good about being caught here." Tony Stark smiled bitterly. Without waiting for Luo Bai to speak, he asked, "You just said that you appeared out of thin air. What do you mean by that?" Luo Bai didn't know how to explain his time travel, so he could only answer helplessly, "This matter is very complicated, and I don't know how to explain it." "There's no explanation?" Tony Stark asked, with a hint of doubt in his tone. In fact, Luo Bai had long felt his hostility and knew the reason why. Tony Stark was captured by terrorists and brought to the cave. After experiencing inhuman treatment, he would doubt Luo Bai's identity. But if he wants to get out of here, Luo Bai needs Tony Stark's help. Thinking of this, Luo Bai quickly explained, although my identity is a bit suspicious, I am definitely not the same group as those terrorists. How do you prove that? Tony Stark asked. No proof is needed. If I were a terrorist, you would have been exposed by now, wouldn't I? Luo Bai asked. At this time, the two Starks are secretly making escape weapons. If Luo Bai is really a terrorist, measures will be taken as soon as he is discovered. Can I still chat with them here? Tony Stark didn't say a word, but it was easy to see from the expression on his face that he had relaxed his guard. Okay, you convinced me. Since you are not a terrorist, why are you here? This is not a good place. Tony Stark asked again. Luo Bai reluctantly replied, actually, I don't really want to come here. He came here directly as soon as he traveled through time, and he had no choice. You. Tony, we're running out of time. Tony Stark seemed to want to say something more, but Dr. Ethan interrupted him. Considering that they really didn't have much time now, Tony Stark did not continue to ask. After suppressing many doubts in his heart, he continued to bang the steel helmet in his hand. Seeing that Tony Stark no longer doubted him, Luo Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he did not completely relax at this moment, because he knew that he still had a hard battle to fight next. Thinking of this, Luo Bai complained in his heart again, please, I'm a time traveler, don't I really have no system, do I? No, no. He called in his mind for about a minute. It wasn't until the sound of Tony Stark finishing the system still didn't sound that Luo Bai finally confirmed that he really didn't have a system. This made him a little desperate, but what made him even more desperate? At this time, the terrorists seemed to have noticed something unusual in the cave. There were heavy slamming sounds and curses in the originally quiet cave, and from time to time, gun warnings could even be heard. Chapter 002 Is this okay? It's not scientific. Realizing that the terrorists had noticed them, Dr. Ethan became a little panicked. Tony, are you okay? They have discovered something is wrong. Dr. Ethan asked in a panic. Soon Tony Stark gave the answer, it's done, Ethan help me put on the steel armor. Without hesitation, Ethan immediately stepped forward to help him put on the steel armor. Wearable steel armor is just the first step. Without electric steel armor, it is impossible to exercise. It will take 5 minutes for the suit to complete the power supply. We have to hurry up. Dr. Ethan said as he looked outside the door, always paying attention to whether there were any terrorists breaking in outside the door. Because of nervousness, his body couldn't help but tremble at this time. Although Tony Stark was equally nervous, he still comforted Ethan, don't worry, we tied a bomb outside the door. If they force their way in, they will be bombed. This may help us delay for a while. Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered something. Didn't you trigger the bomb mechanism outside the door when you came in? Luo Bai? Tony Stark asked doubtfully. Luo Bai was silent. After all, he didn't enter through the main entrance at all, so of course he wouldn't trigger the mechanism. But before he could explain, he heard a loud boom and the tranquility of the cave was completely broken. Terrorists broke down the door. The good news is that the terrorist who broke in was killed. The bad news is that this will inevitably alert other terrorists, and they will run out of time. Tony, please stop asking these unimportant questions at this time. We need to buy more time for the armor to activate. Dr. Ethan complained anxiously. Before Tony Stark could answer, Dr. Ethan continued to ask, Luo Bai, can you help us? What do you need me to do? Luo Bai asked, a bad premonition welling up in his heart. Sure enough, the next second he heard Ethan calling for help, then can you help us delay for a while? We need your help. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai was stunned. What the hell? Let him, a crispy college student, hold back those terrorists carrying machine guns outside. To be honest, Luo Bai felt that he might not be able to hold it off. But if the steel armor cannot be activated, there is only death waiting for him. Thinking of this, he could only bite the bullet and agree, "Okay, what do you need me to do? Let's go out and fight with those terrorists," Dr. Ethan said, with a firm look in his eyes as if he wanted to join the party. Compared with his determination, Luobai was much weaker. "Then, let's go," Luobai replied weakly, and the two of them walked out of the door one after another. When Luobai walked outside the door, he found that the door had been blown up, and there were still some bodies with missing limbs lying on the ground. If he hadn't been mentally strong, he would have vomited. Dr. Ethan seems to have become accustomed to staying in the cave for a long time. He calmly walked forward, picked up a usable gun from the body and handed it to Luobai. "Here you go, I think you should come in handy. Also, protect yourself," Ethan reminded kindly. Luobai said nothing. Although he pretended to be calm on the outside, he was panicking inside. Looking at the gun in his hand, he couldn't help complaining in his mind, "No, how on earth do you use this thing? I know a little about guns, but I have never actually fired one." But before he could study it carefully, the terrorists had already entered. Hearing the footsteps and shouts not far away, Dr. Ethan clenched his hands and planned to rush out. While rushing, he discussed with Luobai, "They are coming, I will kill them. You cover behind me." Luobai quickly stopped him, "Don't go out yet." Dr. Ethan stopped and said anxiously, "If we don't go out now, we will be dead when they come in." Luobai quickly explained, "The entrance to the cave is small and easy to defend but difficult to attack. We will stay here and wait for them to come." Although Ethan looks brave, he is engaged in scientific research after all, and he had never seen such a scene before he was arrested. Like Luobai, he had never used a gun, let alone experienced such a thing. "I pretended to be calm, but actually I was quite panicked." Perhaps because he felt that what Luobai said was reasonable and that he had experience, he and Luobai guarded the door together. After a while, the two saw 3 or 4 terrorists armed with machine guns running over. The cave was so narrow that there was almost no place to hide. Luobai knew that if the terrorists saw them and shot first, they would be in danger. So when Luobai saw the terrorists appearing, he immediately shouted, "Shoot!" Without waiting for Ethan to react, he fired fiercely at the front. To be honest, before this Luobai never thought that he could hit anyone with his gun. After all, this was his first time using a gun, and he wasn't even good at aiming. In addition, it is very dark in the cave, so it is not easy to hit the target. But what he never expected was that just after he fired a few shots, several screams were heard in the cave. All the terrorists fell to the ground and there was no more sound. In an instant, Luobai himself was stunned. Actually, did it hit? Just as he was thinking about it, Ethan couldn't help shouting excitedly, "What a marksmanship! You killed all the enemies before I even reacted. Your marksmanship is so accurate, you must have received professional training, right?" Luobai didn't answer, but couldn't help but respond silently in his heart, "Actually, this is also my first time using a gun." To be honest, even he felt strange. After all, it was my first time to use a gun, and I shot the target 4 times in a row in such a difficult environment. Who would believe this if you are not a professional? Even Luobai was a little puzzled at this moment and couldn't help but think in his mind, could it be that I am gifted at shooting? But he didn't have much time to think, because the second group of terrorists entered the cave again. Although I don't know how many people came this time, I can tell from the dense footsteps that there are obviously more people coming this time than before. This made Luobai panic. After all, no matter how talented he is, this is his first time playing with a gun. Facing so many terrorists, can he really survive? How long will it take for him to start up? Luobai couldn't help but ask. He really wanted Tony Stark to come and rescue him now. "It will probably take another minute to start," Ethan replied. "1 minute. By the time he gets better, he will be completely cold. For the first time, Luo Bai felt that 1 minute was so long. It seems that relying on Tony Stark is impossible. For now, he can only rely on himself. There is no other way. It seems we can only fight. When Ethan sees someone showing up, shoot, but don't hesitate, Luo Bai warned. He held his breath and tightly held the gun in his hand. Hearing the footsteps getting closer and closer, his hand holding the gun became tighter and tighter. At this time, he was so nervous that he didn't dare to take a breath, and stared straight ahead for fear of missing something. Until he saw the terrorists appearing in his sight, Luo Bai immediately opened fire and fired straight ahead without saying a word. At the same time, the terrorists also discovered Luo Bai and started shooting at him. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. The sound of gunfire echoed in the cave, and bullets were flying randomly among the lightning and flint. In fact, Luo Bai didn't think he had a chance of winning at all. He even felt that as a time traveler, he might have a bad start. So during the shooting process, Luo Bai kept his eyes closed almost the entire time. It wasn't until the last bullet was fired by him that he finally stopped shooting. But at this moment he unexpectedly discovered that he was still alive. Luo Bai opened his eyes in surprise. It was okay if he didn't open his eyes, but Luo Bai was dumbfounded when he opened them. Not far away, there were a bunch of terrorists lying in random directions, and they seemed to have run out of energy. Could it be that he killed all these terrorists? He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Dr. Ethan to ask for confirmation, but at this time the expression on Dr. Ethan's face was even more exciting than him. After sizing him up for a long time, Dr. Ethan asked, "So many people shot at you, were you not injured at all?" "Injured?" Luo Bai checked himself carefully, and after a moment he replied, "No." "Dr. Ethan." 6. Really 6? Dr. Ethan saw the chaotic gun battle just now clearly. 7 or 8 terrorists gave Luo Bai a tug of war. In the end, they were all dead, and Luo Bai didn't even scratch his skin. Dr. Ethan himself was shot twice in the arm and leg. Is Luo Bai okay? This is unscientific. Chapter 003 Ancient One is coming. Dr. Ethan couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out even after thinking about it. You were unscathed. Why? Unable to hold it back, Ethan complained. After finishing speaking, he seemed to realize that this was not a good thing to say, and quickly made up for it. "Although I don't want you to get hurt, I am really curious, how did you escape those bullets?" "I didn't hide," Luo Bai replied, his face full of sincerity. "I didn't hide either, but why was I the only one injured?" Ethan couldn't help complaining, with depression written all over his face. In such a chaotic gun battle in such a small space, not only did he kill all the enemies, but he was still unscathed. How on earth is this done? Not only was he confused, even Luo Bai himself was a little confused. It was such a mess just now. According to common sense, he shouldn't have nothing to do. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, "Dr. Ethan, do you think I'm pretty lucky?" "You are indeed very lucky." Ethan couldn't help but sigh. After all, being able to kill the enemy may be due to good marksmanship, but being able to escape unscathed in this situation can only be said to be good luck. However, Luo Bai was not happy for long, because the battle was not over yet, and there were more terrorists waiting for them. Seeing the people who entered were silent, the terrorists learned a lesson. They no longer arranged for people to enter the cave, but shouted outside, "Stark! If you don't come out, we will drop a bomb." The cave is so small, Luo Bai didn't dare to think about it if a bomb was really thrown into it. Fortunately, the steel suit has completed power supply at this time. Seeing Tony Stark walking out of the room wearing a huge amount of steel suit, Dr. Ethan cried with joy and cheered, "Finally done! We can leave this place." Because he was so excited, he couldn't help coughing violently after finishing speaking. Sensing his abnormality, Tony Stark couldn't help but ask, "Are you injured?" Dr. Ethan shook his head and said quickly, "A small injury, it doesn't matter." "Thank you for delaying my time," Tony Stark said gratefully. Dr. Ethan shook his head and said quickly, "It's not me, it's him. It was Luobai who helped you delay time. He defeated these terrorists." "Luobai?" Tony Stark was stunned. He turned to look at the terrorist lying on the ground, and then looked at the crispy college student Luobai, with a look of surprise on his face. "He took out these terrorists all by himself?" Tony Stark asked. "Yes. He is very powerful, and his shooting skills are very accurate. It can be said that his bullets are flawless," Dr. Ethan praised unabashedly. Tony Stark was confused. "A perfect shot? Is it so powerful?" Although he was very curious, he didn't have time to ask more questions now. "Okay, Luobai, thank you, but we have to get out of here first," Tony Stark said. With the steel suit, it would be much easier for the three of them to leave here. Stark wore a steel suit and fought fiercely with these terrorists. The base camp was almost destroyed by the bombing, and all the remaining terrorists ran away when they saw something was wrong. Taking this opportunity, the three of them left quickly. It's just that Stark's suit was scrapped before he had gone very far. It was probably because the previous fight was too fierce and the improvised suit couldn't withstand it. Fortunately, the plane searching for Stark appeared in time. It wasn't until he got on the plane that Luobai's hanging heart finally relaxed. It seems that God still took pity on him and didn't let him fail at the start. But how will he live in the Marvel world next? After all, he doesn't even have a household registration. What a big head. Country M, New York. I don't know how long it took to fly, but the plane finally landed at a military base. As soon as we got off the plane, Tony Stark came up to us. "Is your name Luobai? Where do you live? I'll have someone take you back," Tony Stark asked. The three of them had just experienced a narrow escape, and Stark no longer had any doubts about Luobai. To express his gratitude, he planned to have Luobai go home. Unexpectedly, the next second he heard Luobai reply with some frustration, "I am here and have no home." He is a time traveler, where does he have a home in a different world? Tony Stark seemed a little surprised and continued to ask, "Don't you have any family?" "It was there before, but it's gone now," Luobai said. Tony Stark obviously misunderstood something. After a moment of silence, he sighed, "What a poor kid." Without waiting for Luobai to explain, he immediately shouted, "Pepper, take him to my apartment to rest." Soon a beautiful blonde came over. "I know the blonde beauty Luobai who came here." Pepper Potts, nicknamed Pepper Potts, is Tony Stark's personal secretary. After receiving the boss's arrangement, Xiao Qiao took Luobai into a Bentley. After getting in the car, Pepper immediately expressed her gratitude, "I heard that you helped Tony escape, thank you." Luobai shook his head and responded politely, "You're welcome, I just helped you a little. I think you are tired. I'll take you to the apartment to rest first. Do you want something to eat? I'll have someone prepare it for you right now," Little Pepper asked. "Hot pot," Luobai replied after thinking for a while. After narrowly escaping from death, he just wanted to calm down with a hot pot. "Although it's a bit troublesome, I can ask the chef to prepare it for you immediately," Little Pepper said, and then made a phone call to make arrangements. This arrangement lasts only 15 minutes. It wasn't until the car stopped that Pepper quickly got out of the car and opened the door for him. "Thank you." Luobai thanked him and got out of the car. He was stunned as soon as he got out of the car. "Wait, didn't you say apartment? Why did you stop in front of a villa?" "Tony said that in order to thank you for saving him, I will give you this apartment. I have just arranged for someone to clean the room, and the daily necessities have been put in. By the way, here is the key." Pepper said as he spoke. Handed him the key. Only then did Luobai understand what the inhumanity of Trench means. Tony just called the villa an apartment and gave it to him so casually. Although he was a little surprised, Luobai still pretended to be very calm and took the key and thanked him, then thanked Tony for me. This is all as it should be. Then I will leave Mr. Luobai first. If you have any needs, you can call the phone in the room. Little Pepper said goodbye with a smile. Goodbye, Pepper. Luobai waved goodbye. After Xiao Qiao left, he couldn't wait to enter the villa. Although Luobai's family situation was not bad before time travel, it was not good enough to live in a villa. Especially such a big villa, it looks like it could be used as a hotel. But the location is great, it's only 2 or 3 blocks away from the center of New York City, so every inch of land is at a premium. Otherwise, Tony Stark is the top rich man. While sighing with emotion, Luobai finished visiting the entire villa. Because he was too tired from walking, he just found a room and lay down. Only then could he finally calm down and think carefully about everything that had happened before. Not only was he able to escape from the terrorist base camp, he was also able to escape without any injuries. Originally, he was worried that he would have no place to live in a place he was unfamiliar with, but Tony gave him a villa. He didn't believe it if he didn't have any luck. I'm so lucky, it would be a pity not to buy a lottery ticket. Luobai couldn't help complaining. As soon as he finished speaking, Luobai felt something was wrong. Because he found that the picture in front of him suddenly shattered, and the glass-like shattering continued to spread. Until it covered all places, Luobai was completely wrapped in a kaleidoscope-like world. What the hell? Luobai muttered, and sat up from the bed with a swish. As soon as he stood up, he saw a man wearing a yellow monk's robe and a hood standing in front of him. This man's outfit looks familiar. Luobai was thinking, and the next second someone came and took off his hood. A shiny bald head appeared in front of Luobai's eyes. Ah, bald, it's the Ancient One. Chapter 004 Sending Warmth from Thousands of Miles Away. At this moment, Luobai was a little panicked, because he knew that the Ancient One would do nothing good if he came to him. Who is the Ancient One? The most powerful sorcerer supreme on Earth today. And he is also the guardian of the Earth, monitoring every move of the Earth all the time. How could a traveler like him from another world or a parallel world escape the eyes of the Ancient One? I found you, multi-universe traveler. Just as he was thinking about it, the Ancient One spoke. Luobai's hanging heart finally died. The Ancient One came to visit, and it turned out that nothing good happened. If you encounter a big boss at the beginning of a different world, of course you have to give in. I admit that I come from a multi-universe or a parallel world, but I didn't come here voluntarily. I have no ill intentions towards the Earth, and I can't go back. Luobai explained, with sincerity written all over his face. Ancient One didn't answer, and he didn't know whether she believed it or not. There was no expression on her face at this time, she just stared at Luobai with a pair of dark and penetrating eyes. Staring at him made Luobai feel scared. I don't know how long it took before the Ancient One finally spoke. I tried to explore your future, but I couldn't see it clearly. So I explored the future of the Earth. I found that with your arrival, the future of the Earth has changed. It makes me curious about the multi-universe traveler. As soon as she said this, Luobai became even more nervous. The Earth has changed. Has it changed for the better or for the worse? Luobai asked tentatively. After all, this determines his future destiny, so he must ask clearly. But the Ancient One did not give a definite answer. Instead, he shook his head and replied in confusion, I don't know. But I can't change the future, so I can't put you to any trial. Maybe you need to answer this yourself. After speaking, she took out a book and handed it over. Luobing reached out and took the book hesitantly and looked at it. The cover of the book is printed with 4 large characters, the complete collection of the Supreme Being, etc. Isn't this Kamataj's magic book? Why did the Ancient One give it to him? Is this for me? Luobai asked. I borrowed it from you. I hope your arrival will not be a disaster for the earth, but a blessing. Ancient One replied. Before Luobai could continue to ask, the mirror space disappeared, along with the Ancient One. Everything around him returned to its original appearance. If it weren't for the fact that Luobai was still holding the Supreme Complete Collection in his hand at this time, he would even wonder if he had just had a dream. No, what is going on? The Ancient One didn't expel him just because he was an outsider. Not only was he not expelled, but he was even given a magic book. Is this asking him to practice magic? But he is not a disciple of Kamal Taj either. And what on earth did Ancient One just say about changing the future? Why does this person like to play riddles? At this time, Luobai had a lot of questions in his mind, and he couldn't figure them out no matter how hard he thought. But he didn't have a chance to figure it out, because the Ancient One had already left. But looking at the magic book in his hand, Luobai was still very happy. After all, what he was most worried about before was how he would survive in such a dangerous world without ability. Well now, Ancient One actually sent him a magic book. This is a great joy. It's just, I heard that Kamataj's magic is not that easy to learn, and it's useless if you don't have enough talent to understand it. Just when I was about to open it to see if I could learn it, the doorbell rang. The hot pot has been delivered. Just right. Then eat hot pot and read a book. After everything was ready, Luobai sat at the dining table, ate hot pot and turned to the first page of the complete collection of supreme beings. In fact, he didn't expect to understand the book the first time. The fact is, he really can't understand it. The reason he couldn't understand was, he couldn't understand the words above at all. There were some words that Luobai could barely understand, but there were some words that he couldn't understand at all which language they were written in. Luobai frowned when he saw it, and could only use high technology to translate. But then he suddenly remembered that he had just traveled through time and had neither a mobile phone nor a computer, and most importantly, no money. In an instant, Luobai felt that the hot pot was no longer delicious. Can you believe it when you live in such a big villa and don't have a dime in your pocket? No, he has to find a way to make some money. But he is a gangster, where can he make money? Just as I was worrying, the doorbell rang again. Luobai got up and opened the door. He wasn't surprised when he saw Tony Stark standing outside the door. At present, apart from Pepper Potts and the Ancient One, the only one who knows that he lives here is Tony Stark. How's it going? Are you used to living here? Tony Stark asked as he walked into the house and sat down at the dining table without noticing anything. Luobai didn't mind, and expressed his gratitude to him by the way, it's very good. Thank you for giving me this apartment. You saved me, so I should give you some compensation. What smells so good? Tony Stark asked, even smelling it hard with his nose. Hot pot. Luobai replied. I went to hold a press conference right after I came back from that damn place, and I only ate one cheeseburger during the period. I'm so hungry that my eyes are black now. It's great that you have something to eat. Tony Stark said he took out a pair of clean tableware and started to eat hungrily. While eating, he said, "Oh, it tastes so good. I haven't eaten such delicious food for a long time. Is this food from your country?" Yes. Luobai nodded. It tastes good, but the knife and fork are a bit hot to use. Take that thing in your hand, right? The chopsticks. Give me a new pair. Tony Stark said. When it comes to chopsticks, Luobai has to admire Zai Jiao's attentiveness. She even specially sent chopsticks. And there's more than one pair. Otherwise, Luobai wouldn't dare think about eating hot pot with a knife and fork. Here. Luobai handed it over. Seeing Tony Stark being so kind at this time, Luobai asked half-jokingly, since you gave me this apartment, does that mean you no longer doubt my identity? As if thinking that his attitude towards Luobai was not very friendly at the beginning, Tony Stark quickly made up for it. The situation was urgent and I was preparing to escape. If you suddenly appeared, I would definitely be more vigilant. Luobai nodded to express his understanding, and then asked, "Then you come to me now, what's the matter with you?" Tony Stark ate several pieces of meat, and then asked doubtfully, "I asked Rhodes, and he said you were not sent to save me. The most important thing is that there is no one in the world who can find anything about. I'm quite curious about your information." Luobai didn't know how to explain, so he could only play the emotional card. "At least I saved you, and you actually checked me." Tony Stark shook his head and immediately explained, "It's not me, it's Rhodes. The fact that I was captured by terrorists has a great impact, so Rhodes and the others will definitely investigate. Not just yours, but everyone's. The information has been investigated. I just asked casually out of curiosity." It seemed that he was thinking of Luobai saying that he had no family, so he did not intend to pursue the matter. He just continued, "I have already told them, don't worry, they will not disturb you. It is difficult for you to have no identity here. Life, so I have arranged for someone to apply for your identity." "Is this why you came here now to ask me this?" Luobai asked again. Tony Stark shook his head and extended the invitation, "Of course not. I have arranged a party tonight, and I would like to invite you and Ethan to come and relax together, just to celebrate the rest of our lives after the disaster. Are you interested?" Although Luobai was not very interested in the party, he thought that he might need Tony Stark's help to make money, so he agreed. "Good. Then see you at 7 o'clock in the evening." Chapter 005 So Lucky. Tony Stark's private party was held on the top floor of a star hotel. By the time Luobai was delivered by special car, it was already overcrowded. Most of the people present were top wealthy people with the same status as Stark, as well as some service staff. Dynamic DJ with dancers, swimming pool, champagne, card table. If not that Tony Stark is a top rich second generation, he still knows how to play. Although Luobai had never participated in such an extravagant party, he wasn't particularly excited since he didn't like the excitement. "I was just thinking about how to tell Stark that I needed money. Hey boy, here you come." Just as he was worried, a voice came from his ear. Following the sound, Tony Stark was walking towards him happily. Looking at Tony Stark walking towards him, Luobai couldn't help but sigh, "I really envy you for having so much fun just after escaping from danger." Tony Stark smiled and said, "It is precisely because I have just experienced danger that I know how to cherish the present." "But you, why do you look so distressed at such a young age?" "Well..." Luobai thought for a long time and was too embarrassed to speak. After all, it is still difficult to ask someone for money. Just when he hesitated, Stark spoke, "By the way, Dr. Ethan is playing over there. Let's go find him together." Luobai nodded, and then the two of them walked towards Dr. Ethan together. Dr. Ethan was playing cards at this time. Although he was still injured, it did not affect him from having fun. He was so focused that he didn't even notice the two coming. It was Tony Stark who said hello first, "Are you having fun, Ethan?" Only then did Dr. Ethan notice the two of them, and quickly stood up to say hello, "Tony, Luobai, you are here." Tony Stark glanced at the card table, and then said half-jokingly, "Caribbean treasures? You can actually play this? I thought you couldn't play this." Dr. Ethan smiled awkwardly, and then said, "This is indeed my first time playing." "Why are you interested in this?" Tony Stark asked. Dr. Ethan sighed and responded, "I had already thought out my last words when I was in the cave. I didn't even think I could come out alive. Maybe it's because of this experience that I thought about it. I have to try everything." Tony Stark understood his feelings very well. There's nothing wrong with wanting to live a happier life after going through a life or death crisis. Win or lose? Tony Stark asked with a smile. Dr. Ethan replied with some embarrassment, if you lose, you can't understand the game. Tony Stark didn't seem to be surprised, and replied very grandly, have fun, and I'll pay for your loss tonight. Then I have to have fun. Dr. Ethan smiled, then sat down and continued playing cards. Tony Stark and Robin looked on. Needless to say, Dr. Ethan's luck is really bad. The two watched for half an hour, but he didn't win. Since all he lost was Stark's money, Dr. Ethan felt a little embarrassed in the end. No more playing, I lost too much tonight. Dr. Ethan said with a hint of guilt in his tone. Don't worry, it's not much. Tony Stark said casually. Although for him, the money Dr. Ethan lost might not be as good as buying a piece of clothing. But Dr. Ethan still felt guilty and refused to play anymore. Tony Stark didn't force it, he just asked Luobai on the side, do you want to experience it? Even if you lose, I'll pay for it. Luobai was stunned. To be honest, he has never played cards in the past 20 years. One is because he is not interested in things like poker and mahjong. The second reason is because he thinks this is completely a game of luck, but his luck has never been particularly good. What's more, Tony Stark's private party was mostly attended by wealthy people, and they were also the top rich. It's called a big one when you play. Just when Dr. Ethan played for a while, he won or lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in half an hour. Luobai would definitely not have played at any other time. But he is short of money now. What's more, Tony Stark also said that if he loses, it's his, and if he wins, he can take all the money. This made Luobai decide to have a little fun and make some money. Then let me give it a try. Luobai agreed. Although Luobai had never played cards, he almost understood the rules of Caribbean treasure poker after watching it for an hour. To put it bluntly, it's just a matter of luck, who gets the bigger 5 cards. In fact, Luobai didn't think his luck would be very good, he just wanted to win. What I never expected was that he won the first place. You're much luckier than Ethan. Tony Stark said with a smile. Maybe it's because Dr. Ethan lost too much before, so the goddess of luck favored me. Luobai responded half-jokingly. Dr. Ethan on the side also smiled and agreed, it seems that I sucked away the bad luck. He won a hand at the beginning, no one thought too much, not even Luobai himself. He originally planned to take the money and leave, but it would be a bit disrespectful to leave after winning a lot. So he could only bite the bullet and play for a while longer. Unexpectedly, Luobai won again in the second round. Until the next, the third, fourth. The last hour passed, and Luobai did not lose to everyone before finally realizing that something was not right. You didn't cheat, did you? Tony Stark couldn't help but ask. He couldn't help but look Luobai up and down, and it could be seen from his expression that he was surprised. You must know that he was sitting next to Luobai just now, staring at him in stunned silence for a whole hour. This guy is so lucky that he seems to be playing tricks, and he has never lost a single game. Although he knew that Luobai was definitely not a cheater, it was a bit exaggerated that he had never lost. Not to mention he was surprised, even Luobai was a little surprised at his luck at this time. How could he not realize that he was so lucky? This made Luobai sigh, I didn't expect it either. I seem to be quite lucky. In fact, until now, everyone only thinks that Luobai is lucky. Although I was surprised, it had only been an hour after all. It's not impossible to have good luck at the beginning but lose all the time later. Until another hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, the last 4 hours passed. Everyone finally realized something was wrong, something very wrong. No, you're here to get the goods, right? Not to lose. All won and gone. Brother, you are somewhat exaggerating. How lucky are you? There are hundreds of millions of points respectively. Chapter 006 Practice the Magic of Commutage. Looking at the stack of chips in front of Luo Bai's table, Tony Stark and Ethan were both shocked beyond words. Brother, if I hadn't been watching over here, I would have definitely suspected that you were cheating. Can you explain to me how you did it? Tony was stunned for a full minute. Stark finally couldn't help but complain. Exaggeration, really too exaggerated. For 4 hours, Luo Bai never lost. If you ask the gambling king to come, you can't do it without being a cheat. If it weren't for Tony Stark's sake, those people playing cards with Luo Bai would probably be ready to search him to see if he had hidden cards. I didn't expect, my luck seems to be a little bit better. Luo Bai muttered softly. To be honest, he was a little confused at this moment. Although he has always had a vague feeling that he has been surprisingly lucky since he came to the Marvel world, he was not particularly sure before. It wasn't until after these 4 hours that Luo Bai became somewhat certain. He is just lucky, and very lucky. He was able to win for 4 hours in a row playing this kind of purely luck-based game of file-size poker, which he really wouldn't have been able to do if it wasn't for his incredible luck. Your luck is simply unscientific. Just as he was thinking about it, Dr. Ethan couldn't help but sigh. Luo Bai smiled sheepishly. After all, he didn't expect that he was so lucky. Could it be that he actually has a hidden cheat and is extremely lucky? Tony, if I win so much money from your friends, they won't have any objections. Luo Bai asked symbolically. Tony Stark shrugged and said, it doesn't matter if they have opinions, but your luck has opened my eyes today. Have you always been so lucky? No, but I've been pretty lucky recently. Luo Bai answered truthfully. That. Tony. Tony Stark seemed to be about to ask something else, but a voice interrupted him. Looking along the sound, a burly bald man walked over. The bald Luo Bai who came here looked familiar. His name is Obadiah Staney and he is a shareholder of Stark Industries. At this time, he seemed to be in a hurry. He didn't even say hello to Luo Bai and Ethan, but walked straight to Stark. Listen, Tony. You can't decide to close the weapons manufacturing department alone. You will bring huge amounts of losses to Stark Industries. Obadiah said, with a bit of toughness in his tone. Stark didn't seem surprised by his arrival or what he had to say. Aren't you at the press conference this afternoon? Tony Stark asked. I was here, but you didn't discuss it with me. Obadiah said angrily. I've already told you, the terrorists who captured me used weapons manufactured by Stark Industries. Do you understand? My original intention of manufacturing weapons is to fight crime and fight back, not to help criminals. Tony Stark was very answer carefully. Fighting criminals? Tony, we're businessmen. Maybe I used to be a businessman, but now I'm not. Is it possible you want to be a hero, Tony? Isn't it possible? Tony, you are so unreasonable. Obadiah cursed and left angrily. It was obvious that the two had not reached an agreement. Watching the back of Tony Stark leaving, the joy on Tony Stark's face disappeared and was replaced by seriousness. Tony, are you in any trouble? Ethan asked from the side. The first thing I did when I returned to New York was to hold a press conference to announce that Stark Industries would shut down the weapons manufacturing department indefinitely. However, shareholders have some objections to this, so it is not a problem. Tony Stark explained. I heard. I'm surprised you would make such a decision. Ethan sighed with emotion. Nothing surprising, Tony Stark said. He didn't know what he was thinking about. After a while, he suddenly said goodbye. It's getting late. I'll leave first. I wish you all a good time. This surprised everyone. I looked at the time, it was about 11 o'clock in the evening. Ethan asked curiously, I thought that with your personality, you would have to play until at least the early morning before leaving. You are leaving at around 11 o'clock. Tony Stark smiled and sighed, this party today is just for you to have a carnival. I originally planned to say hello to you and leave, but I didn't expect Luobai's luck, it really surprised me. So I controlled you for 4 hours and wasted your time. Luobai asked half-jokingly. Tony Stark shook his head and said with a smile, "It's not a delay. I just plan to go back and study steel armor." "Is that the device we made in the cave today?" Ethan asked. "Yeah." Tony Stark nodded in response. "The materials and time in the cave are limited, I can make a better one." "Okay, I'll play for a while and then leave," Ethan said. Just like that, Tony Stark left first. Ethan stayed at the party and continued to party. As for Luobai, although Ethan enthusiastically invited himself to stay and continue playing, he still chose to leave. After all, Luobai came here originally to resolve money matters. Now that the matter was resolved, he naturally wanted to go back and study the magic book. Before going home, Luobai went to exchange his chips. It's not that he didn't know. After doing the calculation, he realized that he had made a total of $3 million. This was the result of those rich people realizing something was wrong, but because Tony Stark couldn't just leave, they restrained themselves. If you were to play normally, I'm afraid it would be more than that. Although for those rich people, more than 3 million is nothing at all. But for Luobai currently, this is already considered a huge sum of money. Tony Stark seemed to have expected that he would earn so much, and he probably couldn't take it all, so he said hello early in the morning. After taking some cash for personal use, Luobai exchanged the remaining money for checks. Once the money is in place, the next step will be easier. He randomly found a store that was open and bought a computer and a mobile phone. When Luobai got home, he began to focus on reading the Supreme Complete Collection. A computer translated the text in the book, and this time he was finally able to understand what was written in the Supreme Complete Collection. Starting from the first chapter, it introduces the origin of magic, the relationship between human body and magic, basic knowledge of magic and how to practice magic. There is a lot of content in the book, and it even contains biology, geography, mathematics, and many other knowledge. If he hadn't known that this was a magic book, Luobai would have thought he was reading some textbook. Although writing was quite boring, he still bit the bullet and continued reading seriously. As he looked at him, he noticed something was wrong. His body seemed to have been suddenly pressed on a start switch, and it was slowly absorbing energy from the outside world. This situation, according to the book, it means that he has officially started magic practice. Chapter 007. You just said you believed in science, and you teleport through space. As described in the book, as long as you can understand the relationship between the human body and magic, you can start the practice of magic. Don't look at what the book says is simple, but in reality it's not simple at all. After all, according to Luobai's knowledge, on Earth in the Marvel world, all white magic learned by humans was created by Vishen Emperor. If humans want to learn white magic, they must borrow energy from Emperor Vishen for practice. Although it is a loan, not everyone can borrow it. You must have at least some magical talent to successfully borrow energy. I didn't expect that I was actually good enough to be a mage. Luobai couldn't help but sigh when he felt the energy flowing through his body, his face full of surprise that he couldn't hide. Originally, he was worried that he didn't have magic talent, but he didn't expect that he actually had talent. This made Luobai very happy, and he became more motivated to learn. Although the previous content of the Supreme Complete Collection looks like a science textbook, it contains a lot of knowledge and even talks about science with you, but the more you read the later content, the more exciting it becomes. Because those are all solid magic teachings. What about invisibility, energy projection, penetrating objects, telekinesis, teleportation, space teleportation, etc.? There are more than 100 methods of learning white magic recorded. Luobai couldn't help but sigh. Good guy. I just told you to believe in science, but I didn't even bother to install it anymore, I just teleport through space. Master Fa knows how to play. While sighing, Luo Bai started learning magic. At the beginning, he must have started with the most basic thing, which is energy gathering. Generally speaking, the first step for a mage to practice is energy absorbing. At this time, the energy is just a ball of qi flowing through your body. You may be able to feel it but cannot use it. Energy gathering refers to gathering and controlling this mass of energy. According to the instructions in the book, Luo Bai needs to concentrate and release the energy in his body. Although he knew every word and obeyed them obediently. But after trying several times in a row, let alone energy, he didn't even fart. This made Luo Bai a little distressed and couldn't help but mutter, "Why can't I gather the energy? Is it because I don't concentrate enough?" After staring at his empty hands for a long time, Luo Bai suddenly realized something. "No, Ancient One, you gave me the magic book, what the hell are you going to do if you don't give me the hanging ring?" Hanging ring. Kamitage's magical weapon was developed by the 5th generation Supreme Mage. Its function is to help the mage concentrate better, and to open teleportation gates and cross-dimensional teleportation. Simply put, it is easier for the mage to concentrate with it. But Ancient One didn't give him such an important thing. "I didn't even give you the Xian ring. You want me to practice hard?" Luo Bai couldn't help complaining. At this time he was a little annoyed. "Why didn't you think of asking Ancient One for a hanging ring before? Ancient One is now 80% in Kamal Taj. That place was far away from him, and it was impossible to find the Ancient One. It seemed that he could only practice hard." With a sigh, Luo Bai started the long road of cultivation. Because he was too focused on practicing. I don't know how long it took for Luo Bai to practice before he was finally able to gather and control energy. "Close your hands, then open them." Small, bright yellow energy rays appeared between Luo Bai's hands. As he turned his hands over, the tiny energy rays expanded into a square. "Take a deep breath." Luo Bai continued to imagine the appearance of light in his mind while turning his hands, but within a moment the energy array appeared in the air. Then he pushed the magic circle forward with both hands to spread out. After completing the gathering of the energy array, Luo Bai repeated the same action again. With the continuous gathering and control of energy, the energy in Luo Bai's body is constantly increasing, and at the same time, he is becoming more and more skilled in controlling energy. From the beginning, the energy formation could only appear for about a minute, then lasted for 10 minutes, and finally he could control the duration of the energy formation at will. Luo Bai spent another whole day. After making sure that he had complete control over this technology, Luo Bai decided to learn the second ability. Teleportation magic, the door of secrets. Right. It's the teleportation magic that allows anyone and anything to be teleported to a designated location at will by drawing a yellow circle in the air. In fact, teleportation magic is just a relatively basic white magic of Karmitage, but Luo Bai has always heard of this magic, he often sees it on TV. So he was still very excited at this moment. After carefully reading the practice method, Luo Bai suddenly realized it. In fact, the practice method is not complicated. As long as you think about the teleportation location in your mind and then open the teleportation gate, the teleportation can be completed. But the trouble is, this requires the user to have strong control capabilities, and also requires the user to know some basic space magic. Otherwise, there will be many situations such as the teleportation location being inaccurate, the teleportation gate not being able to open, or the teleportation gate closing quickly. For Luo Bai now, it is definitely impossible to perfectly open the portal, so he can only practice more. Alas! Luo Bai sighed again and continued to practice. I don't know how many days have passed since this practice. Although Luo Bai failed most of the time, he did not give up. He tried to concentrate and then drew a circle with his right hand, and repeated the same action, constantly concentrating. Until a yellow circle appeared in the sky, and the circle became bigger and bigger. Finally, Luobai succeeded. He excitedly walked to the other side of the portal, but unexpectedly found the teleportation location seemed a little different from what he thought. Originally, he was thinking of teleporting to Kamatage. After all, he really wanted to go to Ancient One and ask why he gave him the book, The Complete Collection of Supreme Beings, and also asked if he could give him a hanging ring. Result: it seems that he did not go to Karmatage, but teleport to a rooftop. And by coincidence, he happened to see the scene where Tony Stark was beaten. At this time, Tony Stark was wearing the red steel suit he had just developed. Opposite him stood a man also wearing a black steel suit. The two seemed to have just experienced a fierce battle, and Tony Stark obviously couldn't win. He was being lifted up in the air like a chicken by a man wearing a black steel suit. Just as the man was about to punch Tony Stark in the face, Luobai appeared. This appearance attracted the attention of the two people. Luobai thought about leaving quickly. But because the portal was not opened skillfully, the control was not good enough. The portal closed before he could walk through it. Luobai. His face darkened. I could only say hello bravely. Hi, Tony. I think I may have shown up at the wrong time. Chapter 008 Lady Luck shows her power. Luobai also didn't expect that he could open the portal so far. He originally wanted to drive to Karmatage, but he actually drove in front of Tony Stark. It's really surprising that this is when Tony Stark is still fighting against the villains. But isn't he unlucky? Why did he get involved in danger again? He was not the only one who was surprised at this time. Tony Stark was also surprised. He was confused when he saw Luobai appearing out of thin air again. Luobai, where did you suddenly appear from? Tony Stark asked as he opened the steel helmet and revealed his face. Well, it was an accident this time. Luobai replied helplessly. Accident? Tony Stark asked in confusion. Although Luobai also wanted to explain the current situation to him. But seeing that he was being carried, Luobai couldn't help but complain, these problems must at least wait until you are safe, let's talk about it. After being reminded, Tony Stark finally remembered his situation, and the man in the black steel suit finally came to his senses. He stared at Luobai and asked in a ferocious tone, I remember you, your name is Luobai, right? You were the one who helped Tony escape from the cave. Before Luobai could answer, Tony Stark hurriedly said, this is the grudge between us and has nothing to do with him. You still have time to take care of others. Take care of yourself first, Tony, the man in the black steel suit said angrily. Then he punched Tony Stark with an iron fist, sending Stark flying away. Snap! Accompanied by a loud bang. Tony Stark flew out like a bowling ball, and then hit the wall hard. Although he shouldn't die wearing the steel suit at this time, Luobai couldn't help but ask after hearing the huge amounts of noise, Tony, are you okay? Tony Stark didn't reply immediately, it seemed because he was seriously injured. Fortunately, after a while, he responded, I can't die for the time being. Tony Stark stood up as he spoke. Although he had many questions to ask Luobai, he also knew that now was not the time. A lot of things have happened in the past few days. I will tell you the specific things when the time comes. Now you have to get out of here. Tony Stark said hurriedly. As soon as he finished speaking, Luobai immediately replied, okay. Then I'll leave first. You be careful, Tony. Tony Stark was stunned by this straightforward answer. Although he knew that the situation was critical and hoped that Luobai could leave quickly, he really didn't expect that Luobai would agree so simply. I thought you would at least shirk it, but I didn't expect you to agree so simply. Aren't we friends? Tony Stark complained half-jokingly. Although Luobai pretended to be calm on the surface, he responded with a smile, I don't believe you can solve it yourself. But I was muttering in my heart, I'm not stupid, why don't you run away if it's so dangerous? What's more, you can't die even if you have a steel suit. Although Tony Stark did not explain the current situation, he had already guessed it in his mind. Based on known plot. After Tony Stark escaped from terrorists using the steel suit Mark-1 he made, he always wanted to develop a more powerful steel suit, so Mark-2 and Mark-3 were born. As a result, Tony Stark truly became Iron Man and appeared in Country M wearing an iron suit, attracting the attention of all parties. Obadiah, who has always wanted to monopolize Stark Industries, noticed the appearance of the steel suit and cooperated with terrorists to secretly research the suit. In the end, he successfully created the steel suit Iron Overlord and became a supervillain in the Marvel world. After that, Obadiah and Tony Stark started the final battle. If Luobai guessed correctly, the man wearing a black steel suit at this time should be Obadiah. After understanding the current situation, Luobai naturally had no reason to stay here. After all, this was an internal conflict within Stark Industries, and it was not easy for him as an outsider to intervene. Although Tony Stark had a good relationship with him, it was not impossible for him to do a favor as a friend. But the steel suit Obadiah wore was a high-tech weapon. Not only can it launch machine guns, 6-shot missiles, and anti-tank rockets, it can even fly at high speeds because it is equipped with rocket propulsion. Luobai is a novice mage, let him resist missile attacks. This is too much, this is really too much. He still wants to survive and grow. Who knows how long Lady Luck will protect him? Thinking of this, Luobai immediately decided to open the portal and leave. He concentrated on imagining the appearance of the villa in his mind, and then began to draw circles on his hands. Seeing that they seemed to be preparing to leave, Obadiah roared, "You want to run away? You both have to die here." After saying this, he raised his steel right hand towards Luobai and prepared to fire the machine cannon. Although Tony Stark complained about Luobai's lack of loyalty before, it was a joke. Seeing that he was in danger, he immediately pounced on him without thinking. Originally, he wanted to help Luobai buy time so that Luobai could leave as soon as possible. But Obadiah researched and upgraded Tony Stark's steel suit when he was making Iron Overlord, so the performance of Iron Overlord is much more advanced than Mark III in all aspects. Tony Stark's suit was unable to withstand the attack of the Iron Overlord at all. After being hit by a machine cannon, he completely lost his combat effectiveness. Looking at Tony Stark lying on the ground unable to move, Obadiah showed a winner's smile on his face. "You seem to care about this kid named Luobai? Then I'll let him go to hell with you, no need to thank me," Obadiah said with a smile. At this time, he was already crazy. "He's innocent." "Obadiah!" Tony Stark roared. He wanted to stop it, but he couldn't. He could only shout, "Go!" But at this time, Luobai's attention was focused on opening the portal, and he didn't even hear Tony Stark's reminder. When using magic energy, you must be highly concentrated, especially since Luobai is only a novice mage, so he is naturally more focused. Fortunately, with the previous successful experience and because of the danger, the portal was opened very successfully this time. Although it took a little time, it was much smoother than before. At the moment when the portal was successfully opened, Luobai heard a shout from behind him, "Be careful!" Then a black shadow quickly flashed past Luobai's eyes and entered the portal. Luobai was stunned. "I was about to check what thing slipped into the portal, but I didn't expect that the portal had disappeared in the moment I was distracted." Luobai. Tony Stark. At this time, both Luobai and Tony Stark were a little confused. "Did a big black mouse get in just now?" Luobai asked. It's Obadiah." Tony Stark replied, with a bit of confusion in his tone. "So why did he get into the portal?" Luobai asked again in confusion. Tony Stark replied with a slightly confused tone, "I don't know, he just wanted to attack you. But for some reason, he disappeared directly." Tony Stark's tone was a bit strange, and the expression on his face was very wonderful. He didn't seem to have fully recovered. But Luobai figured it out. So just now when he was concentrating on opening the portal, Obadiah wanted to sneak attack him. As a result, Lady Luck showed her power and sent Obadiah into the portal. Tisk tisk. He is the son of Luck. Is it so easy to be attacked? Chapter 009. This is a genius. Luobai was a little lucky. Fortunately, the goddess of luck did not give up on him and saved him at the critical moment. Therefore, Luobai was even a little happy, with a smile on his face. But Tony Stark couldn't laugh at this moment, and asked with a shocked face, "Wait a minute. Why did Obadiah disappear?" He really couldn't understand why such a big Obadiah suddenly disappeared. He got into the portal by himself and was sent away. Luobai explained. Portal? What is that? Tony Stark asked, his brows frowning even more. The secret door is the magic of space teleportation. Luobai continued to explain. Although he said it lightly, Tony Stark couldn't calm down at all. Magic? Are you kidding me? Tony Stark exclaimed, almost screaming. Luobai asked back very calmly and seriously, "Do you think I'm joking?" Although it is somewhat unbelievable. Thinking back to Obadiah's sudden disappearance just now, even if it was hard to believe, Tony Stark had to believe it. To be honest, I have only seen magic on TV before. Magic actually exists in this world. This is unscientific. Tony Stark exclaimed again, his mouth wide open. In fact, the Marvel world has never been a normal urban world. There are many mages, super ability people, and the like. However, it is normal for Tony Stark, as an ordinary human being, not to understand these supernatural phenomena. Thinking of this, Luobai couldn't help but reply, "That's because you still know too little about this world." Tony Stark's face turned dark and he replied in disbelief, "It's hard for me to imagine that it's you who said this to me. You look 10 years younger than me." Come on, Luobai looks like a college student. He is over 30. Being complained by a college student about how little he knows about the world. It's hard to accept though. But looking at it now, he really doesn't know much. So you always appear inexplicably, and it's because of this magic? Tony Stark asked. Well, more or less. Luobai replied, after all, he had no better reason to explain. So, you are actually a mage? Tony Stark asked again. Luobai nodded and said seriously, "Yes, I am the mage." Tony Stark remained silent, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. I don't know how long it took before he finally came to his senses and asked a key question, "So, where did you just use magic to teleport Obadiah to? Will he come back again? Where was it sent?" Luobai was stunned. To be honest, he actually doesn't know very well. After all, he just wanted to go home when he opened the portal, so he decided to locate the villa. But because he was not yet proficient in the use of teleportation magic, Luobai noticed when the teleportation gate opened just now, it didn't seem like there was a villa behind the teleportation gate, but a strange place. But before he could take a closer look at where he had opened the portal, Obadiah rushed in. Where were they sent? Luobai was puzzled. At the same time, the main palace of Kamal Taj. The Ancient One and Obadiah are glaring at each other. The two were silent for about 5 seconds before Obadiah Rage spoke up, "Shit! Where is this? Where is Tony? Where has he gone?" "This is Karmataj, Tony Stark is in New York at this time." Ancient One replied calmly. "Karmataj? What the hell is that place?" Obadiah Rage asked. Ancient One still replied calmly and indifferently, "Karmataj is located in Kathmandu and is a magical holy land." Magic holy land? Are you kidding me? I was in New York just now, and now you say I'm in Nepal. Obadiah spoke in disbelief, with disbelief written all over his face. You know, a second ago he was fighting with Tony Stark. Then the next second a bald man appeared and said he had come to Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal. What kind of magic are you telling him? Can he believe it? I know, you are with Tony and that boy Luobai. I didn't expect Tony to have so many helpers. Then I will deal with you, the bald head, first, and then kill Tony. Go to hell, bald head. Obadiah cursed. After saying that, he raised his steel arm and prepared to fire the machine cannon towards the Ancient One. But don't wait for him to fire. The Ancient One raised his hand and struck Obadiah's steel armor with a palm. The next second Obadiah's soul separated from his body and floated in the sky. OMG! Me! Obadiah was completely stunned. No. Is he dead? How come, he ascended to heaven? Who are you? What's wrong with me? Obadiah said in surprise. Originally, he thought that he would be invincible after possessing the Iron Overlord. Unexpectedly, I met a god. His soul was taken out with one palm. Obadiah was completely panicked now. Only then did he finally realize how terrifying the bald head in front of him was. This is the Supreme Mage of Karmataj. Modu, who was standing nearby, walked up and answered. Supreme Mage? No way. Did he meet a real mage? So how did I get here? Obadiah asked without tears. After all, he was really confused. But how he came here, even Modu didn't know very well. You seem to have been teleported here. But who will teleport you to Karmataj? Modu muttered. He seemed to be answering Obadiah's words, but it was more like he was talking to himself. Really confused, he looked at Ancient One. Ancient One still had no expression on his face, as if he already knew the answer. It's Luobai. Ancient One answered. Luobai. That's the college student who followed Tony. He's also a mage? Obadiah asked, with a bit of surprise in his tone. Yes. Ancient One nodded and said, although he has not undergone formal training, it seems that he has indeed become a mage. Obadiah was silent. He was still a little shocked at this time. No. Luobai seems to be just a crispy college student, but he is also a mage. Certainly. He was not the only one who was shocked. Modu was also a little surprised. Luobai. I have never heard of the name you just mentioned, Supreme Mage. Modu said curiously. As Karmataj's senior brother and the first disciple of the Ancient One, he knows all the newly admitted mages. After all, his current main responsibility is to train new mages, but the strange thing is that he has never heard of a mage named Luobai in Karmataj. Ancient One soon gave the answer, he was an accident, so I didn't take him back to Karmataj, but gave him a book to study by himself. I wanted to verify something. When Modu heard this, he was stunned. Supreme Mage, you mean, he learned magic by himself? Modu asked in surprise. Ancient One nodded and said, yes, and it only took about a week. What the hell? He taught himself teleportation magic in just about a week. This is genius. Chapter 010 Leave Strange Alone. If Ancient One hadn't said this himself, Modu would have really not believed that someone could learn teleportation magic in such a short time. As an archmage, Modu knew very well how difficult magic was to learn. Although Karmataj has always believed in teaching without discrimination, the prerequisite is that you can find Karmataj. Most people without magical talent cannot even find the door to Karmataj. Therefore, the mages who can find and enter Karmataj usually have certain magical talents, and there are also outstanding ones with very high talents. As the first disciple of the Ancient One, Modu basically witnessed the growth of all the mages of Karmataj. Although teleportation magic is only a basic magic, it is not that easy to learn. Luobai learned it in a week without any guidance. What kind of fairy is this? And this doesn't seem to be the crux of the problem. The key is that Modu noticed that Karmataj's hanging ring didn't seem to be missing. Magical weapons are very important to mages, so as a senior brother, Modu often counts whether Kamal Taj's magical weapons are lost, but there are a lot of hanging rings recently. Thinking of this, Modo couldn't help but ask, Supreme Mage, did you give him a hanging ring? Ancient One shook his head and said, no. Mordo was silent. The expression on his face at this time was wonderful. No one teaches, no precepts. I'm afraid this Kamatage is going to become a god. Although Mordo didn't say anything and just showed shock on his face, Ancient One could completely understand why he was so shocked. After all, Ancient One, whose face has always been expressionless, rarely showed a bit of surprise. His talent has exceeded my imagination. Ancient One sighed. Mordo nodded in agreement. But he didn't understand. Since his talent is so high, Master Supreme, why don't you bring him back to Kamatage? Modu asked. Ancient One did not answer, but just asked, do you remember the abnormality detected on Earth before? Mordo replied respectfully, remember. The temple has detected an intrusion. It seems that they are travelers from the multi-universe. Ancient One frowned, and then explained slowly. I have explored the future. Logically speaking, this invader should not have appeared, but he did. This forced me to explore the future again, only to find that the future of the Earth has been changed. This invader has been recorded in Earth time. I'm curious about the identity of this intruder, but I can't see his future clearly. I can only use the future of the Earth to detect the time and events when he occasionally appears. Ancient One stopped when he said this, not knowing what he was thinking. Modu knew that he shouldn't ask too many questions, but he couldn't help but be curious. After hesitating for a while, he asked cautiously, Supreme Mage, is the intruder you just mentioned Luobai? Ancient One nodded. So Master Supreme, what did you see? Modu asked again. The Ancient One did not hide anything and answered truthfully, I saw him become the Supreme Mage. Modu suddenly realized. He was not surprised by this future. Originally, the 4 words Supreme Mage represented the strongest mage. Luobai's talent is so terrifying, it is only a matter of time before he becomes the Supreme Mage. After all, no matter how hard you try, you can't overcome other people's talents. Thinking of this, Modu couldn't help but sigh. Luobai's talent is so high, it is normal for him to become the Supreme Mage in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Ancient One shook his head and denied, no, this is not normal. Modu was puzzled and asked, I don't understand, why is this abnormal? Ancient One explained, according to the original future, Doctor Strange should be the Supreme Mage. Before Mordo could speak again, Ancient One continued to explain, this has never happened before for the future to be changed. But I have no way of knowing how he became the Supreme Mage. I can only roughly guess. His talent and quality in all aspects far exceeds Strange. That's why you left him a magic book to study on his own, because you wanted to test his talent, right? Mordu asked following the Ancient One's words. Ancient One nodded and gave an affirmative answer. When she discovered that Luobai would become the future Supreme Mage, she knew that she could no longer expel this invader from the Earth. Because she can't change the future. Since you can't change, you can only adapt and find answers. In fact, when Ancient One first went to find Luobai, she just had some guesses in her mind, guessing that Luobai's talent would be very good. But she didn't expect Luobai's talent to be so good. Even she was a little surprised. Without the help of magical weapons and no one's guidance, Luobai can open the portal with just a copy of the complete collection of the Supreme. This talent is simply amazing. But, what about Strange? Forget it, leave Strange alone. Supreme Mage, do you need me to take him back to Kamatage for training? Just as he was thinking about it, Modu suddenly asked. Now that it has been proven that Luobai is extremely talented, it has also been proven that he may be the Supreme Mage in the future. Modu was naturally wondering whether he should come forward to invite this god-man back, so as to save the Supreme Mage from having to make another trip. But Ancient One seems to have his own plan. No need for now, wait a moment. Ancient One said. She wanted to see how strong Luobai's talent was, so it wasn't too late to bring it back after Luobai finished learning the entire Supreme Complete Collection. What's more, the mage originally needs to go out to practice, so it is good to let him practice outside for a while. Two mages, can you look at me? Ancient One and Modu were discussing the matter of Luobai, and Obadiah couldn't help but speak. At this time he was very panicked. After all, he has been left here for a long time, listening to several masters talking about the Supreme Master, the future and so on. The more I listened, the more I became afraid. Especially since he was in a state where his soul had left the body and could not return, he was even more panicked. You said it was not good for him to offend anyone, but he actually offended Master. Thinking of this, Obadiah begged without tears, "Can you let my soul go back to my body first?" His words attracted the attention of Ancient One and Mordo. As if considering that he was not suitable in Kamatage, Modu asked, "Supreme Mage, how should he deal with it?" "Exile your soul." Ancient One answered directly without thinking. When Obadiah heard this, he panicked and shouted, "What does soul banishment mean?" Before he could finish speaking, Modu cast a spell and disappeared into the main hall. After dealing with Obadiah, Mordo was ready to leave. "Supreme Mage, I'll leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, the Ancient One said, "Later, go to Luobai and give him the hanging ring. I will give you the address." Modu nodded and said, "Okay, Supreme Mage." Chapter 011 How can Mark3 have magic fragrance? New York, on a rooftop somewhere. Tony Stark frowned and asked very seriously, "So Robin, you don't know where you sent Obadiah?" Luobai shook his head and replied with a slightly helpless tone, "I don't know." Hearing that he was not very sure, Tony Stark couldn't help but feel worried. After all, Obadiah seems to be crazy now, and it would be bad if he causes trouble in New York. Thinking of this, Tony Stark quickly said, "Jarvis, search the entire city for Obadiah's location to see if you can find it." Jarvis, Artificial Intelligence Steward. It is a program implanted into the iron suit by Tony Stark and has many functions, including positioning. After receiving the order, Jarvis immediately started the city-wide positioning, and soon it gave a reply, "I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, Obadiah's location was not found in New York City." After hearing this, Tony Stark couldn't help complaining, "It seems that he is no longer in New York. Did you send him so far away?" Luobai shrugged and replied calmly, "Who knows?" Tony Stark was still worried before. After learning that Obadiah was no longer in New York, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He just wanted to occupy Stark Industries. Now that he is no longer in New York, he should be at peace for a while. "Thank you for saving me again." Sitting on the ground, Tony Stark thanked him with a tired face. He was really tired from the fight just now. He thought he was already very powerful just by making Mark III, but he didn't expect Obadiah to actually create a more powerful suit than him, which made him feel a little unconvinced. "The man you sent away just now, his name is Obadiah. He is my father's partner. He came to look for me at the party before, you should have seen him." Tony Stark said. "Well, I've seen it before." "What's wrong?" Luobai asked. Tony Stark explained angrily, "I told you at the party that he did not agree with me closing the weapons department. But I didn't expect that he was secretly researching the steel suit and creating an upgrade for my suit. Version. But when it comes to the iron suit, the anger on Tony Stark's face disappears, replaced by pride and excitement. "A lot of things have happened in the past few days while you were away. For example, what I am wearing is my newly developed Mark3. Isn't it much more handsome than the one made in the cave?" Tony Stark showed off. He even stood up on purpose to show Luobai the entire appearance of Mark3. Seeing him showing off so hard, Luobai naturally gave him a lot of face. It does look much more advanced. Luobai nodded in praise. Tony Stark was so pleased with the compliment that he replied arrogantly, "That's natural. In order to make Mark3, I didn't sleep for several days. In fact, Mark3 has many functions, do you want to see?" He seems to intend to show Luobai all aspects of Mark 3's function. Luobai is a time traveler. He has even seen the nanosuit created by Tony Stark in the future, let alone Mark 3. Considering that he had to learn magic as soon as possible to improve his strength, Luobai quickly interrupted him, "It's too late today. I'll go back if I have something else to do. Let's talk about these things another day." After saying that, he raised his hand and opened the portal without waiting for Tony Stark's reaction. Since he had successfully opened 2 teleportation gates before, Luobai had gained a lot of proficiency. The location opened this time was right, it happened to be his villa. Seeing that the position was correct, Luobai nodded with satisfaction, then waved goodbye, "Bye, Tony." As the portal closed, Tony Stark was left alone on the roof, messy in the wind. I don't know how long it took before Tony Stark couldn't help but sigh, is this the strength of a mage? Seriously. Although he had seen Luobai open the portal and teleport Obadiah away before, he would still be shocked when he saw him again. This magic is so useful. He originally thought that if he made a steel suit that could fly and fire cannonballs, he would be very powerful. As a result, Luobai's magic looks cooler than his suit. In an instant, Tony Stark felt that Mark3 was no longer good. There is magic in this world. And there are mages. Oh my god! This is crazy. No, I have to upgrade my suit. While Tony Stark was still standing there sighing, Luobai had already returned to the villa and started learning magic. Although he had just learned teleportation magic not long ago. But after the battle just now, Luobai unexpectedly found that he was very familiar with the teleportation magic. He tried it several times in a row without making any mistakes. This proves that he has complete control over teleportation magic. This made him a little excited. Otherwise, fighting is the best way to improve your strength. He practiced teleportation magic at home for so long before he barely learned teleportation magic. After experiencing danger, he mastered it in an instant. In fact, Luobai was worried at first. After all, if he had really activated the lucky plug-in, he shouldn't have been in danger just now. He had only learned basic magic for a few days, and with this level of strength, it was impossible for him to defeat Obadiah wearing the Iron Overlord. But not only did he leave unharmed, he actually improved his strength. So he didn't accidentally enter a dangerous situation just now. He was clearly arranged by the goddess of luck to go into actual combat. And not just this time. Luobai discovered that every so-called danger he encountered was actually not a danger. Although he was in the terrorist base camp when he first traveled through time, he also met the top rich man Tony Stark. He can now live in a big villa, but it is also inseparable from Tony Stark's help. No wonder I learned magic so quickly. It can be said that I am gifted. Goddess of luck helped me with my feelings. Luobai muttered. After all, there are many people with magic talents, but if you want to have top-level magic talents, you can't do it without a little luck. Thinking of this, Luobai felt more and more that he had lived up to the blessing of the goddess of luck, and immediately prepared to finish studying the Supreme Complete Collection as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, the doorbell rang at this moment, and Luobai had to get up and speak. As soon as the door opened, he saw a young man wearing monk's robes standing outside his door. "Hello, is this Luobai's house?" the young man asked with a smile. "Who are you?" Luobai asked. "My name is Modu." The young man introduced himself. Luobai suddenly realized when he heard this. No wonder he said they look so similar, it's really Modu. But why did he come to find me? Where is the Ancient One? Somewhat curious, Luobai asked. "I am Luobai. Why did you come to see me? Modu didn't say anything, but just handed something over. What was handed over was Kamataj's magic weapon, the hanging ring. Chapter 012 Just rely on luck. In fact, through this period of learning magic, Luobai has discovered that he has extraordinary talents. He can basically understand and learn the magic in the complete collection of Supreme Masters after reading it once. In the past, the portal always opened sideways because he was new to learning and couldn't accurately locate it. Unexpectedly, Modu actually sent him a hanging ring. Although he is now proficient in the portal magic, the hanging ring can not only help with positioning, but also help the mage better perform cross-dimensional teleportation. In other words, if Luobai wants to learn the advanced version of teleportation magic, from teleportation in the same dimension to teleportation across dimensions, the hanging ring is a necessary magic weapon. Modu sending him the hanging ring at this time is like the icing on the cake. The Supreme Mage asked me to bring this to you. You should need it. Just as he was thinking about it, Modu suddenly explained. Luobai didn't answer, just took the hanging ring and put it on his hand. He felt the difference the moment he put it on his hand. Before, he had to put in a lot of effort to concentrate, but with the hanging ring, his attention seemed to be focused instantly, saving him a lot of time. What a treasure! Luobai couldn't help but sigh. If I had given it to him earlier, he would probably learn twice as fast. It's called the hanging ring, and it's one of the must-have magic weapons for mages. It can help us focus better and travel through the multi-universe. Modu briefly explained the use of the hanging ring. Although Luobai knew it already, he still expressed his gratitude. Please make a special trip to deliver it. It's not troublesome. Modu replied calmly and introduced himself. I am a disciple of the Supreme Master and the Great Mage of Kamataj. Now you can be regarded as the Mage of Kamataj. In the future, maybe we will meet often, just call me Modu. Although there is no strict hierarchical strength differentiation in Kamataj, there are still general titles. For example, Mage Apprentice, Mage, Temple Mage, Archmage, etc. Generally speaking, only the top ones in terms of strength are called Archmages, and Modu is one of the Archmages of Kamataj. Luobai knew this, so he was even more curious about other things at this time. With Ancient One's character and strength, it was impossible for her to forget to give the Xian ring, unless she didn't want to give it at all. Since he didn't give it before, why did he suddenly ask Modu to give the hanging ring again? Thinking of this, Luobai asked tentatively, did the Supreme Mage say anything else? Modu obviously understood what he meant, and smiled, and said, just now, a portal appeared in Kamataj, transporting a man named Obadiah to the Supreme Mage. Obadiah, etc. So he sent Obadiah to Kamataj? And sent it to the Ancient One? Luobai was a little embarrassed and asked sheepishly, then what? He called the Supreme Mage a bald man and wanted to take action, so he was exiled by the Supreme Mage. Modu briefly explained the situation. Luobai was stunned to hear this. Good guy. He only dared to say in his heart that the Ancient One was bald, but Obadiah actually had a big smile on his face. Tisk tisk. Where was he exiled to? Will he come back? Luobai continued to ask. Modu shook his head and replied calmly. I'm traveling to the multi-universe. Luobai. It is not good to offend anyone but the Ancient One. Tisk tisk. Obadiah, you sent Kamataj, right? Just as he was thinking about it, Modu suddenly asked. In an instant, Luobai's thoughts were pulled back. Yes. But it was an accident. I didn't expect him to be sent to Kamataj. Luobai explained. Modu was not surprised and even expressed his understanding. I heard from the Supreme Mage that you haven't learned magic for a few days and you don't have a hanging ring. It's normal for this situation to happen. It should be much better after you have a hanging ring. Modu said. Before Luobai could answer, he continued to ask, By the way, what step have you learned now? I just learned teleportation magic. Luobai replied. After hearing this, Modu nodded and said, it seems that you are not very proficient in using teleportation magic. How long have you been practicing? Not sure, probably a few days. Luobai said. Although he knew Luobai was extremely talented early on, his answer still shocked Modu. A few days. Such a niche word. Now learning magic is calculated in days. How did you get this talent? It's so good. Modu couldn't help but sigh. Probably because I have better luck. Luobai thought for a while and answered honestly. How lucky? Modu was stunned and said half-jokingly, then how lucky do you have to be to have such a unique talent? Okay. Luobai replied half-jokingly. Mordo didn't answer. The mission of the Xian ring sent to him was also completed. I'm leaving first. If anything happens, you can come to Karmatage to find me. After finishing speaking, Modu planned to leave. Luobai stopped him and asked curiously, Modu, didn't the Supreme Mage ask you to take me away too? Luobai learned Kamatage's magic, an ancient one also gave the Xian ring. Normally, doesn't he have to go to Kamal Taj to continue his studies? But Modu didn't seem to intend to take him away, which was unreasonable. The Supreme Mage asked you to first learn the magic in the complete collection of the Supreme and take this opportunity to practice outside and gain some experience. Modu explained. Luobai suddenly realized. Does this mean he has been released? But anyway, he can learn it himself, so why not learn it? What's more, only here can you practice actual combat, and only through actual combat can you quickly improve your strength. After thinking about it like this, he didn't hesitate anymore. After sending Modu away, Luobai once again devoted himself to learning magic. With the hanging ring, it would be much easier for him to concentrate, and he would learn magic faster. Luobai knows some basic magics, such as teleportation and magic shields, almost after seeing them, and can master them quickly. After Luobai knew most of the basic magic, he started learning the advanced version of magic, which lasted all night. It wasn't until the arrival of Tony Stark the next morning that he stopped for a moment. Hey Luobai, did you sleep well last night? I have some good news for you, do you want to hear it? I know you'll want to hear it, you're famous. Have you read the latest newspapers and news? The two of us were in the news and it was the front page. How about Iron Man vs Mysterious Man, doesn't it sound pretty good? To be honest, I actually think the title Iron Man sounds pretty good. I really like the title everyone gave me. Chapter 013. Are you done learning now? Tony Stark is happy today. His little mouth was like a machine gun, and he kept talking as soon as he entered the door, giving Luobai no chance to talk. He muttered for a long time, until he realized that Luobai hadn't said a word and finally couldn't help but ask, why don't you speak? Aren't you happy that you were on the front page of the news? Happy? It's just that you're too excited, so it seems like I'm not that happy. Luobai couldn't help but smile in response. Only then did Tony Stark realize that he was too excited just now, and he quickly made up for it in embarrassment. I'm happy for you. You know, celebrities like me are often reported by major news, and I'm used to it. Really? But I didn't even have a chance to interrupt just now. Luobai continued to complain. Tony Stark became even more embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Okay, let's not talk about this. Do you want to know what everyone thinks of you? Let's see. He said as he took out a newspaper. Luobai took it and checked it, and saw 4 big characters New York Crisis, printed on the most conspicuous front page. In fact, even without reading it, Luobai knew its contents. Before the birth of Iron Man, most citizens of New York City did not know that super abilities existed in the world. But after last night's fuss, people discovered that things were not simple. The New York media, government, and even citizens are paying great attention to this matter. Some people think the emergence of super ability people is cool, while others are worried about it. In fact, this was a normal reaction, so Luo Bai didn't pay much attention to it. What really concerned him was that the name he was called in the newspaper was Mysterious Man. Why do people call you Iron Man and give me the title of Mysterious Man? Luo Bai couldn't help complaining. Probably because people haven't realized that you can use magic. Tony Stark explained. Luo Bai said nothing because he could not refute. Although the newspaper published a photo taken by a drone, his face and the way he looked when he released the teleportation magic were clearly visible. But it is obviously impossible for the media to identify him as a mage through such a photo. After all, most people, like Tony Stark, do not believe that magic really exists in this world. Thinking about it, Luo Bai became a little more accepting of the title Mysterious Man. But he was still a little curious. Tony, did you come to me specifically just to tell me that I was on the news? Luo Bai asked. Tony Stark shook his head, took out his sunglasses from his pocket and put them on while saying, "Of course not. I'm here to take you to a press conference." Press conference? Luo Bai was a little curious and couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean?" Tony Stark smiled and said excitedly, "You saved New York yesterday, and you can also do magic. You should be known to the whole world. And I have held a press conference through Stark Industries, at which I will announce the thing about me is Iron Man, and I also want to introduce you to the people of New York. There are mages in New York, which is a cool thing." It seems to be because he has a good relationship with Luo Bai and because he is a mage. Tony Stark now wanted to introduce him through a press conference. With the influence of Stark Industries. If Luo Bai agrees to attend the press conference, he may become popular and become a very influential superhero. But as a result, his identity will be completely exposed. Thinking that he still had to grow up, Luo Bai refused this kind offer. "Forget it, I still think this kind of life is purer." This made Tony Stark a little curious and couldn't help but ask, "Don't you want everyone to know that you are a mage?" "If I can use magic, I will definitely want everyone in the world to know. After all, this is really cool." Luo Bai shook his head and explained, "It feels great to be famous, but it also brings a lot of troubles." Trouble? What trouble? Tony Stark was puzzled. If it were anyone else, he might not be so confused, but if it were Luo Bai, he wouldn't understand. After all, Luo Bai is a mage, and he can send people thousands of miles away with just a raise of his hand. What kind of trouble would a person with such strength have to worry about? There are a lot of troubles. I won't be able to explain them clearly for a while. You will know by then. Just as he was wondering, Luo Bai gave the answer. Just this answer, Tony Stark felt that saying it was equal to not saying it. "Okay. Although I don't know why, I respect your decision. I will hold a press conference later, so I'll leave first." Without further persuasion, Tony Stark said goodbye. After he left, Luo Bai couldn't help but think while looking at the newspaper in his hand. He didn't expect that he would get so many benefits after accidentally joining the battle last night. Not only did he get a hanging ring, he also showed his face in New York. Although being famous is a good thing, it also gives Luo Bai a greater sense of crisis. After all, being famous means that he may be targeted by more villains. At present, it seems that he can only work harder to learn magic. While thinking, Luo Bai continued to return to the room and learned magic. He didn't know how long he had been studying, but he didn't stop until he finally finished learning all the white magic Luo Bai in the complete collection of Supreme Masters. After learning magic, Luo Bai didn't waste a moment, opened the portal and came to Kamataj. Kamataj Mahal. The Ancient One was discussing academic issues with the mages from afar, while Modu was listening. At this moment, a portal suddenly appeared and attracted the attention of the three people. If an unknown portal had appeared before, Modu might have been nervous, worried about whether Kamataj had been invaded. But after experiencing the last incident, he was no longer so nervous. Especially after seeing Luo Bai walking out of the portal and confirming his guess, he even had a smile on his face. "Hey, we meet again." Modu took the lead in saying hello. Luo Bai also responded politely, "Yes, we meet again. Are you practicing teleportation magic? Although the hanging ring can help you position yourself better, it is only an auxiliary magic weapon after all. But don't worry, you have only practiced for 2 days. It's always difficult to practice at the beginning. There will be some troubles, just practice more and it will be fine." Modu comforted with a smile. He seemed to have misunderstood, thinking that Luo Bai had opened the wrong door again. So he comforted Luo Bai very patiently. In fact, he was not the only one who misunderstood, even the Ancient One also misunderstood. Just when he was thinking about giving him a reminder to help him improve faster, he didn't expect to hear Luo Bai say in the next second, "It was a little unsatisfactory before, but it became much smoother after the suspension ring." Modu was stunned and asked, "So, you teleported here on purpose?" "Yes, I came to see the Supreme Mage." Luo Bai explained. "Do you have anything to do with the Supreme Mage?" Modu asked. Luo Bai nodded and said with a smile, "I'm here to return the book. I have already finished studying the contents of this Supreme Complete Collection. As soon as these words came out, there was an instant silence in the main hall. Mordo. Ancient One. Ha. Study, finished studying. It's only been a few days, you said you've finished studying. Chapter 014, Let's Fight. Then let's fight. Both Mordo and Ancient One were silent, and the expressions on their faces were quite wonderful. No, it's only been a few days. There are more than 100 kinds of white magic, you said you have learned them all. After a full 5 seconds of silence, Modu asked, "You mean, you know all the magic in this Supreme Complete Collection?" There was disbelief in his tone, and he even thought that he had heard wrongly. Until Luo Bai nodded and said, "Yes, I can do it." Only then did Modu dare to make sure that he heard correctly. He turned his head silently and looked at the Ancient One. Ancient One didn't say anything, she just took the Supreme Complete Collection and read it roughly. After reading it, she couldn't help but think. I was given the wrong book. There are indeed more than 100 kinds of white magic recorded in it. Learned everything in such a short time. How did you do it? Although Ancient One was surprised inside, she didn't show it too obviously at this time. She invited the mage who came to ask for advice and exchanges to go out, and then she started talking seriously with Luo Bai. Have you mastered all the magic above? Ancient One asked seriously. Although it is indeed incredible that Luo Bai can learn all the magic in the complete collection of the Supreme in such a short period of time, considering his high talent, it is understandable that he can learn it. Maybe learning and being able to master it are two different things. It's not that Ancient One has to be wordy, but if you don't lay a solid foundation, it will be difficult to learn from it. Luo Bai knew this well, so he replied, quite skillful. It is incredible that he can skillfully control more than 100 magics, but his top talent requires enough time to learn all the magic in the complete collection of Supreme Masters. After all, what is recorded above are several types of basic magic such as space magic, defensive magic, and energy magic. Once you have mastered the basic theory, learning is quite quick. Typically difficult to get started and quick to learn. As for high-level magic, there was none in the magic book linked to Wetian Emperor, so he came to Karmatage to learn some more powerful magic. Ancient One naturally understood why he came here, but it was not that easy to learn high-level magic. It's not that she doesn't want to give it, but if she doesn't have enough practice and experience, she might not be able to understand it. But she didn't explain it directly. She just kindly reminded, although the magic in the complete collection of Supreme Masters is basic, it can also exert great power if you master it skillfully. You need to practice more. Luo Bai nodded to express his understanding. I understand. Ancient One nodded and said, "Now that you have learned all the contents in this book, you can go to the library and have a look in the future. There may be the books you want there." Kamitage's library, that's a great place. There are many magic books stored there. It can be said to be a treasure house that gathers all the white magic books. If Luobai could get in there, wouldn't he want to learn whatever he wanted? "Modu, please take him to the library and return this book." Just as he was thinking about it, Ancient One began to make arrangements. Modu nodded and responded politely, "Then Supreme Mage, I'll leave first." When Luobai saw this, he quickly said, "I'll leave first too, Supreme Mage." Then the two left the main hall. As soon as he walked out of the main hall and came outside, Modu suddenly stopped, suppressed his smile, and said seriously, "You can't learn magic quickly and quickly." As the Archmage of Karmitage, Modu manages all new mages and is naturally responsible for every beginner. Although Luobai is very talented, it is hard for him to believe that Luobai has mastered all basic magic in such a short time. He was worried that Luobai was eager for quick success, so he couldn't help but remind him, "Magic is not as easy to learn as you think. Being too anxious will only be counterproductive. Every mage wants to become stronger, but there is no shortcut to learning magic. I followed the Supreme Mage and trained many mages. Many of them wanted to contact more advanced magic after learning magic for a few days or a month, but in the end they failed because they could not understand it. Among them some people have even considered learning black magic. Although Karmitage is free, black magic is forbidden to be learned in Karmitage, because learning black magic will cost you huge amounts of money, even your soul. I hope you will never get involved in this stuff." Modu persuaded him earnestly. Although he meant well, he was worried that Luobai would learn dark magic because he was anxious to become stronger. But from a listening point of view, it doesn't always feel that comfortable. "I think I am already very proficient in the magic recorded in the Supreme Complete Collection. Luobai said. His attitude became much tougher. Modu smiled and asked, "Then let's practice." Although the mages of Kammitage do not need to undergo tests such as assessments, they often practice in actual combat. You can roughly tell how strong a mage is by practicing. Luobai knew that although he was highly talented, it was still difficult to defeat the Archmage at present. But he had to prove his strength, and he was willing to just test it. "Then give it a try." Luobai agreed. Seeing that he agreed, Modu couldn't wait. After all, he really wanted to see if Luobai had mastered all basic magic as he said. However, considering that Luobai was a novice after all, he still planned to let Luobai take some steps. "You go first," Modu said with a smile. Luobai took action as soon as he finished speaking. He clenched his fists with both hands, released the magic shield, and then attacked Modu. Magic shield, as the name suggests, is a shield made of magic energy. This shield not only has a defensive effect, but is also a very sharp weapon that can cause damage to enemies. Although this is only a very basic melee method, Modu was still a little surprised to see Luobai using the magic shield so skillfully. While using his magic shield to resist Luobai's attack, he sighed, "It's amazing that you can control magic energy so skillfully." If Luobai had been training for half a year, Modu would think it was normal to have such an effect. But it has only been half a month since he was able to release it so powerfully, which is really not easy. However, it is a sigh of relief. With Luobai's current strength, it is still too difficult to defeat Modu. Even Modu didn't find it difficult to deal with it. He could even deal with Luobai's attack while talking leisurely. What else can you do? Although it was just a small discussion, Luobai shouldn't take it too seriously. But as a man, how could he hope that he would lose? It was too ugly to lose. Seeing how easily Modu responded to his moves, Luobai's desire to win was completely ignited. Chapter 0-15. Now you get the time stone. Luobai knew very well that it was difficult to defeat his opponent when the strength was greatly different, but this did not prove that there was no way. although Kamataj's mage likes to use melee magic. But come on, why is he fighting in close combat now that he is a master? Magic must look like magic. Thinking of this, Luo Bai stopped attacking. Seeing that he suddenly stopped attacking, Modu asked a little strangely, "Why did you stop? You must have only mastered this one magic, right?" Luo Bai shook his head and said, "Of course not." After saying that, he cast magic again, and now Modu finally understood that he was using magic to retrieve objects. Object retrieval magic includes some basic principles of space magic, which is similar to portal but slightly different. Mordo didn't stop him. After all, in his opinion, even if Luo Bai really gets something, it will be difficult to beat him. What's more, this competition is to see if Luo Bai really masters all the basic magic, and the magic of retrieving objects is also one of the basic magics. At this time, Modu was even more curious about how far Luo Bai could use the magic of retrieving objects. Object retrieval magic. For a mage, a good magic weapon can help the mage win the battle. This is a very smart approach. With your current ability, you cannot control many magic weapons. Modu said with a smile. This is not sarcasm, but the truth. There are indeed many treasures in the Marvel world. Some powerful treasures can even instantly enhance a person's strength. But the more powerful a treasure is, the more powerful it is usually required to master it. Not to mention whether the magic weapon Luo Bai obtained is really powerful, whether he can control it is the key to the problem. Luo Bai naturally knew this. So even he himself had no idea what he would get, it was all about fate. If he wanted to defeat Modu, he could only use the artifact. He actually has some understanding of the artifacts in the Marvel world. For example, the Infinite Rough Stone is a very powerful artifact. But it is very difficult to control the power of infinite rough stones. Even Thanos struggled to use the Power Stone back then, not to mention Luo Bai's small body now. He probably wouldn't be able to use it even if he got it. There is really no need to risk your life in a small competition. After thinking about this, he temporarily gave up his plan to get the Infinite Rough Stone. Fetching magic requires imagining the location of the artifact in your mind, so that you can open the door to space and get the desired treasure accurately. But because the time was too short, Luo Bai couldn't think of any other artifact besides the Infinite Rough Stone that could help him turn the tide of the battle, so he could only follow the arrangements of the Goddess of Luck. The magic unfolded, and Luo Bai put his hand into the space door. At this time, Modu had not yet realized that the next situation would exceed his expectations. Actually, Karmataj has many very good magic weapons. Can I, FK? Modu originally wanted to say that there were many magic weapons in Karmataj's magic weapon room. If Luo Bai really needs it, don't bother, he can take some out for him to use temporarily. As a result, in the next second, there was an extra hammer in Luo Bai's hand. It was Thor's hammer. Momentarily, Mo Duran was stunned. He, who was always strict, couldn't hold back and cursed. It's not surprising that he was like this, it was really because he was too speechless. Thor's hammer is the weapon of Thor, the son of Odin. Why did Luo Bai bring it? How did you get Thor's hammer? Mordo exclaimed, his square face turned into an oval face in an instant. Karmataj detects all movements on the Earth, and there are many books in the library recording knowledge about the Earth and even the multi-universe. There's no way Mordo doesn't know what Thor's hammer is. It was a hammer made from a star, and it was endowed with the power of Odin, the father of the gods. How can Luo Bai fight with this thing? How is this different from asking him to fight Odin? Modu was stunned. Luo Bai was also stunned. He was a little surprised, but more surprised. Yes, why did he forget that there is Thor's hammer? This thing has the bonus of Odin's spell, and no one who is not recognized by Thor's hammer can lift it. This means that as long as you are recognized, it is easy to pick up Thor's hammer. The most important thing is that this thing is quite powerful. With the blessing of Odin's power, Modo can be mastered by every little mage. Looking at Thor's hammer in his hand, Luobai felt confident. You can continue, Luobai said with a smile. Modo fell silent, the silence was deafening. After a while, Modo complained, this thing is made of stars. It's just for everyone to learn from each other, so there's no need to be so serious, right? I just want to prove that I have indeed mastered basic magic. Luobai shrugged and spoke helplessly. Modo smiled and responded with a slightly embarrassed tone, you are indeed very skilled in mastering it. My Wetian Emperor. Thor's hammer is Thor's exclusive weapon. The Thors are in Asgard, not in the same dimension as Earth at all. Not to mention how Luobai got Thor's hammer. If you want to get this thing, Luobai must master the magic of interdimensional space. That's not elementary magic, it's completely an advanced version of space magic. Many mages who have practiced for 4 or 5 years may not be successful. This guy has been practicing for such a short time and then reached out to Asgard. How did you do it? You mastered retrieving objects across latitudes in such a short period of time. Modo couldn't help but ask. He was not the only one who was surprised at this time, the Ancient One was also surprised. These two people made such a big noise outside the main hall. Ancient One is not deaf, so he naturally knows about it. She didn't show up because she wanted to see how far Luobai had mastered magic. But she didn't expect that Luobai could do this in such a short period of time. It seems that there is nothing wrong with the future. He is really the supreme mage. Ancient One opened his eyes wide with surprise. It's incredible, but Ancient One believed it. There is nothing wrong with the future, it is her who is wrong. Thinking of this, Ancient One walked out and interrupted the discussion between the two. Luobai, come in for a moment. Modo, wait outside the door. The sudden arrival of Ancient One surprised both of them. Luobai was a little puzzled, but Modo was more thankful. Fortunately, the Supreme Master saved him and saved his face. Otherwise, if he, a great mage, is defeated by a novice mage, how will he teach the newcomers if the news spreads? Modo immediately responded gratefully, yes, Supreme Mage. Then he stood aside and waited obediently. Luobai walked into the temple again with a confused expression. What's wrong with the Supreme Mage? Luobai asked. As soon as he finished speaking, Ancient One took off the magic weapon he was wearing from his neck and handed it over. This is the Eye of Agamotto. You must promise me that from now on, you will protect it with your life. Luobai was very puzzled. Isn't this the time stone? The Ancient One actually gave it to him. Chapter 016 If you are lucky, you can do whatever you want. Eye of Agamotto is a magic weapon, which can also be said to be a container. Contained inside is an artifact, the Time Stone. In the Marvel world, there are a total of 6 rough stones, also called gems. They are time, power, space, reality, soul, and the stone of the mind. The 6 rough stones are in different places and guarded by different people. The original stone of time is in Kamatage and is guarded by the Supreme Mage of all generations, so the Supreme Mage is also called the guardian of the original stone. Now that the Ancient One has given the Time Stone to Luobai, is it possible that he wants to become the Supreme Mage? Although his talent is high, how long has he been learning magic? He has not received formal training from Kamatage. The Ancient One gave him the Time Stone so easily. Although Luobai didn't understand why, he still replied, I will protect it with my life, so this thing is given to me. Yes. The Ancient One nodded and handed over the Eye of Agamotto. Luobai took it with some confusion, and then began to study it carefully. The Eye of Agamotto outside is a magic weapon, used to carry the rough stone inside. The rough stone inside is called the Time Gem, and it can control the power of time. Manipulating the power of time requires a certain amount of magical energy storage, which is still a bit difficult for you now, but with your talent, it should only be a matter of time before you learn it. To open the Eye of Agamotto, you need to use a spell. This is to ensure the safety of the time stone. The spell is very complex and has been created by the efforts of the supreme mages of all ages. I will tell you the spell now, but you must not tell other people about the spell. Only you and the supreme mage after you will know this spell. Ancient One patiently explained the function of rough stones and how to use them. Considering that the Eye of Agamotto requires a spell to open, she decided to tell Luobai about the spell. But before she could say anything, Luobai used magic to match her gestures. Along with a green light, the Eye of Agamotto was instantly opened. Ancient One. Luobai. The two stared at each other for a full minute, and the atmosphere was very awkward. Luobai could clearly see Ancient One's shocked eyes and gradually widening mouth. How did you open it? I don't know how long it took before Ancient One finally came back to his senses and asked. Luobai said with some embarrassment, Supreme Mage, I want to say that I am blind, do you believe it? Ancient One said nothing, but the expression on his face seemed to say, do you think I believe it? Although I know this is hard to believe, Luobai is really blind. Knowing the plot, he knew very well that a spell was needed to open the time stone. Because of this, he started tinkering with the Eye of Agamotto as soon as he got it, thinking about how to open it. Unexpectedly, he actually opened it. Not to mention that his luck is unlucky, but he was actually able to fall under a spell. Supreme Mage, I'm really confused. Actually, I've always been very lucky. Luobai explained sincerely. Ancient One frowned slightly and asked with a slightly confused tone, luck, good. She does know that it is lucky to have a girl with super abilities among the mutants. Can you fall under Agamotto's spell just by being lucky? Ancient One didn't quite understand it, but she thought that Luobai had to be informed of the spell in the first place, so she didn't want to delve into it further. It's okay if you know how to do it, go ahead. There is the information you want in the library. Ancient One regained his composure, with a calm tone in his tone. Seeing that she did not pursue the case, Luobai was extremely happy. After putting the Eye of Agamotto on his body, he planned to leave the temple. After walking a few steps, Ancient One suddenly stopped him. You should return Thor's weapon to him. Asgard and Karmatage have never been in contact with each other, so it's better to live in peace. Luobai nodded and immediately expressed his understanding. You already have the rough time stone, why does Luobai still need this broken hammer? Thinking of this, he immediately used teleportation magic to send the hammer back. After finishing everything, Luobai left. After he left, Ancient One stared blankly at his back and couldn't help complaining, how lucky are you? Can you get the right spell? The Ancient One is wondering. In the distance, there was someone more puzzled than Ancient One at this time. Asgard. Thor sat at the dining table and couldn't figure it out. I have such a big hammer, how could I not see it? Where did my hammer go? Thor roared loudly, and his anger made him throw the wine jar to the ground. No, can you believe it? He was drinking with his good friends just now. While he was drinking, his hammer disappeared. Thor, could it have been stolen? Asked a friend on the side. Impossible. Only I can lift that hammer. It can't be stolen. Thor replied firmly. But you tried to summon it so many times just now, but the hammer didn't even come out. My friend couldn't help but remind him. Most artifacts are identified by their owners, as is Thor's hammer. In the past, if Thor stretched out his hand to summon him, the hammer would fly to him no matter where it was. But now Thor's hammer doesn't respond. Not only Thor's friends were surprised, but Thor was also surprised. I could recall it before. Why can't I recall it all of a sudden? Thor muttered. At this time, he was very curious about where his hammer went. I have to look for it. Thor said, getting up and going to find the hammer. At this moment, a small yellow circle suddenly appeared in the space. Someone noticed this and shouted, "Look, what is that?" In an instant, everyone's eyes were directed towards the yellow circle. But before they could study it carefully, they saw a hammer suddenly thrown out of the circle. Thor quickly caught it with his hands. At first glance, "Good guy, isn't this my own hammer?" "Hammer! This is my hammer!" Thor shouted excitedly. The people around him cheered too. Everyone is happy for Thor to get the hammer back, including himself. But while he was happy, Thor realized something was wrong. "Wait, what happened to that yellow door just now?" "Teleportation," Thor asked. "It looks like teleportation." A friend on the side agreed. Thor frowned. "Good guy. Someone is brave enough to reach out to Asgard. Does any of you know what happened with the teleportation just now?" Thor asked. But everyone shook their heads. "After all, I don't know who sent the hammer and then disappeared without even showing his face. And few people have seen this kind of power. This doesn't seem to be caused by Asgardians," someone reminded. Thor frowned. He also discovered that the power just now definitely did not come from Asgard. Someone could actually reach out to Asgard without anyone noticing? And almost take my hammer away. I must find this man. Let's go to Heimdall and ask about the situation. He has the eye of Heimdall that perceives all things. He must know who invaded Asgard just now. I must find this person," Thor said as he led a group of friends toward the Rainbow Bridge. Chapter 017 Kamataj Library. Kathmandu, Kamaltaj. Loebai was in a good mood after getting the original time stone, with a smile that couldn't be hidden on his face. Modu, who was leading the way, seemed to be aware of his joy. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but say, "You seem to be in a good mood. It seems that the Supreme Mage has told you some good news." Loebai nodded and replied, "Well, there is good news." Modu did not ask further. After all, he was still thinking about the previous trial at this time. Although the previous trial was stopped halfway, he was really convinced by Loebai. It only took a few days to practice to such an extent. It was really scary. Seeing that he was in a good mood, Modu immediately explained, "I admit that I had some doubts about you before, but I just didn't expect that your talent is so good. This somewhat surprised me, and I didn't mean to target you." Modu took the initiative to seek peace, which surprised Loebai. In fact, he doesn't have to be like this, but from this point of view, he is quite sincere. Loebai was not a petty person, so he immediately replied, "I don't take it to heart." Morda shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "I can say without exaggeration that you are the most talented mage I have ever seen. I used to think that no matter how fast you were, it would take you a month to finish. Nothing happened. To think that you could finish it in just a few days is so damning." Although he knew that Loebai was talented, he never expected that he would be so talented. Why? Why are the gaps between people so big? Modu was a little helpless. At this moment, Loebai suddenly asked, "By the way, what time does Karmataj usually start training?" Modu was a little confused and asked, "Why do you ask this?" Loebai replied, "Training, don't new mages have to go through systematic training?" Modu shook his head and said, "You don't need to train now." Loebai was a little confused and quickly asked, "What do you mean no training?" Modu explained, "After completing the introductory course, a mage can basically move freely. Like you now, you can choose to go to the library to read books and learn more magic, or go out to practice. There is no hard requirement to stay here. Meaning that I can move freely from now on?" Loebai asked. "Yes. If you encounter a bottleneck that cannot be broken through, you can ask me or the Supreme Mage for answers. There are 3 temples in Karmataj. If there is danger, the temple will recall all the mages. From the temple, you can go straight back to Karmataj," Mordu explained. Loebai frowned and complained helplessly, "So I am completely self-taught. After all, I am also a disciple of Karmataj, and I also got the time stone. Why do I feel like I have been left alone? Modu smiled and said, with your talent, it's probably hard for anyone to teach you for a few days. This is not a sarcasm, but the truth. With his talent, he will probably graduate from school after just a few days of study. What's more, the training content is relatively systematic, and the content learned every day is also very fixed. If he really trains with the mage, his learning progress may be delayed. Who knows how quickly he learned? Modu was helpless. After all, he has been studying magic for half his life, and he is also a mage at the level of an archmage. This was the first time he met a novice mage that he couldn't even teach. Okay, the library is here. Without thinking any more, Modu reminded him. The two stopped outside a building that looked very inconspicuous and even somewhat shabby from the outside. Through an old iron door, the two entered the library. As soon as I walked in, I saw a mage sitting at the table. The mage also noticed them and stood up. This is the administrator of the library. If you want to borrow books, you need to register with him. Modu introduced. Looking at the mage in front of him, Luobai was a little curious. After all, in his impression, the library administrator seemed to be the king. But think about it carefully. In the plot, Wang only took office after the previous administrator was killed by Casillas. So it is normal for the administrator not to be the king at this time. Okay, if you want to borrow books in the future, you can come here. By the way, are you going to live in Kamataj in the future? Just as he was thinking about it, Modu suddenly asked. Luobai thought for a while and asked, can I not live here? You have now learned teleportation magic. With your talent, you will learn it for a few more days. Is it possible that I can stop you and prevent you from getting out? Modu asked. It seems to make sense. The room is ready for you. This is the address. You can go there later. But you already have a villa. I don't think you will stay in the dormitory. Modu continued. Luobai smiled and replied, that's not necessarily the case. After all, Kamataj is much safer than outside. He only knows some introductory magic now, so he might as well stay here and learn more magic before going out. Okay, I'll leave first. If you have any other questions, you can come back to me. Modu said goodbye and left. After he left, Luobai began to search for books in the library. The books in the library are divided very carefully, and there are various types of magic books classified into space, time, etc. Luobai picked one book from each category, and then he unexpectedly found the magic book, the Book of Weixin Emperor. There are two sacred books in the Marvel world, which record all the magic in the world. One is the Book of Emperor Weixin and the other is called the Book of Darkness. They respectively record the white magic and black magic of the Marvel world. It's just that Kamathaj explicitly prohibited the study of dark magic, so naturally the Dark Book of Darkness could not be found in the library. But for now, the books he borrowed are enough to study. 13 books in total. I don't know, I thought he was preparing for the college entrance examination. Luobai sighed. After registering with the administrator, he returned to the dormitory according to the address, and then started reading books. The first thing Luobai studied was the Book of Emperor Weixin. After all, this book contains all white magic, and learning the magic in it can help him greatly increase his magic energy storage. It will be relatively easy to learn high-level magic such as time and space later. It's just that the intensity of magic in the Book of Weixin Emperor is obviously higher than that in the Supreme Complete Collection. After looking through it roughly, Luobai found that it recorded the multidimensional transmission secrets of the Secret Door, also known as the Portal, as well as the Ring of Gragator, the Mirror Space, the Sacred Sword of Emperor Weixin, and the Soul's out-of-body experience, gravity control, and many other advanced magic learning methods. There is even a method to enter the Supreme Dimension on the last page, and it is suggested that after entering the Supreme Dimension, you can receive the blessing of Emperor Wei-shen. All in all, it looks quite complicated. But, it's difficult, but you still have to learn. Luo Bai could only start the hard learning mode. Chapter 018 Emperor Wei-shen came to bless you personally. Although Luo Bai understands the theory, it has a certain basis. But because his training time was too short, the magic energy in his body was not very powerful yet. Most of the white magic in the Book of Wei-shen Emperor requires powerful magical energy to control, which adds a lot of difficulty to his practice. The first magic that Luo Bai learned was called I Qin's Journey. Its function is to be able to duplication into countless selves and release magic at the same time, and each duplication has the same strength as the main body. The stronger the magical energy contained in the body, the greater the number of duplications. After several days of practice, Luo Bai was barely able to split 2 duplications. Although he learned quickly enough, he was still in a hurry when it came to energy storage. Unless he can get the blessing of Emperor Wei-shen or those ancient gods. The so-called blessing, simply put, means giving strength. Generally speaking, it is difficult to obtain blessings. It's described on the last page of the book. Simply put, that is, you must at least have the ability to enter the Supreme Dimension before those ancient gods will notice you. Otherwise, why would others give you blessings for no reason? It is impossible for Luo Bai to enter the Supreme Dimension with his current strength. I have no choice but to take my time. Luo Bai sighed and was about to practice magic again. At this moment, a golden light suddenly shone between his pupils, covering his eyes. Before he could react, he felt as if he had fallen into chaos. And the end of chaos is a golden light. In the golden light, 3 huge amounts of heads appeared in front of his eyes. The 3 heads were like a mountain, so big that Luo Bai couldn't even see their whole faces. Luo Bai was a little overwhelmed by the sudden change. Although he didn't know what was appearing in front of him, Luo Bai could still feel the oppression, a strong sense of oppression. For a moment, Luo Bai even forgot to think. Until a voice rang in my ears, talents beyond ordinary people are rare. Then another voice sounded, my child, you have an unusual future. Another voice echoed, you deserve to be blessed. 3 heads said 3 different words. After he finished speaking, before Luo Bai even came back to his senses, the golden light became brighter and brighter, so bright that it stung his eyes. Luo Bai closed his eyes subconsciously. When he opened his eyes again, the 3 heads disappeared, along with the strange space. He returned to the dormitory, Kamitage's simple dormitory. Everything was as psychedelic as a dream, but Luo Bai clearly felt that he was much smoother, as if someone had forcibly transmitted waves of magic energy, and the magic energy in his body had increased by huge amounts. This is a blessing. Good guy. He was actually chased by Emperor Wei-shen to give him a blessing. Emperor Wei-shen is not an ancient god, but the collective name of 3 ancient gods. These 3 ancient gods are the Almighty Ohit, the all-seeing Agamotto, and the Old Hogs. The 3 of them formed the Trinity of Gods, Emperor Wei-shen. Therefore, in Luo Bai's memory, the image of Emperor Wei-shen is 3 heads. The 3 heads combine what they say. Luo Bai can 100% confirm that he has been blessed. He originally thought that in order to receive Emperor Wei-shen's blessing, at least he would have to wait until he had the ability to enter the Supreme Dimension. Unexpectedly, he was chased and blessed by Emperor Wei-shen. Luo Bai is so excited. Feeling the sudden surge of powerful energy in his body, he couldn't wait to start training. And at the same time, in the main hall, Ancient One, who was sitting quietly meditating on the multi-universe, suddenly opened his eyes. Kamitage was created by the Ancient One, and it can also be said that Kamitage is her dimension. This also means that she can detect anything that happens in Kamitage immediately. Even if others didn't notice the abnormality of Kamitage just now, she could still feel it because she was so familiar with it. That was a blessing from Emperor Wei-shen, Blessings be upon Kamal-Taj. Moreover, Emperor Weishan came here specifically. Even without asking specifically, Ancient One could guess that the only person to whom the blessing could be given was Luo Bai. It's incredible that Emperor Weishan specially came to bless him. Ancient One couldn't help but sigh. In her impression, ancient gods like this have never actively given blessings. Not to mention taking the initiative to come and bless you. Those who can receive blessings from Emperor Weishan are usually those who have gone through trials, that is, only those who have entered the supreme dimension can receive blessings. But this time Emperor Weishan actually came over on his own initiative. It seems that his talent alarmed Emperor Weishan. Ancient One muttered again. Emperor Weishan is in charge of all white magic. Once someone learns white magic, they will know it. After all, the power is borrowed from them. Presumably they realized that Luo Bai's talent was too strong, so they came to bless him. It's reasonable, but unexpected. But that's fine. With Emperor Weishan's blessing, Luo Bai can grow faster, and soon she will be able to leave with peace of mind. Just as he was thinking about it, Modu came over. Supreme Mage. Modu shouted as soon as he entered the door. Is something wrong? Ancient One asked. Modu nodded and answered very seriously. A group of people dressed very strangely came to Kathmandu. They are now everywhere asking about the location of Kamal-Taj. It seems that they are here with bad intentions. Ancient One didn't say anything, but he already understood in his heart. Thor should have come looking for him. I heard that Thor had a very bad temper, just like Odin back then. Luo Bai took his hammer, so it was normal for him to find it. Supreme Mage, do you need me to handle it? Seeing that she didn't speak, Modu asked again. Ancient One shook his head and said, don't worry, they will go back if they can't find it. If they don't go back, I will go and have a look. Finding Kamal-Taj is not easy. It would be even harder if the Ancient One didn't want to. So much so that Thor searched for it in Kathmandu for 3 full days, but couldn't even find a door. Thor, did we make a mistake? I feel like we have asked all the people in the city and no one knows where Kamal-Taj is. Could it be that this place doesn't exist at all? Heimdall can't go wrong. But didn't he also say that he couldn't see who specifically held the hammer, and could only roughly guess that it came from Kamal-Taj? It's really strange. Heimdall has the eye to perceive all things. How can there be a place that he can't see? Thor's friends were talking a lot, but Thor was extremely irritable at this time. 3 days of searching. 3 whole days. I didn't even find a door. Is there really such a ghost place? Thor complained loudly. As far as the earth is concerned, there are places that they can't find. Why does he feel like this place doesn't exist at all? Among the 9 realms, the earth is already the weakest existence. I don't think there is any so-called magic holy place in this place. I think we should go back, Thor. One of the friends complained. Although not willing to do so. But after searching for so long and unable to find it, Thor believed that there should be no magical holy land on earth at all. There was no way, Thor could only go back cursing. Chapter 019 Everyone is PD off. Thor and his party left Kathmandu. Upon noticing this situation, Modu immediately ran to report, Supreme Mage, those people have left. Ancient One was not surprised and simply replied, I already know. Seeing that she knew that Modu didn't mention anything more, he just changed his report to another thing, Supreme Mage, I have something to ask. Is there anything else? Ancient One asked. Modu replied, Luo Bai hasn't gone out for a long time. He has been staying in the dormitory during this time. He should be studying. Ancient One guessed. It should be so. He borrowed a lot of books and went to the dormitory a week ago. Modu said, with a bit of worry on his face. Ancient One didn't understand, so he asked, you look a little worried, is there something wrong? Master Modu. Modu thought for a moment and then spoke hesitantly, I just went to the library to check his borrowing records. What books did he borrow? Ancient One asked curiously. Modu quickly gave a reply, the Book of Emperor Weixin, the Compilation of Time, the Concept of Space, etc., and so on. Ancient One nodded and replied calmly, they are all very profound ancient books. Seeing that there was no expression on her face, Modu was a little surprised. Supreme Mage, aren't you surprised that he borrowed these books? Without waiting for Ancient One to reply, he continued to talk about his worries. I know that Luo Bai's talent is indeed very high. But after all, he has just studied for a short time. I can't understand many of the books. I'm worried that he will waste his time. Modu's worries are not without reason. Normally, a mage learns step by step. Start learning basic magic, then intermediate magic, advanced magic, and finally learn the complete collection of white magic. The corresponding books include the Supreme Complete Collection, A Brief History of Secret Techniques, the Complete Collection of Secret Techniques, and the Book of Weixin Emperor. It is not until the mage masters all white magic that he will study magic like time, space, and multidimensionality. But Luo Bai didn't borrow the two middle books at all, which meant that he skipped the basic stage of mage preparation and went directly to the final stage. Modu was naturally worried. In fact, this situation has occurred before. Some mages who are eager for success want to learn more powerful magic, so they borrow a lot of books that they don't understand. They study for more than half a year but make no progress at all, which is a waste of time. When encountering this kind of situation before, Modu would directly remind it and correct it in time. But due to Luo Bai's special situation, he couldn't make his own decision, so he came to seek the Ancient One's advice. Supreme Mage, do you need me to remind Luo Bai? Modu asked. Ancient One shook his head and said, no, let him learn by himself. If he doesn't understand, he will naturally ask. Without asking, it proves that he can learn. Although Ancient One is also a little worried. But thinking about the fact that the Weixin Emperor came after him to bless him a few days ago, the Ancient One felt that maybe he should believe Luo Bai. Thinking of this, the Ancient One said, his talent is beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Let him do whatever he wants. If he asks, just answer. Don't deliberately control him. Luo Bai's talent is different from ordinary people, so maybe you can really help him by leaving him alone. Modu seemed to understand this, and replied, okay. After reporting all the situations, Modu left the main hall. He originally wanted to go to the training ground to see how other mages were training, but out of worry, he couldn't help but go to the mages' dormitory to see Luo Bai's progress. Walking to the door of Luo Bai's dormitory, he hesitated and knocked on the door. Soon, Luo Bai opened the door a crack. As soon as he opened the door, Modu smelled a scent, which was the aroma of food. Are you eating? Modu asked. Luo Bai nodded and said, yes. Have you eaten yet? Do you want to eat some? Modu shook his head and asked, can I go in and sit down? Of course. Luo Bai invited warmly and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Modu was stunned. Good guy. This is not a dormitory. This is obviously the canteen. At this time, I saw a round table placed in the center of the not-so-large room. There is a large pot of red soup boiling on the round table, and there are vegetables next to the pot. There are all kinds of meat, vegetables, and seafood. If you look closely, there is an open magic book on the table. What are you eating? Modu asked confused. Luo Bai held the bowl and replied while eating, hot pot. I've heard of it, but where did you get these things? I've never seen you leave the dormitory. Modu asked confused. Luo Bai calmly replied, I got these with the Ring of Gragator. The Ring of Gragator is simply the magic of retrieving objects. As long as you think about it in your mind, you can get the items and weapons you want. Modu knew, but he really didn't expect it. Is this how you learn secret arts, and use them? Modu couldn't help but complain. Kamitage's magic is also called secret technique or secret method, but the names are different, so don't pay too much attention to it. I still have so many books to learn and I don't have time to go out, so I just wanted to save some trouble. Luobai explained. Now that you know how to use magic, things that can be solved with magic can naturally be solved with magic. Although Modu wanted to continue complaining, he still held back when he thought of the purpose of his visit. How are you studying? Modu asked. It's okay. Luobai replied. Good. After hearing his reply, Modu was already complaining crazily in his heart. Please, you borrowed a bunch of magic books that even I can't understand. You actually said your studies were okay. I've learned all these decades of magic in vain, right? Although he was already very upset, Modu still tried to stay calm and asked again, which book are you studying now? This is the Book of Emperor Weishan. Luobai pointed to the half-opened magic book on the table. How are you studying? Modu asked again. Luobai shook his head and said, it's not bad, I've learned half of it. Modu. Half. It's only been a little over a week, and you're telling me that you've learned half of it. You've learned half of it in 1 week. Unable to hold back, Modu asked in surprise. Luobai frowned slightly when he mentioned this, and said with a somewhat helpless expression, well, this book is quite difficult to learn, and it will probably take a lot of time to learn it all. After finishing the study, I still have 12 books to learn. And I don't know how long it will take to study. I can't stay in the dormitory forever. Luobai was really helpless. After all, when he saw that there were still more than 10 books to study, his eyes darkened. But Modu couldn't understand him, and even thought he was irritating. Please. The Book of Emperor Weishan alone is enough for mages to study for most of their lives. Luobai actually wanted to learn all the 13 books he borrowed in a short period of time. No, he hasn't learned everything yet. Annoying, really annoying. Chapter 020 Okay, this is how you play, right? At this time, Modu felt very aggrieved. If he continues to chat with Luobai, he will doubt his life. He suddenly felt that the Supreme Mage was right, a special mage like Luobai should be left alone. With his talent, even talking to him makes me feel unworthy. I just came here to see you and see if you have any problems. Since you are practicing well, I will leave first. Modu said, turning around and leaving. He couldn't stay in this place for a second. But before he could take 2 steps, Luobai suddenly stopped him. Master Modu, I really have a question to ask. Modu stopped, with confusion on his face. You still have problems. What difficulties have you encountered in practice? Modu asked in surprise. Luobai shook his head and responded, that's not true. I just wanted to ask if Kamitage's magic book can leave here. No. Modu replied, in order to ensure the safety of the books, all books cannot leave Kamitage. Why do you want to go out? Well, I have to go out for some things. Luobai responded. I don't know where Tony got his mobile phone number, but he actually sent him a text message saying that he was in an emergency. Considering that he couldn't learn these more than 10 books in a short time, he decided to go to New York first. He went to New York and returned to New York, but he couldn't leave behind his studies, so he might have to read these books in New York later. But now it doesn't seem to work. Kamitage's book is not allowed to leave this place, which proves that it is impossible to take it away secretly even if the fetching magic is used, which gives Luobai a headache. You can memorize the content in the book so that you can practice even if you don't take it out. Modu suggested. Remember the contents of the book. Photographic memory. This ability, he really doesn't have it. He is just lucky, not full of buff. How is it possible to have more photographic memory abilities? Thinking of this, Luobai sighed helplessly. I can't remember so much content. Modu was silent for a while, and then replied after a moment, most of the books in the library are very precious. Although they can be borrowed, they are not allowed to be damaged. It is difficult to guarantee the integrity of the books if they leave commitage, and they may even be damaged. Lost. So normally it's not allowed to be taken out. However, there are always mages using the Ring of Gragator to take books out of the library, which makes it difficult for me to handle. Although I also reprimanded them, they returned the book intact, so I couldn't punish them. I also specifically asked the Supreme Mage how to handle this matter. But the Supreme Mage believes that mages are free and should not interfere too much. Think about it, who can control the mage? You think so, Luobai? This matter is really distressing. Modu said, with a look of distress on his face. But if you look closely, you can easily see a faint smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. Combined with his smile and what he just said, Luobai suddenly had an epiphany. Good guy. What Modu means is that although it is not possible on the surface, it is not that no mages have done this secretly. As long as the book can be returned intact, no one will pursue anything, not even the Supreme Mage. So he was hinting to Luobai, you can take it out secretly. No wonder Cassilis was able to steal books from the library later. Carmitage was really too free. Thinking of this, Luobai spoke righteously, Master Modu, this situation must be prevented. Carmitage's book is so precious, it would be bad if it was lost. I think so too, so you won't do this, right? Modu asked. Of course not. Master Modu, you must believe in my character. Luobai said quickly. Of course I believe you. Okay, I'll leave first, then you study hard. After finishing speaking, Modu left, and before leaving, he gave a few pretentious instructions. As soon as he left, Luobai began to clean up the dormitory. Although he had promised Modu just now that he would never take the book out. But anyone with a discerning eye would know that the two of them were talking nonsense. Modu had already hinted so clearly, it would be wrong of him if he didn't appreciate it anymore. So, wait until the dormitory is cleaned up. Luobai held the book and opened a portal to Stark's villa. Looking at his huge villa, Luobai couldn't help but sigh. Although Kamaltaj is nice, who wouldn't want to live in a villa? I don't know what Stark wants from me. Luobai muttered. He walked up to the study on the second floor and put away the magic book. After putting it away, he was about to call Stark to ask what happened, but the next second he heard movement outside the door. The movement was actually not that big, it was just the sound of gurgling water coming from the bathroom. The bathroom is at the end of the corridor on the second floor, still some distance from the study. But because of his magic practice, Luobai's five senses were already different from ordinary people, so he could still detect even the slightest sound. This made Luobai a little strange. Why is there the sound of water in the bathroom? Could it be that there was a burglar in the house during his absence? His idea is not unreasonable. The public security in Country M is not good to begin with, and break-ins and thefts often occur. What's more, with such a big villa, it's normal for him to be targeted by thieves. Luobai frowned at this thought. Such a thief, how dare he steal from Master Fa's house? Tired of living? While thinking about it, Luobai walked towards the bathroom. At this time, he was very vigilant and was ready to take action at any time. He never expected that when he walked to the bathroom door, he saw a slim woman who was all wet and only wearing a bath towel. At this time, the woman was wiping her green hair with a towel in her hand. She seemed to notice someone approaching, and she immediately turned her head. Luobai didn't give her time to react, and immediately released the magic, Sidorak Crimson Chain. The Crimson Chain of Sidorak, the white magic recorded in the Book of Emperor Weishan. After use, it can summon crimson chains to imprison the enemy. If it is strong, it can summon countless crimson chains. Although Luobai's strength could only summon 4 chains for the time being, it was enough to restrain the woman in front of him. The moment Luobai used magic, 4 crimson chains appeared out of thin air from all directions and instantly restrained the woman. The woman seems to be no ordinary person, and she wants to use her ability on Luobai. Luobai frowned and immediately opened the mirror space to surround the entire villa, forcefully pulling the woman into his space. At this time, the woman finally became honest. As if she had never seen such an ability, the woman was very surprised and said, "What kind of ability is this? Where am I? Why do I feel like I am disconnected from everything around me?" But Luobai didn't answer, he just asked in a cold voice, "How dare you steal Master Fa's home?" Chapter 021. Do you mean I still have to post it? Steal. Master. After extracting several keywords, the woman quickly asked, "So you are not sent by the Mutant Association to arrest me? You are the owner of this villa?" Luobai did not answer, but asked, "Do you think you are qualified to ask me any questions now? If you break into someone else's home without the owner's permission, you can't beat the owner of the room. Judging from the current situation, women are indeed not qualified to ask questions." It seemed that she finally saw the current situation clearly. The woman quickly apologized and said sincerely, "I'm sorry. If you have anything to ask, just ask." Luobai put his hands behind his back, looked at the woman and asked, "You just mentioned the Mutants Association, so you are a mutant?" The woman nodded and replied sincerely, "Yes." "What's your name and why are you at my house?" Luobai asked again. The woman was finally able to explain. "My name is Lorna Dane. I'm really not a thief. I think you must have misunderstood. I know it was wrong of me to break into your house, but I really had no choice. I hid in your house to avoid being hunted. I just want to hide in your house for 2 days and then leave. I really didn't steal anything. You can check the room, really." Lorna Dane explained with sincerity in her eyes. Hearing her say his name, combined with her appearance, Luobai knew that she was not lying. Lorna Dane, mutant. Nickname, Polaris. She is the daughter of Magneto and inherited her father's ability to control the magnetic field to create fields. The most iconic thing is the long green hair. Mutant, long green hair. Luobai had already roughly confirmed in his heart that the woman in front of him was indeed Polaris. Combined with her explanation just now, it is not difficult to guess what happened. In the Marvel world, mutants have always had a very low social status. Mainly because mutants have very powerful abilities, and this ability threatens humanity, so governments everywhere are very repulsive to mutants. The government had no way to kill powerful mutants, so it could only manage them, so the Mutant Association appeared. The Mutants Association is an organization specifically responsible for managing mutants. They will capture the mutants and then control them. They say they control them, but they actually mean surveillance and research. Therefore, once captured by the people of the Mutant Association, the mutants will inevitably face torture that is worse than life. Because of this, most mutants are unwilling to be captured. After all, who wants to be tortured? The same must be true for Polaris. In order to avoid capture, Polaris accidentally broke into his villa. Seeing that there was no one in the villa, she wanted to stay for 2 days and wait until it was safe before leaving. Unexpectedly, by coincidence, I met Luobai and came back. Reasonable, but inexcusable. Although you may have broken in unintentionally, it is wrong for you to break into someone else's house privately. And you are still taking a shower in my house. You really don't see anyone outside. Luobai couldn't help complaining. Polaris was a little embarrassed and said hurriedly, "In order to avoid being caught, I haven't taken a shower for a long time, so I borrowed the bathroom for a while. I'm really embarrassed. If an apology is useful, what else should the police do?" Luobai frowned and continued to question. Hearing him say the word police, Polaris was a little anxious. "You can punish me, you can do whatever you want me to do. But please don't hand me over to the police. Once they find out that I am a mutant, I will be handed over to the Mutants Association," Polaris said eagerly. Seeing her like this, Luobai said in a deep voice, "You still made demands. You know, your current behavior, even if I shoot you, is self-defense. According to the laws of Country M, homeowners can indeed shoot burglars, and it is legal and reasonable. Polaris apparently understands, too. If you really want to kill me, I can accept it. But please don't hand me over to the Mutants Association," Polaris said. It can be seen from her words how scared she is of the Mutants Association and would rather die than be captured by the Mutants Association people. But think about it, it is better to die directly than to be tortured to death. There has always been a saying that says, "Scholars can be killed but not humiliated." Luobai could understand what she meant. Seeing as her apology was sincere, she is still a girl. Although Luobai was annoyed with her for breaking into his villa privately, he really didn't hate her enough to kill her. Thinking of this, Luobai took back the crimson chain and cancelled the mirror space. The surroundings quickly returned to normal. Seeing that he did not launch another attack, Polaris asked with some surprise, "Won't you kill me? Your behavior is certainly hateful, but since it is your first offense and the circumstances are excusable, I will not be cruel," Luobai said. "Thank you." Polaris thanked him quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Luobai continued, "However, I don't intend to let you go just like this." Polar Star was stunned for a moment, and his expression suddenly became tense. "Are you still going to hand me over to the police?" Polaris asked. Without waiting for Luobai to speak, she continued, "Please don't do this. In fact, we mutants are not all as bad as advertised. I have been hunted for as long as I can remember. But I have never used my ability to harm anyone. I just want to survive. You don't know how they treat us mutants. Almost all the mutants in the Mutants Association suffered inhuman torture. Many of my friends never even came out again," Polaris said. From her words, Luobai heard something was wrong. In his memory, Polaris' personality should be similar to that of her father, and he tried to resist the Mutants Association and established the Mutants Underground Organization for this purpose. Why does it feel like she has no intention of resisting now? Could it be because we haven't reached that timeline yet? Thinking of this, Luobai asked, "How old are you?" 18 years old. Polaris replied. 18 years old, no wonder. Polaris is just coming of age. However, he was still a little confused and asked, "I remember that Professor X was not trying to negotiate with the government to let mutants and humans live in peace. You could have gone to Professor." Polaris sighed and said, "I wanted to save my friend, but failed." Luobai suddenly realized that he had nothing to ask at this point. But Polaris was still a little nervous. "So, how are you going to punish me?" Polaris asked. "I'm in need of a housekeeper. Since you came to my door yourself, you can be my housekeeper. For 3 months. You will be responsible for helping me clean the room, look after the house, and cook," Luobai said. Polaris was obviously stunned after hearing this. She thought about all the punishments Luobai might give him, but she never expected that Luobai would let him work as a cleaner. Ah! Polaris was confused, and it took a long time before a single word came out of his mouth. "Why, you don't want to?" Luobai asked back. Polaris quickly shook his head and said, "No." "Then it's settled. Oh, by the way, from now on, your scope of action is only on the first floor. You can't go to the second floor. If you are discovered by me, you know the consequences. Also, you will have no salary for these 3 months," Luobai said. Polaris was stunned again. "No salary, still have to cook? I still have to lose money to subsidize my CO authorship." Thinking of this, Polaris couldn't help but ask, "The money to buy groceries? You have to figure it out yourself. After all, this is punishment, and I didn't invite you here. Luobai shrugged and complained helplessly. Polaris, okay. Chapter 022, What benefits are you taking? To be honest, Polaris is somewhat reluctant to be a housekeeper. After all, she is Magneto's daughter, and she has a strong rebellious spirit in her bones. Short name, Rebellion. If it weren't for the fact that she had done something wrong first and couldn't beat Luobai, how could she be so talkative and willing to be the cleaning lady? But now, there is no way. No matter how reluctant she is, she will do this coolly. But before that, Polaris felt that she had to explain some situations in advance. That. I have something to say. After some hesitation, Polaris spoke. Say it. Luobai replied. Polaris seemed a little embarrassed, and after a moment she replied, I may be a little abnormal sometimes. In fact, I have been diagnosed with mental problems since I was a child. Sometimes I get rage, and sometimes I have extremely depressed and quiet. Bipolar disorder, right? Luobai asked. Polaris replied uncertainly, maybe it's the name. I didn't remember it specifically. But when I'm emotionally disturbed, I often can't control my ability. I hope you can still exercise some restraint when working, otherwise I will have to lock you in a little dark room. Luobai replied seriously. Polaris was stunned and asked in confusion, what does the little dark room mean? Considering that it would be troublesome to explain, Luobai responded perfunctorily, you will understand what it means by then. Luobai looked serious. Although he doesn't look very old, he may not even be much older than Polaris. But I don't know why Polaris just thinks he looks old and heavy, and seems to be particularly difficult to get along with. It is also for this reason that Polaris is always a little cautious when talking to him. Then, can I ask, what is your name? I mean, what should I call you in the future? Polaris asked. Master Luobai. Luobai responded. Hearing the word mage, Polaris was confused. Mage? Is he the one who often appears in TV dramas, the kind of mage who uses magic? Polaris asked. Mutants, biologically speaking, refer to mutated human races resulting from genetic mutations. So most mutants are either born with certain abilities, or they inherit them. In the Marvel world, these people are usually called human deformities, which are very different from mages. What's more, mages generally don't like to show up in public, so Polaris, like most people, has never heard that mages exist in this world. Hearing Luobai say that he was a mage, Polaris' eyes instantly lit up. As if she had found a new world, she continued to ask without waiting for Luobai's answer, so the red chain and the inexplicable space you created just now are all magic, right? At this time, the expression on Polaris's face was a bit surprised, and she looked like a curious girl. Luobai felt that these questions were difficult to explain clearly in a short while, so he simply gave up answering them. You put your clothes on first. Luobai said. Only then did Polaris remember that he seemed to be wearing only a bathrobe. Although it is indeed not good for a woman to dress so revealingly in front of strange men, Polaris doesn't seem to take it too seriously. Isn't this wrapped in a bathrobe? Master Luobai, can you tell me what a mage is like? When I was a child, I watched TV and it seemed that a mage could turn people into frogs and curse others. Is this true? Polaris continued to ask. Luobai didn't say a word and left speechlessly. He went straight to the study and continued to sort out the magic books. While sorting out the book, Luobai was thinking about what had just happened. To be honest, Luobai didn't expect that he would be able to pick up housework for free just after returning home. He had been thinking before that it was really inconvenient for such a big villa to have no housekeeper. After all, he didn't have time to stay here every day to tidy up. Unexpectedly, Polaris arrived at my door by itself. Although she looks a bit younger, her work may not be so reliable. But she is a mutant. She also has the ability to control magnetic fields, so ordinary people can't defeat her. It's hard to find a housekeeper like this who can not only look after the house, tidy up the room, but also pay for cooking. There is no other way. Who gave him good luck? Thinking of this, Luobai was in a good mood, and after finishing sorting out the magic book, he sent a message to Stark. He didn't forget that he came to New York this time because of Stark. About 15 minutes later, Stark appeared outside the villa. As soon as the door opened, Stark walked in as unobtrusively as before. As he walked, Stark said, "Luobai, where have you been these days? I've been looking for you." Stark walked over to the sofa and prepared to sit down as usual. But before he sat down, he noticed something was wrong. There is one more person in the room. And she is still a girl, she looks like she is underage. Who is this? Stark couldn't help but ask. My new housekeeper. Luobai responded calmly. Now Stark wasn't calm anymore. What the hell? Your new housekeeper? Are you serious? Stark asked in disbelief. Luobai nodded and replied affirmatively, yes. Stark still couldn't believe it. Come on, this girl looks unfinished. Whose minors come out to do housework? Why not do something else? Thinking of this, Stark continued, I'm actually not that conservative. You seem to be an adult and you're old enough to fall in love. And I won't say anything, so you don't have to hide it from me. Or, she's a minor. If that's the case, I have to talk to you about this. You should be an adult after all. I have to say that Stark is quite clever sometimes. These words made Luobai silent. Fortunately, Polaris opened his mouth to explain in time. Hello, Mr. Stark, my name is Lorna Dane, and I am the new housekeeper hired by Master Luobai. Stark is a celebrity in Country M, on TV, newspapers, and magazines. He can be found almost wherever you can brush your face. There are very few people in New York who don't know him, so Polaris naturally knows him too. Because of this, Stark wasn't curious as to why Polaris knew him. What he was curious about was that Polaris was really the housekeeper hired by Luobai. He looked at Polaris with puzzled eyes for a long time, and then asked after a moment, My child, do you have any difficulties? If you are really in trouble, I can actually help you. You should still be in college at this time. Polar Star shook his head and said, I don't have any difficulties. I volunteered to be Master Luobai's housekeeper. Stark was completely speechless. He looked at Luobai with envy, jealousy, and hatred and asked, So, where did you kidnapped such a beautiful beauty, at such a young age? You are willing to give, are you a housekeeper? Luobai did not respond, but asked, Tony, did you forget that you came to me if you have something urgent? Only then did Stark finally remember the purpose of his visit. Oh, by the way. I mean I have something urgent to come to you. To be honest, Luobai, I have been very depressed during your absence, really very depressed. I think I may not live long. Stark said, his expression dimmed instantly. Chapter 023s.h.i.e.l.d, Nick Fury. Can't survive. What do you mean? Luobai asked confused. Why don't you want to live even though you are so good? Polaris on the side was also frightened by these words. He couldn't help but ask, You have appeared frequently in the news and newspapers recently. You are rich and famous. Why do you suddenly say such things? Stark sighed and said, A lot of things happened during your absence. I just look happy, but in fact I am not happy for long. There is a problem with my arc reactor. Arc reactor? Luobai remembered it when he mentioned it. Are you poisoned by palladium? Luobai asked. Hearing what he said, Stark's eyes lit up as he was still very depressed. You know what's going on with me? Stark asked. Looking at your symptoms, they look quite similar. Luobai pointed at the veins on Stark's neck. It was obvious that they were different from ordinary people. Seemingly seeing that Luobai knew about palladium poisoning, Stark asked happily, "Then do you know how to deal with it?" "To be honest, I can't think of how to deal with it. I have tried many methods, but none of them are ideal." Stark could clearly feel that his health was getting worse, and his smart butler Jarvis kept reminding him that his health was very bad, but there was nothing he could do. Although he has been working hard on research, he has never been able to solve the problem of palladium poisoning. There are only some ways to alleviate such symptoms. "Did you see this?" Stark asked. He took out a huge kettle filled with a green and inexplicable liquid. "Did you see this, chlorophyll juice? I eat this stuff every day. To be honest, this stuff tastes really bad." Stark sighed, turning into a bitter look. Luobai understood and said, "I am very sympathetic to your experience." "Do I need sympathy?" "No, I need a solution. Do you have any good ideas?" "Luobai, I want to hear your opinion." "There is nothing Ethan can do," Stark complained. Since the terror incident, the only people Stark can trust are Ethan and Robin. But he was right to ask Luobai. After all, after understanding the plot, Luobai really knows how to solve the problem of palladium poisoning. "Are there still some missile fragments in your heart that have not been removed?" Luobai asked. Tony nodded and replied, "Yes. I should be able to help you solve this problem." Luobai replied, and then opened the eye of Agamotto. Aiming at Stark's heart, Luobai tried to use reverse flow. Since Luobai just got the time stone and hasn't used it much, his hands will inevitably shake a little when he uses it for the first time. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and Stark's heart was quickly restored to its original state. The moment his heart recovered, Stark felt a difference. He seemed to be alive again. Feeling the changes in his body, Stark asked in surprise, "Oh my God, Luobai, how did you do that?" "It's just a little bit of magic," Luobai responded with a smile. Cool. Stark became excited. But soon he remembered something again, so he couldn't help but said, "Luobai, I am very grateful to you for saving my life again. But I am worried about the materials for the arc reactor." Stark used palladium as the core material of the arc reactor, which led to his poisoning. Although his heart has returned to normal now, he still has to replace the core material of the arc reactor. "Only, my suit has been upgrading, and it requires powerful energy to drive it. With the current technology, I really can't think of what materials should be used to rebuild an arc reactor," Stark replied with a sigh. Luobai thought for a while and asked, "Tony, is your relationship with your father not very good? Why do you suddenly ask this?" Stark asked, confused. Luobai explained, "Don't you want to replace the materials of the arc reactor? Your father may have a solution." "My father?" Stark complained in confusion, "But he has been dead for a long time." "What I mean is that your father once researched a new technology that can solve the material problem of the reactor," Luobai explained. "New technology? His father? Why don't even I know that my father has researched new technologies, but you know?" Stark asked, his face full of confusion. "This question? I am a mage after all, it is normal to be able to predict the future," Luobai replied with a smile. Although this explanation may be far-fetched in other places, it happens that Luobai is a mage, so his explanation is reasonable. "Predict the future? Are you mages so awesome?" Stark complained in shock. After finishing his rant, Stark looked hesitant, as if he was thinking about something. "I remembered this when I mentioned it. I recently met an organization called SHIELD. They seem to have some of my father's things. I heard that S.H.I.E.L.D. is also related to my father," Stark said. The full name of S.H.I.E.L.D. is the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. It is a special force of the International Security Council specially designed to deal with various bizarre incidents. To put it simply, it was founded by the government of country M and is used specifically to manage people with super abilities. Although the original intention and purpose of its creation are good, it is still managed by humans, and it is still managed by agents. So Luo Bai doesn't particularly like her in terms of actions and handling style. Especially the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. Luo Bai was even more disgusted. Although some of his actions are good, his starting point is also to benefit mankind. But his thoughts seemed very wrong to Luo Bai. What's more, the combat power in S.H.I.E.L.D. is very impressive. Such a bastardized organization cannot manage people with super abilities at all. According to Luo Bai's understanding, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top management has basically been eroded by hostile forces, so it's okay not to mention it. But in Stark's case, S.H.I.E.L.D. can really help. S.H.I.E.L.D. can indeed help you in this matter. Luo Bai explained. By the way, they want me to join the Avengers. Stark complained. Are you going to join? Although he already knew the answer, Luo Bai still asked symbolically. Sure enough, he heard Stark's affirmative answer, I have this idea. To be precise, I have joined now. They said that the Avengers were created to save the Earth. This is very consistent with my thoughts. By the way, they seem to have plans to let you join. Why do they know about me? Luo Bai asked confused. Stark explained, do you remember that we dealt with Obadiah together before? S.H.I.E.L.D. used the Sky Eye to observe the situation at that time and knew about your existence. They asked me about you. I said you were a mage. That's right, but I have no interest in joining the Avengers. Luo Bai simply refused. Actually, I guessed that you would refuse, because in my opinion, you are a very low-key person. In fact, I have rejected them for you before, but they said they wanted to see you and were standing outside the door. Do you want to see them? Asked Stark. His words made Luo Bai hesitate. If he goes by what he thinks in his heart, Luo Bai definitely doesn't want to see him. But considering Nick Fury's character, he will definitely try his best to see himself. In order to avoid subsequent trouble, Luo Bai thought it would be a good thing to make it clear now. Since they are here, let them come in. Luo Bai relaxed. Stark didn't say anything, just took out his phone and sent a text message. Soon there was a knock on the door, and Polaris immediately ran to open the door. The door opened, and a sexy short-haired beauty appeared outside. There was also a bald man standing next to the beauty. Yes, another big bald head. It's just that this time it's a braised egg head. Chapter 024 Trouble is coming. Knowing that the people coming belong to S.H.I.E.L.D., then their identity is not difficult to guess. That braised egghead must be Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. As for the one next to him, he should be the Black Widow, whose full name is Natasha Romanoff. Both of these two are outstanding agents of SHIELD. Nick Fury is even known as the King of Agents. As an agent, you must have received long-term professional training. He has a thorough grasp of human nature and so on, especially an agent of Nick Fury's level. Because of this, he always has some confidence in him, confident that he can persuade anyone. As soon as he entered the door, Nick Fury walked to the sofa and sat down with a very serious expression. Then he briefly introduced himself. Hello, my name is Nick Fury. I think Tony has already told you some general information. Since Luo Bai didn't want to waste any more words, he directly replied, as I said, I have no interest in the Avengers. Nick Fury didn't seem surprised and didn't even mention it. He changed the subject. I heard Tony say that you are a mage. Yeah. Luo Bai nodded. Nick Fury said with emotion, although it's hard for me to believe that there are mages on Earth. I really can't explain how you made Obadiah disappear out of thin air. Can I ask someone like, are there many mages like you on Earth? Luobai frowned and said, this question of yours is not polite. Nick Fury seemed to understand. He explained, you know, most of the people living on the Earth are ordinary people. S.H.I.E.L.D's responsibility is to protect and manage the Earth. So I must eliminate all factors that threaten the Earth. So you think, mages are a threat to the Earth? Luobai asked. Nick Fury shook his head and said, I'm not sure. If you are really a mage, then you have stronger strength than humans. Like a mage or someone with super ability, if they are born one day, they will destroy the Earth. It's hard for humans to resist this plan. When superpowers appear, some humans may think it's cool, but some humans are also worried that the existence of superpowers will pose a threat to humanity. It's obvious that Nick Fury is such a human being. Luobai could understand his worries, but being questioned made Luobai somewhat dissatisfied. However, he did not argue too much. He just smiled and asked Nick Fury, if the mage really intends to harm the Earth, do you think you can deal with it? The Avengers is the answer. Nick Fury responded seriously, everyone in the Avengers will protect the Earth and prevent any evil forces from threatening the Earth. So you think those with super abilities who are unwilling to join the Avengers will pose a threat to the Earth? Luobai asked back, with a meaningful smile on his face. Nick Fury was stunned for a moment, and then replied, yes. Luobai said nothing, but the smile on his face gradually disappeared. His silence silenced Nick Fury. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became terrifyingly solemn for a moment. Seemingly noticing something was wrong in the atmosphere, Natasha Romanoff on the side spoke, I don't think Luobai will be detrimental to the Earth. After all, he helped Stark before and solved the last crisis. Natasha Romanoff is also an agent, so she naturally sides with Nick Fury. Although Luobai knew that the two of them were most likely acting. One is a white face. The other is a bad face. But from a listening perspective, Luobai is more acceptable. I think you can talk more than him, so why are you not the king of agents? Luobai asked. Natasha Romanoff shrugged and complained half-jokingly, maybe it's because he is older than me. In our line of work, experience is very important. Then you are at a huge disadvantage. Luobai replied half-jokingly. The two of them made fun of each other, which made Nick Fury's face even darker. Agent Romanoff, watch your words and deeds. Nick Fury scolded. Natasha Romanoff shrugged and said nothing. It was Nick Fury who noticed something was wrong. You know I'm the king of agents? Nick Fury asked. You must know that all the information in S.H.I.E.L.D is top secret and cannot be checked by ordinary people. The personal information of agents like them is even more top secret among top secrets. How did Luobai know that he was the king of agents? You've investigated me? You shouldn't be able to investigate my information. Nick Fury was puzzled. At this moment, he looked at Luobai with more and more doubts. Luobai smiled brightly and responded casually, of course I know. I even know that you were an army colonel during World War II and only joined S.H.I.E.L.D after the war. How do you know these things? Nick Fury asked, his expression becoming serious. Luobai did not answer directly, but asked, Nick Fury, do you really think that S.H.I.E.L.D is well protected and airtight? Is it possible that S.H.I.E.L.D is actually completely different from what you imagined? What do you mean? Nick Fury asked again in confusion, his expression becoming more serious. Luobai still did not answer directly, but just said, you think that everything can be under your control and plan, but in fact, everything has been out of your control a long time ago. I don't believe that you can protect the Earth. So I don't want to join the Avengers at all. His words were already very direct. It could be said that they were direct and even a little ugly. It's no wonder Nick Fury's face gets darker and darker the more he hears it. But Nick Fury can't even find the words to refute. After all, judging from the current situation, he has lost this game. Nick Fury tried his best to find no information about Luo Bai, but Luo Bai seemed to know him well. So from this point alone, he has already lost. He knew very well that it was impossible to persuade Luo Bai to join the Avengers, but he still wanted to struggle. The Security Council will not allow the existence of super ability people who are out of control, not to mention that there is almost no information about you on a global scale. You are not willing to join the Avengers. Have you thought about how to face doubts in the future? Nick Fury asked. This is not a threat, but more of an advice. After all, no matter how powerful Nick Fury is, he still has to listen to what is said above, which is the Security Council. But Luo Bai was not worried at all. Tony has been pursued before and faced opposition at United Nations meetings, but do you think Tony cares? Luo Bai asked. Stark quickly echoed, I don't care at all, just think of those people as farting. Since then, Nick Fury has been completely speechless. Okay, then I wish you good luck. I hope you won't mind what I said today. After all, I just want to ensure the safety of the Earth. Nick Fury said. Although some of what Nick Fury said today is indeed not pleasant to hear, considering his starting point, it was a good one. In addition, Luo Bai didn't want to have too much entanglement with S.H.I.E.L.D, so he didn't care too much. I've always been very lucky. Luo Bai said casually. The things that should be discussed have been discussed, and the things that should be solved are almost solved. Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff are also planning to leave. As for Stark, he also planned to leave because he was anxious to deal with the poisoning. Just as the three were about to leave, Nick Fury received a phone call. After answering the phone, Nick Fury's eyes became serious. Trouble is coming, Tony, I think we need your help this time. Chapter 025 Invincible Hulk. Stark's agreement to join the Avengers does not mean that he approves of SHIELD. It is simply because the Avengers are related to his father. He doesn't like Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D from the bottom of his heart, not to mention that his palladium element matter has not been resolved yet, so he is very upset. Honestly, there's never a time when you can't find me without trouble. Stark responded coldly. After speaking, he looked at Luo Bai and complained, to be honest, I don't really like S.H.I.E.L.D's style of doing things. I was recruiting bodyguards before, and Natasha Romanoff came to apply. It was only later that I found out that she turned out to be SHIELD. Sent here specifically to get close to me. Don't you think it's very annoying? Stark said while rolling his eyes at Nick Fury. Nick Fury quickly retorted, Tony, I think you should understand that we are here to help you. Stark snorted and replied, you can come to me directly, but it is difficult for me to accept this method. What's more, since you are here to help me, you should know that my current situation is very bad. Nick Fury didn't seem to want to continue talking about this matter with him, so he changed the subject. Let's not talk about the past, but we really need your help this time. Hulk is out of control. Hulk. Luo Bai frowned. After all, this name is very familiar to him. Isn't it the famous Hulk? During his absence, Banner actually joined the Avengers? Hulk is out of control? That would be too troublesome. Just as he was thinking about it, Stark suddenly spoke. At this time, his expression became serious, and he must have known that this matter was very troublesome. He thought for a moment and then said, where is he now? Things around S.H.I.E.L.D are pretty bad right now. He's doing massive damage. Nick Fury explained. Stark understands the destructive nature of the Hulk. He originally didn't plan to help, but now he became nervous. Then let's go over and take a look now. Luo Bai, I'm leaving first. He said goodbye to Luo Bai anxiously. then left with Nick Fury and others. As soon as they left, Polaris couldn't help but start complaining, "This man named Nick Fury is really unpleasant to talk to." Indeed. Luobai responded perfunctorily and looked at the time. He didn't expect time to fly by so quickly. He always felt like they had just chatted for a while and it was already dinner time. Time flies so fast, it's almost time. Go prepare dinner. Luobai instructed. Polar Star, who was still complaining at first, changed his expression instantly when he heard the words "prepare dinner." She asked hesitantly, "Master Luobai, are you really going to let me cook dinner?" Luobai nodded and replied, "Of course, this is what we agreed." Polaris smiled awkwardly and responded, "I know, I'll do housework for you to apologize. It's just, I've never cooked before, and I'm afraid you'll find it unpleasant." Luobai fell silent after hearing what she said. After all, Polaris is only 18 years old and has just come of age, so it's normal that he can't cook. It is indeed a bit embarrassing to ask someone who has never cooked before to cook. As Polaris says, even if she is willing to do it, Luobai may not dare to eat it. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, "Then you can buy it outside." Polaris was relieved to hear that she didn't have to cook dinner. "Okay. I will go to the nearby supermarket to buy some food and come back." Polaris agreed repeatedly and then went out. At this time, in the study room, Luobai has opened the Book of Emperor Weishan and started studying. Stark's matter has been resolved, and Luobai's purpose of coming to New York has been completed. But he is not in a hurry to return to Comitage now, mainly because he finds that he still has too little actual combat experience. When learning magic, you can't always bury yourself in reading. It's best to learn and practice at the same time, so he plans to stay in New York for a while. After all, there are many situations in New York, and there are always practical opportunities when you stay here. But Luobai didn't expect that the opportunity for actual combat would come so quickly. While he was reading, his phone suddenly rang. He picked up the number and saw that the caller was Stark. "Didn't he just leave not long ago? Why did he call me again?" Luobai muttered and answered the phone as he spoke. As soon as the call was connected, a very confusing voice came from the other side. Cries for help, smashing sounds, police sirens, all kinds of sounds were mixed together, and those who didn't know thought Stark was on the battlefield. Before Luobai could ask about the situation, Stark's intermittent voice sounded. "Luobai! Can you hear me? I need your help. Can you come over here? I'll send you the location. The situation is very urgent now and I don't have time to explain too much. Hulk is so awesome. Luo. Sis." Along with a burst of electricity, the communication was cut off. Combining Stark's phone call and the previous conversations between several people in the villa, it is not difficult for Luobai to guess that Stark is dealing with the crazy Hulk at this time, and the situation is very bad. Luobai was not surprised by this result and this call for help. After all, according to Luobai's understanding, among all the members of the Avengers, Hulk's combat power is already very top. Not only does he have far more Superman-like strength, speed, endurance, and recovery abilities, but his abilities also increase with his anger level. It can be said that the angrier Hulk is, the stronger he will be. With Stark's current technology, it can be said that there is absolutely no chance of subduing Hulk, but he actually agreed to Nick Fury to help before. It is really courageous. It's fine now. Realizing that he couldn't defeat him, he came to ask Luobai for help. Although in a head-to-head fight, Luobai cannot defeat Hulk. But he is a mage. What kind of strength and speed does the mage fight for? What he fights for is magic. So he is still confident against Hulk. Thinking that he really needed practical experience, and the current emergency situation, Luobai still planned to go and have a look. Raising his hand to cast the portal magic, Luobai quickly arrived at the accident place based on his positioning. As soon as Luobai walked out of the portal, he saw a huge green giant not far away, shaped like a boulder, standing in the middle of the road and roaring angrily. Pedestrians around had never seen such a terrifying giant, and they were so frightened that they screamed and ran for their lives. Stark, wearing the iron suit, would be thinking of ways to attack him from the side. In addition to Stark, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the police department also dispatched combat forces. Machine guns and bullets kept firing at Hulk. But this attack is like scratching an itch for Hulk. It won't hurt him at all, it will only make him angrier. He waved his hand and punched Stark. This punch accidentally sent Stark flying to Luobai's feet. "Hi Tony, are you okay?" Luobai greeted. Stark raised the steel mask, revealing his entire face. At this time, he was frustrated and exhausted. "No, I'm not good at all. This guy is too strong," Stark complained. Chapter 026 Is This Okay? Stark was anxious at this point. Although he had indeed seen Hulk's strength, he never expected that Hulk would be so difficult to deal with. His attacks were of no use to Hulk. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the police also deployed a lot of force, but they still couldn't stop Hulk. This Hulk is unbelievably powerful. Fortunately Luobai came. "Luobai, I'm very grateful that you are willing to come and help me. If it weren't for the fact that there is no other way, I wouldn't bother you," Stark said, standing up from the ground with difficulty. Luobai nodded to express his understanding. "I know." As soon as he finished speaking, Stark looked embarrassed and asked, "You should be able to deal with this big guy, right?" "Of course, otherwise why would you call me for help?" Luobai asked. Stark quickly explained, "I know you can teleport people away using magic. But what I mean is, can you subdue him? In fact, he is also a member of the Avengers, but because some situations, so he lost control. The situation in the middle is very complicated, and we don't have time to discuss it in detail now. I will explain it to you in detail." Perhaps due to time constraints, Stark was unable to fully explain the specific situation. So what he expressed was very vague, but fortunately Luobai understood it. "You mean, just subdue him, right?" Luobai asked. Stark nodded, "Yes. Don't hurt him, he is actually a good person. That's simple," Luobai replied confidently. Although he believed in Luobai's strength, Stark was still worried that he underestimated the enemy. "I know you are a mage and very powerful, but you still have to be careful, he is not easy to deal with at all," Stark warned. Luobai didn't say a word and just walked straight towards Hulk. At this time Hulk is being besieged by the police and SHIELD. A large number of police cars and helicopters almost surrounded Hulk, and the entire street has been closed. The people who should be evacuated have almost evacuated. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to control Hulk within this range. Although they have done it, the power of the bullet is still too small for Hulk. Instead, Hulk's power was too much for them to handle. Helicopters were shot down by Hulk one after another, and the ground was full of scattered parts and collapsed ground. The current situation seemed to have reached an uncontrollable point, which made Nick Fury, who was observing all this from a safe position, frowned. He doesn't want to hurt Hulk, but if he continues like this, Hulk will be wanted around the world. The Avengers are now very short of people, and he finally persuaded the Security Council to agree to the existence of the Avengers. If the Security Council makes excuses because of this matter, what should we do? Just when he had a headache about what to do, a figure suddenly appeared in the encirclement. "It's Luobai. Why is he here?" Nick Fury couldn't help but ask. It should have been Tony who contacted him. He seems to have a good relationship with Tony. Natasha Romanoff guessed. Is he planning to face Hulk like this, without any weapons? Nick Fury said in surprise. He never imagined that Luobai would have such courage and dare to face Hulk directly without any weapons. Natasha Romanoff on the side was also a little surprised and couldn't help but echoed, "It's dangerous for him to do this. Do you need me to take him out?" Nick Fury said nothing, frowning as if thinking. Although he didn't quite believe what kind of mage Luobai was or what kind of magic he possessed. But judging from the current investigation and Stark's evaluation, Luobai does have good abilities. In that case, why not let him try? What if he can really control Hulk? Thinking of this, Nick Fury quickly replied, "No, let him try. You go and ask those people to stop attacking temporarily. Don't hurt Luobai." Natasha Romanoff nodded and went to make arrangements. Soon she came back and continued observing with Nick Fury. Hulk had obviously noticed Luobai at this time. After the street was blocked, almost no one could be seen in the vicinity. Most of the armed forces hid behind police cars or on helicopters and attacked with weapons and guns. Suddenly, a man walked towards him, and Hulk's attention was naturally attracted. Hulk is angry. Anger made his veins bulge and controlled his consciousness. Now he has completely lost the ability to think. The moment he saw Luobai appear in his sight, Hulk stared at him with bloodshot eyes, and when he raised the car parked on the roadside. Hulk's intentions are already obvious. Everyone can imagine that he will throw the car in his hand towards Luobai next. According to the behavioral logic of normal people, when you see Hulk lifting the car, you should take countermeasures. But what surprised everyone was that Luobai seemed to have no intention of hiding or fighting back, but continued to walk towards Hulk. His move confused Natasha Romanoff, who asked doubtfully, "Isn't he going to hide?" Although Nick Fury was curious, he did not speak and continued to observe. He wanted to wait and see if Luobai would make any move next. But until Hulk threw the car in his hand towards Luobai, he didn't make any move at all. At this moment, Nick Fury couldn't understand it at all. What does he mean? Nick Fury couldn't help but mutter. At this time, not only he didn't understand, but Stark, who had the best relationship with Luobai, didn't understand either. "Luobai, what are you doing? Use magic!" Stark shouted anxiously. But the moment he finished speaking, he saw the car thrown by Hulk flying towards Luobai like an arrow from the string. Then like a shooting star, it passed by Luobai. For a moment, everyone was stunned. A question mark of huge amounts of money pops up in my mind. No? Is this okay? Everyone was silent. The silence was deafening. Even Hulk, his eyes seemed confused for a moment. I don't know how long everyone was silent before Nick Fury finally came to his senses and couldn't help complaining, "By the way, does Hulk have bad eyesight? I saw that he smashed the helicopter upside down very accurately. I never thought his eyes were so bad before." Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but respond. Stark couldn't help but cursed, "Oh, FK. Why was he so accurate when he hit me?" If anyone said Hulk had bad eyesight, Stark would be the first to refuse. After all, during his confrontation with Hulk just now, he was hit so many times that his suit was almost scrapped. Why did Luobai throw it so crookedly when he hit it? This is not fair. At this time, everyone was a little confused and even a little surprised that Hulk would throw the car sideways at such a close distance. But Luobai himself was very calm and not surprised at all. He didn't hide. Naturally, because he firmly believed that he was lucky. As a man favored by the goddess of luck, how could he be hit so easily? Thinking of this, Luobai swept the dust from his clothes and continued walking towards Hulk. Such actions seemed to irritate Hulk. Watching as he smashed the car, he missed Luobai. Hulk roared again, "Hulk!" He actually raised his clenched fist and punched Luobai. Chapter 027 You are a little too lucky. In full view of everyone, Hulk raised his clenched fist and ran towards Luobai. This scene frightened everyone. Anyone who has fought against Hulk knows very well how powerful Hulk's punch is. Let's put it that way. Put a bus in front of Hulk, and he can destroy the bus without any effort. He punched the ground with a punch, and the entire ground was shattered. It is impossible for normal people to bear such terrifying power. If anyone were to see Hulk running towards him at this time, he would definitely be prepared to fight back or temporarily dodge to avoid the punch from hitting him directly. But what surprised everyone was, Luo Bai still seemed to have no intention of taking action. He even stopped and stood there, putting his hands behind his back. This mysterious operation shocked everyone. What is he doing? Why is he putting his hands behind his back? Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but exclaimed. Even Nick Fury on the side was not calm. Isn't he planning to take action yet? He doesn't think that Hulk's fist will miss, right? Hulk smashed a car at him before, so forget it if he didn't hide. After all, there was still a distance between the two of them, so it was okay for the car to miss Luo Bai. But now Hulk is rushing towards him, there is no way he can miss it. Luo Bai still doesn't take action now, which is really unreasonable. So much so that Nick Fury once began to doubt whether Luo Bai was really as powerful as the rumors said. Can he really handle Hulk? Nick Fury couldn't help but complain. Natasha Romanoff frowned and answered with some uncertainty, looking at how calm he is when facing Hulk, he should be confident. Hulk's strength is obvious to all. If Luo Bai was not sure at all, how could he dare to face Hulk directly? Although Nick Fury also understands this truth, he can't figure out why Luo Bai hasn't taken action yet. Is it possible that he is not calm now, but is frightened? Nick Fury speculated. It's not unreasonable for him to be so suspicious. If that were the case, wouldn't Luo Bai be dead? Seeing the distance between Hulk and Luo Bai getting closer and closer, Natasha Romanoff asked anxiously, how about I save him now? It's too late. Nick Fury said. Hulk is so fast, how can Natasha Romanoff make it in time now? It might be too late if Stark in his suit flew over now. But Stark didn't move, maybe he believed that Luo Bai really had the strength to deal with Hulk. Maybe I guessed wrong. Luo Bai is really sure that he can defeat Hulk. Nick Fury muttered. He looked nervously at Luo Bai, who was standing motionless. Everyone present was as nervous as him. People watched Hulk running towards Luo Bai in a menacing manner, getting closer and closer. Almost everyone is guessing what kind of move Luo Bai will use to receive Hulk's punch in the next second. But what everyone didn't expect was that Luo Bai hadn't waited for him to take action. I saw Hulk running. He hadn't even reached Luo Bai yet. Just listen to a bang, followed by a loud noise. The entire ground began to collapse. Hulk, who was still very aggressive at first, was gone the next second. He was gone. Everyone only heard Hulk. Then he watched Hulk fall into the hole. The entire scene was momentarily silent. Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff, Stark, Luo Bai. At this time, not to mention that others were confused, even Luo Bai himself was confused. When Hulk ran towards him just now, he stood still and was ready to take action. He was ready to slap Hulk when he got close and knock out Hulk's soul. Don't look at it. Hulk is very powerful and can withstand beatings. But he has almost no magic resistance. Luo Bai struck down with a palm, and Hulk's soul left his body. That's pretty much it. What Luo Bai didn't expect was that the ground collapsed just as he was about to take action. Then Hulk just fell into the hole without any precaution or warning. You said it was a coincidence or not? The entire ground collapsed, but the position where Luo Bai was standing did not collapse. In this situation, Luo Bai didn't need to think about it to know that the goddess of luck must have shown her power. It's better now. Originally, I wanted to show off, and even laid out the POS, but Goddess of Luck took action. This is really, hey. Luo Bai sighed and turned to look at Stark. At this time, Stark opened his mouth wide, obviously stunned. I don't know how long it took. Stark finally came back to his senses. He asked with a bit of surprise in his eyes, did you use any magic just now? Why didn't I see you take action at all? Stark thought it was magic. But the fact is that Luobai didn't have time to take action. Do you believe me when I say that I didn't have time to use magic just now? Luobai asked back. Stark was stunned and asked with some uncertainty, you mean, the collapse of the ground was not caused by your magic? No. Luobai replied. Stark's eyes became even more confused, and he couldn't help but ask, then why did the ground suddenly collapse? Luobai thought for a moment and said, maybe it's just a coincidence. You know, besides being good at magic, I'm also very lucky. Good luck? With good luck, you can make the ground collapse. Stark didn't believe it and asked with great suspicion, then can you explain why the ground collapsed? Luobai thought for a while and said, is there a possibility? Because Hulk hammered the ground too hard before, but this road is a slag project. When he ran just now, the ground it couldn't bear it, so it collapsed. Stark? Although this explanation sounds correct. But isn't it a bit too coincidental? Stark couldn't help complaining. Luobai thought for a while and said, there is no way, you know how good luck is. Stark was silent. After a moment of silence, he replied with 2 words, awesome. This is really awesome. To be honest, he really didn't believe it. He would rather believe that Luobai used magic to cause the ground to collapse than that it was because of good luck. After all, the former can explain a little bit. It is normal for some people with super abilities in this world. But the latter. Please. How can anyone believe that he was so lucky that the ground collapsed? Such a massive collapse, so you really didn't use any magic? Stark asked. Before Luobai could respond, Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff came over. As soon as the two approached, Nick Fury shouted angrily with a dark face, Tony, are you sure that Luobai can really do magic? It was too dangerous just now. If it weren't for the quality of this road, it couldn't withstand Hulk's attack. It caused the ground to collapse. I can't imagine what would happen if Hulk hit it with his punch. Stark was stunned and turned his head to look at Luobai in shock. No, bro. You're a little too lucky. Chapter 028, Clap out the soul with one palm? Are you serious? To be honest, Stark was a little confused at this point. He really didn't expect that Luobai had just defeated Hulk just by pure luck. Are you sure that the collapse of the ground was an accident? Still in disbelief, Stark confirmed with Nick Fury. Nick Fury was a little confused by his question, and asked in confusion, why do you ask so much? Stark replied in surprise, don't you think this is all too coincidental? Nick Fury was silent. In fact, he was very shocked when he saw this situation at first. Seeing Hulk almost hitting Luobai, at this moment, the ground actually collapsed. At first, he had doubted whether the ground collapsed because of Luobai's use of some ability. But he didn't see Luobai take action at all. Because of this, he sent someone to investigate the situation. S.H.I.E.L.D. may not be good at other things, but when it comes to gathering intelligence, S.H.I.E.L.D. is absolutely professional. Soon S.H.I.E.L.D. found evidence. I just got the information and found that there is a problem with the quality of this road. You know that Hulk's strength is different from ordinary people. So I analyzed that such a large collapse of the ground should be caused by Hulk's attack and the ground it has something to do with poor quality. Nick Fury explained. To be honest, Stark actually didn't believe Nick Fury's words. But considering that Luobai said the same thing before and denied that he used magic, he had to believe it. Believe it, that's the scariest thing. He couldn't imagine that there could be someone so lucky in this world. And he's also a mage. Mage's luck is incredible, do you dare to think about this? Seriously Luobai, your luck is really shocking. After coming back to his senses, Stark sighed. Nick Fury was very curious when he heard what he said, and asked puzzledly, does this have anything to do with luck? Stark quickly asked, "Don't you think? This is all too coincidental. If it's not because of good luck, do you have any other explanation?" At this moment, Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff suddenly realized something was wrong. Because the situation was urgent, the two of them didn't think carefully at all. Now imagine that Luo Bai's luck was incredible. Just now, Hulk was about to rush in front of him, and at this critical moment, the ground actually collapsed. Thinking about it this way, the collapse of the ground saved Luo Bai's life. After thinking about the whole thing, Nick Fury couldn't help but sigh, "You are really lucky." Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but joke half-jokingly, "You are indeed very lucky. It seems that the goddess of luck likes you very much, Luo Bai." Before Luo Bai could answer, Nick Fury spoke again, "Although you were lucky enough to escape, good luck will not always favor you. What you just did was too dangerous." Danger. Luo Bai felt strange and couldn't help asking, "Why is it dangerous? Hulk's power is not something ordinary people can bear. You were almost attacked by him just now," Nick Fury said. Considering that he was also caring about himself when he said this, Luo Bai calmly explained, "Even if the ground doesn't collapse, I can still control Hulk. It's just that the goddess of luck took action before me." Nick Fury didn't say anything, but there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. It wasn't that he doubted that Luo Bai had no ability at all. After all, he had dealt with Obadiah before. It's just Hulk and Obadiah are not on the same level at all. So Nick Fury is wondering if Luo Bai can't beat Hulk at all. Of course, although he had some doubts in his heart. But he didn't say it directly. After all, Hulk should have been solved now, and there is no need for him to offend Luo Bai. Thinking of this, Nick Fury said, "Okay, now that the matter is settled, let's get Hulk." Nick Fury originally planned to ask someone to bring Hulk back to Shield. But before he finished speaking, he heard a roar, "Hulk!" In an instant, everyone's expressions changed. Hulk is still awake. Before everyone could recover, Hulk jumped into the air from the cave submerged in rubble. Then, he landed vertically in their direction. "Come on, that's Hulk. If it is hit, it will be disabled even if it is not dead." Seeing this scene, everyone panicked. "Run!" Natasha Romanoff shouted and ran away frantically. Nick Fury and Stark also hid quickly. But Luo Bai didn't run away. He just stood there and looked up at Hulk, feeling extremely happy. He thought he didn't have to take action today, but he didn't expect that the goddess of luck still left him a chance to fight. Luo Bai thought to himself while gathering energy around him. The moment Hulk landed in front of him, he raised his hand and slapped his hand. The silent palm contained all the power that Luo Bai had practiced during this period. This palm struck directly into the depths of the soul. It was so shocking that time seemed to have stopped all around. As expected, the sound of Hulk hitting the ground did not sound. Stark, Nick Fury and others realized something was wrong after running halfway through. They stopped and turned their heads. But he saw Luo Bai slap Hulk on the chest. With this palm falling, Hulk's soul was knocked out of his body. At this moment, everyone was shocked. "No. Are you serious? The soul leaving the body with this slap, is it a real operation?" Generally speaking, ordinary people cannot see the soul. But as a mage, it is quite simple to let ordinary people see the soul. In order to prove that he really defeated Hulk, Luo Bai used a little magic while taking this palm. This completely exposed Hulk's soul to the public eye. Okay, now it should be completely solved. While everyone was confused, Luo Bai clapped his hands and said lightly. This sentence brought back everyone's thoughts. In the end, it was Stark who took the lead and asked, "Am I right? Luo Bai, is this the soul of the Hulk?" Stark pointed at Banner, who was floating in the air and stunned. Chapter 029. Please, can you take care of me first? Banner is the Hulk's real name. Or, the Hulk when he's awake. In fact, before becoming the Hulk, Banner was just an ordinary famous physicist. During an experiment, he was accidentally exposed to a large amount of radiation from a gamma bomb he made, which caused physical mutations. In this way, the Hulk was born. It can also be understood that the radiation gave Banner an extra personality, the Hulk. So in essence, the soul in the Hulk is still Banner. The soul that Luobai punched out with one palm was Dr. Banner when he was awake. Banner, whose soul was photographed at this time, was obviously a little confused. No, where did this palm come from? Ascended to heaven? What's going on? Can someone explain it to me? Looking at his ethereal soul floating in the air, Banner couldn't help but ask. But he was not the only one who was confused. Everyone except Luobai was almost confused. They also want to ask, what the hell is this? They saw Luobai slap Hulk. How come Hulk turned into a soul? Everyone was stunned and looked at each other for a long time. After a moment, Stark spoke first. Robin, can you explain to me, what's going on? Stark asked. Confusion was written all over his face. Luobai was calm and answered nonchalantly, obviously, this is magic. Of course Stark knows it's magic. He had indeed seen Luobai use magic before, but the situation was different. Luobai used teleportation magic before, and there was no way for Stark to intuitively see the difference in combat power. But just now Stark saw the difference, and was very shocked. Although I have seen you use magic before, you know, I have never been exposed to magic after all, mostly on TV. I thought mages would use abilities like divination and curses. You. Stark complained. But halfway through the complaint, he fell silent. After all, he said too much, which really made him appear too ignorant. Thinking of this, Stark changed the subject and asked, are all mages as powerful as you? I mean, is there any more powerful wizard than you? Luobai nodded and said, of course. After hearing the affirmative answer, Stark fell silent. After a moment, he said with emotion, seriously, Nick Fury, I suddenly understand you now. Stark has great faith in Luobai's character. After all, the two of them had lived and died together, so he firmly believed that Luobai would stand on the side of justice no matter what. But Luobai is not the only mage in this world. Previously, Nick Fury has been emphasizing how humans should deal with mages if they have evil thoughts. When he first heard him say this, Stark didn't think it was anything. But it wasn't until he saw Luobai's strength that Stark finally panicked. Please, how can humans survive if all mages are like Luobai? Thinking of this, Stark couldn't help but explain, to be honest, if all mages had such a powerful ability like you, I can't imagine how dangerous the human situation would be, Luobai. Stark meant no harm, and Luobai certainly knew that. Human beings will instinctively feel fear when encountering an existence that is too powerful, and Luobai also knows this. So he comforted Stark and said, don't worry, most mages will protect the Earth and humans. Hearing what he said, Stark breathed a sigh of relief, that's really great. He couldn't imagine it. If the mage wants to be the enemy of human beings, what will human beings do? Fortunately, mages will not be enemies of humans. Just as Stark was rejoicing, Luobai suddenly spoke again, but not all mages will protect the Earth and humans. Mages are also divided into good and evil. What the hell? Evil mage? Come on, isn't our situation terrible? Stark couldn't help but ask. That's not true. With the Supreme Mage here, no evil mage dares to attack the Earth without fear of death. Luobai said. Supreme Mage. Hearing this unfamiliar title, Stark asked curiously, what does Mage Supreme mean? The most powerful mage on Earth, other mages call him the Supreme Mage. Luobai explained. So the Sorcerer Supreme will protect Earth? Stark asked again. Luobai nodded and said, every Supreme Mage will protect the Earth. This is their duty. Thank God. Stark sighed. Fortunately, the strongest mage is not a villain, otherwise what would happen? Nick Fury must have heard the conversation between the two. Although he remained silent, it was not difficult to see his shock and panic from the expression on his face. At this time, Nick Fury was already swearing in his heart. Oh, shit. Farkey. Mage? Magic. There are really mages on Earth, and there is magic. No, no one said the Earth was so dangerous. Is this scientific? This is not scientific. Although Nick Fury was complaining crazily in his heart, he still pretended to be very calm on the surface. Seeing that Luobai and Stark were almost finished talking, Nick Fury weakly interjected, "Sorry, can I ask a question?" Luobai responded expressionlessly, "What are you asking for? Are there many mages on Earth?" Nick Fury asked. Luobai did not answer, but asked with a smile, "You ask this, which proves that you already believe that there are mages on Earth." Nick Fury is a little embarrassed. After all, he has always expressed his doubts about the mage. Now that he was slapped in the face, Nick Fury could only reply awkwardly, "This is incredible, it has completely subverted my understanding. I don't want to believe it, but your behavior just now makes me have to believe it." Luobai smiled and continued, "Nick Fury, you have always believed that you can master everything. So now do you think you can master the mage?" Nick Fury was silent. He knew that Luobai was fighting back, the nonsense he had said before. Indeed, as an ordinary human being. It's just that his ability is slightly better than that of ordinary people. How dare he say that he can manage mages? Nick Fury was silent. Seeing him like this, Stark was very sympathetic and complained, "To be honest, Nick Fury, I admire your courage. I didn't expect to dare to provoke the mage." Nick Fury became even more silent and couldn't help but complain. Please, who knew Luobai was really a mage? Although Stark complained about Nick Fury, from the bottom of his heart, he actually wanted to understand the mage. "Actually, I have always wanted to ask you about mages before, but you have been away for a while, and I have been confused myself recently, so I didn't have time to ask. Taking this opportunity, I also want to ask about mages on Earth." "How much?" Stark asked. Luobai calmly replied, "Not much. If you want to learn magic, you need a certain talent, but people with high magic talent are not common." "How many people are trained like you?" Stark asked again. Luobai thought for a while and answered honestly, "Not much. In magic, the higher the talent, the more you can learn. You know that I have always been lucky, so my talent is quite high. I also learn much faster than the average person." "Good luck?" Stark asked puzzledly, "Is there any direct connection between good luck and high magic talent?" "Of course there is. A magic prodigy like me who has a talent that is rare in 1,000 years, how can I do it without any luck?" Luobai said. Stark frowned and complained, "I always feel that you are praising yourself in disguise." "Of course not, what I said is all true." Luobai said. "Okay, so how long have you been studying magic?" Stark asked. "I don't remember, maybe half a month or a month." Luobai thought for a while and answered. Half a month. Since Stark had never learned magic, he couldn't understand how terrifying it was to learn Luobai's level in half a month. He just frowned and couldn't help but ask, "You can learn it like this in half a month? Is magic so easy to learn?" Fortunately, his words were not heard by the other mages of Karmatage. Otherwise, most mages would probably remain silent. Of course, Luobai didn't explain anything. After all, he didn't think it was necessary. During the moment when the two were silent, a weak voice floated over, "Everyone, please take a look at me, can you take care of me first? The soul is still wandering outside the body." Chapter 030 Nick Fury, why did I mess with him? Banner was a little helpless. Why did these people ignore him while they were chatting? After being reminded like this, everyone finally remembered Banner. "Dr. Banner, I'm sorry for forgetting you. But you should know that we just encountered something incredible," Stark said quickly. Banner nodded and complained wildly, "Of course I know. Aren't I the person involved? So are you feeling okay now? Do you feel any discomfort after being out of the body for so long?" Stark continued to ask. Banner answered very seriously, "Actually, there is nothing uncomfortable. I just feel a little scared, so can you put me back? Are you sure Hulk won't show up if we let you go?" Stark asked again. Banner thought for a while and said seriously, "I think there is a high probability that it will not appear again. After all, it is too scary." After a brief exchange between the two, Stark introduced Dr. Banner to Luobai. "Luobai, you saw it. In fact, Dr. Banner lives in the Hulk. This matter is very complicated. Let me explain it to you briefly," Stark said, then explained what happened. It was roughly when Luobai returned to Comitage that S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered Dr. Banner in Brazil, who had been mutated by gamma-ray radiation. Considering that S.H.I.E.L.D. was short of people, Stark went to invite them. In this way, Dr. Banner joined the Avengers as the Hulk. In fact, Dr. Banner is a world-famous physicist and a genius doctor in nuclear physics. Before he became Hulk, he was very approachable and gentle. But after becoming Hulk, he will be as uncontrollable as before. Stark explained with. Luobai, who understands the plot, naturally knows this. He didn't ask any more questions, just said hello to Dr. Banner. "Hello, Dr. Banner." Dr. Banner was still a little panicked at this time, and looked at Luobai with evasive eyes. Seemingly worried that Luobai would take action again, he quickly explained, "I'm sorry for causing trouble to everyone. In fact, I have been communicating with Hulk well during this period and trying to control my emotions as much as possible. But today I don't know what happened, but Hulk suddenly appeared. I'm so sorry." Before Luobai could answer, Nick Fury spoke seriously, "Dr. Banner, you promised me that you would control Hulk's appearance. If S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't discovered it early this time and dispersed the pedestrians in time, the consequences would have been disastrous." "I'm sorry," Dr. Banner said guiltily. Banner failed to control Hulk and let Hulk escape. At first glance, it seems that this is indeed Banner's reason, but Luobai doesn't think so. He chuckled lightly and interrupted the conversation between the two. "Nick Fury, I don't think Dr. Banner is at fault this time," Luobai said. Nick Fury was stunned. If it were before, he might have argued with Luobai. But after seeing Luobai's strength, Nick Fury's attitude was obviously much better. "Why do you think so?" Nick Fury asked in confusion. Luobai smiled and then said, "Stark told me just now that Dr. Banner had planned to live in seclusion in the mountains after knowing his situation. It was you who specially went to Brazil to invite Dr. Banner to join SHIELD. And before that, you knew Dr. Banner cannot fully control the Hulk. Since you know all the situations, you should have countermeasures. You should also consider that Dr. Banner will lose control. He will run out of S.H.I.E.L.D, proving that S.H.I.E.L.D's security work is not done well, right? Follow Dr. Banner, what does it matter?" Luobai explained rationally. As soon as he said this, Nick Fury was stunned. It seems, that's indeed the case. Originally, if Dr. Banner stayed in the deep mountains and forests, even if he turned into Hulk, no one would be injured, let alone such economic losses. But S.H.I.E.L.D. invited him to New York and asked him to join the Avengers. Since it was the person called by S.H.I.E.L.D, then S.H.I.E.L.D should indeed bear full responsibility. At this time, the expression on Nick Fury's face was a little awkward. "Okay, I admit it. This is indeed S.H.I.E.L.'s negligence. I'm sorry, Dr. Banner, I shouldn't blame you. With a sigh, Nick Fury made a rare apology. Before Dr. Banner could speak, Luobai continued, "Don't you think you should thank me?" Nick Fury was stunned for a moment, but soon he understood what Luobai meant. Indeed, you helped S.H.I.E.L.D and the Avengers resolve this crisis. On behalf of everyone at S.H.I.E.L.D and the Avengers, I would like to express my great gratitude to you. Nick Fury expressed his sincere thanks. But Luobai frowned and asked dissatisfiedly, "Is that all?" Nick Fury. Of course he understood what Luobai meant, but he really didn't expect it. Didn't you say that a lawyer's duty is to protect the earth, and he still needs to be paid for it? Nick Fury couldn't help complaining. Luobai shook his head and quickly denied, "Please. The purpose of the mage's protection of the Earth is to prevent multi-universe and other dimensional creatures from invading and destroying the Earth. Hulk, this is an internal incident of your S.H.I.E.L.D. It has something to do with the destruction of the Earth. What's the matter? This is not within the scope of my responsibilities. I will come here to help, just for Tony's sake. But I am not familiar with USHIELD, so you can't give me any benefits." Nick Fury was silent again. He took a deep breath and asked after a moment, "Then what reward do you want?" Luobai thought for a while. With Nick Fury's personality, he would probably not give it to someone who was too valuable, so why bother getting into trouble when the time comes? So he shrugged and said helplessly, "Give me some hard work." Although Luobai has won $3 million before, he is not too short of money for the time being. But who would mind having too much money? However, Nick Fury was a little confused and couldn't help but ask, "You are a mage, why do you need money? Masters are human beings and have living needs, why don't they want money?" Luobai couldn't help but say. Before joining Kamatage, Luobai indeed thought that the mage did not need money. But later he discovered that mages also need money, but the way mages make money may be different from ordinary people. Of course, ordinary people may not understand this. "I thought you mages could conjure money." Nick Fury couldn't help but say. Luobai smiled and responded, "Of course, the mage can even evacuate the New York bank. Do you want to see such a situation?" "Of course not," Nick Fury said. Although both of them were joking, he roughly understood what Luobai meant. Sighing, Nick Fury said, "I will ask someone to send you the money later." "So Dr. Banner, can you let his soul return to the body?" "Of course," Luobai said. The moment he raised his hand, Dr. Banner's soul returned to his body. With the return of his soul, Dr. Banner returned to his original state. "Oh my God, friends! I'm finally alive!" Seeing that he was still standing well, Dr. Banner shouted excitedly. But at this time Nick Fury couldn't be happy at all. To be honest, he was the one who suffered the most in this accident. The public facilities damaged by Hulk require S.H.I.E.L.D to spend money to repair them, which is a lot of money. The key is that he also needs to pay Luobai S.H.I.E.L.D's funding. I don't know if it's enough. At this time Nick Fury suddenly felt regretful. "Okay, why are you provoking Luobai? Why?" Chapter 031, Spotted by Natasha Romanoff. To be honest, Nick Fury is losing so much that his wife probably has to pay for it. SHIELD. The name sounds awesome, like an important organization. But in fact, this organization is not favored by the government at all, and because of the establishment of the Avengers, there have been voices of resistance from the top management. Nick Fury withstood strong pressure and relied on his smooth tongue to finally launch the Avengers plan. "I didn't expect to encounter such a big problem right after starting up. It's better now. Road construction, Luobai's reward." Nick Fury's heart was bleeding when he thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. would suddenly have to spend such a large sum of money. The senior management will definitely not reimburse him, so he seems to have no choice but to sell weapons. Of course, there is another way to borrow money from Stark. Thinking of this, Nick Fury's head hurt badly. "I'm leaving first," Nick Fury said with a dark face. After saying that, he left without looking back, for fear that he would have to spend a lot of money if he stayed again. After Nick Fury got in the car, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but exclaimed, "Luobai, you are so interesting. I have worked with Nick Fury for so long, and this is the first time I have seen him so frustrated. As the king of agents, Nick Fury can always make others speechless and take advantage of him. I didn't expect that I would suffer such a big loss here in Luobai." Thinking of this, Natasha Romanoff continued, "You may not know Nick Fury. In his career as an agent, he has almost never suffered a loss. In the past, he was the only one who took advantage of others. I didn't expect that you could get compensation from him. I am very optimistic about you." Seeing her like this, Luobai couldn't help complaining, "You seem to be very happy." Natasha Romanoff nodded and said, "Of course, which worker wants to see his boss happy?" Natasha Romanoff is the agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is Nick Fury. So it is no exaggeration to say that Nick Fury is Natasha Romanoff's immediate boss. No migrant worker likes his or her boss, and Natasha Romanoff is no exception. Seeing that the boss was unhappy, she naturally became happy. At this time, Natasha Romanoff smiled so brightly. But after she reminded him, Stark realized something was wrong. "Wait a minute. Didn't Nick Fury pay me too? He invited me to join the Avengers. Logically speaking, he should also pay me some money," Stark muttered. Although Stark is not short of money, he doesn't care much about money. But after being reminded by Luobai, he realized something was wrong. After all, it was Nick Fury who invited him to join the Avengers. Not only did he get no benefit at all, but he also helped Nick Fury run around here every day. Just as he was thinking about it, Luobai explained, "Since Nick Fury invited you to join the Avengers, it stands to reason that he should pay you." Stark was speechless and couldn't help but complain, "Seriously, not only was I not paid, I even provided weapons to SHIELD. If you care, you can talk to him about this issue. Although you may not be short of money, you can also order other things," Luobai suggested. Stark shrugged and said, "I really should talk to Nick Fury. He still has to give me my father's things. My palladium poisoning problem has not been solved yet." After saying that, Stark looked at Natasha Romanoff and asked, "Are you going to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Take me with you." Natasha Romanoff nodded and responded, "Of course, I have to take Dr. Banner back. The matter is resolved." Natasha Romanoff and others planned to leave, while Luobai planned to go back and continue learning magic. Before leaving, Natasha Romanoff suddenly invited Luobai, "Nice to meet you, Luobai. If you are free, maybe we can go have a cup of coffee together later." Luobai didn't think much and just replied casually, "Let's talk about it later." Then he opened the portal and returned to the villa. When Luobai returned to the villa, he found that Polaris had returned from the supermarket. At this time, she was sitting on the sofa, watching TV and eating a burger. Seeing Luobai coming back, she quickly stood up and said, "Master Luobai, are you back? This is the dinner I brought back for you," Polaris said, pointing to the food on the coffee table. "Very good, fried chicken and burgers. You just bought these?" Luobai frowned and couldn't help but ask. "There are also milk, bread, and some frozen foods in the refrigerator," Polaris explained. Luobai was silent. Seeing his silence, Polaris hurriedly asked, "Master Luobai, don't you want to eat these? Can I make you pasta or a lettuce salad? Oh, by the way, There is also pizza, do you want to eat it? Luobai became even more silent. Although he is not opposed to eating fried chicken burgers and pasta. But from what Polaris said, it seems that he plans to eat these for the next few months. Thinking of this, Luobai couldn't help but ask, are you planning to let me eat these for the next few months? Any questions? Polaris asked cautiously. Luobai sighed. How could he forget that this is New York? It seems normal to eat these, but I can't eat this for several months. I need to eat rice. If you don't know how to cook it, you can go to an outside restaurant and buy some. Luobai said bluntly. Rice. But, Master Luobai, I don't have that much money, Polaris answered honestly. Luobai. He had forgotten that this was country M. The prices of the things he just mentioned are indeed frighteningly high, and even if you don't have some assets, you can't even afford them. People are almost unwilling to take us mutants into work, not to mention that I am still a wanted criminal. If I am discovered by the Mutants Association, I will probably be arrested. Just as he was thinking about it, Polaris complained helplessly. Then where did you get the money when you fled? Luobai asked. My friends and I can make some money through some channels. Well, it's not a legal channel, but we always have to live. But the Mutants Association has been looking for us very diligently recently, so we haven't dared to act recently. Polaris responded. Okay. Luobai sighed. Although he said before that Polaris would solve the problem of eating by himself. Let's solve it, it's solved. It's just that Luobai really can't get used to eating these things. In order to make his stomach feel more comfortable in the future, Luobai relaxed. I will pay for the food in the future, but I only care about my share, and you pay for it yourself. After all, letting her work as a housekeeper is punishment, and Luobai can't provide her with 3 meals a day and also provide food and accommodation. Polaris didn't have any objections. He nodded and agreed readily, okay. The money is in the box sent by Natasha Romanoff. You can get it yourself later. Luobai said. Chapter 032. Is this magic still basic? Polaris sighed while eating her hamburger. It could be seen from the expression on her face that she was helpless. While eating burgers, Luobai briefly communicated with her. What are you going to do after 3 months? Continue to hide? Luobai asked, taking a bite of the burger. Of course Polaris understood what he meant. Although it seemed a bit cheating for Luobai to let her work here for free, to a certain extent Luobai was helping her. After all, Polaris still has a place to live now, but when the agreement between the two is cancelled in 3 months, she will have no place to live. Thinking of this, Polaris replied, my identity is destined to give me no choice. Luobai shook his head and analyzed carefully, you can't say that. In fact, you can go to Professor X. Being an X-Men is at least better than hiding in Tibet. Polaris refused on the spot, I will not go back to Professor X again. The Mutant Association has killed many of my friends, and I can no longer serve them. The Mutants Association is nominally an association for the control of mutants founded by high-level government officials. The X-Men founded by Professor X are, to put it bluntly, cooperating with the government. So in essence, both the X-Men and the Mutant Association are controlled by the government, and Polaris is naturally unwilling to go back. And when he mentioned this matter, Polaris didn't know what he thought of and became extremely excited. She was uncontrollable when she was excited, and the metal objects in the villa were ready to move because of her mood swings. Especially the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, which shakes violently and looks like it is about to fall at any time. Seeing this situation, Luobai half-jokingly reminded, if the items in the house are damaged, you also have to pay compensation. Hearing the word compensation, Polaris's eyes instantly became clear. She is so poor now that she has no money to compensate her. Instantly, the room became quiet. Polaris' mood has also become much more stable. Seeing that her mood had stabilized, Luobai continued to ask, then do you plan to compete with the Mutants Association in the future? Polaris nodded and said firmly, yes. Although I can't compete with them with my current ability, I will work hard to become stronger. One day, I will help mutants regain their social status. At least there is no discrimination like ordinary people. After saying that, she took a strong bite of the burger. Luobai didn't say anything, but he was thinking in his heart. Sure enough, although he met Polaris earlier, the character's personality will not change. Polaris has a leadership spirit that does not want to be squeezed in her bones, so she will still follow the path in the plot and grow up quickly. But there is one thing to say. The Mutants Association has indeed gone too far. If they were simply controlling mutants, they wouldn't be so resistant. Mainly because the Mutants Association really doesn't treat mutants as human beings. There must be resistance under strong pressure. No matter when, this sentence still has gold content. Why are you asking me these? Just as he was thinking about it, Polaris suddenly asked. She was very curious as to why Luobai asked these questions. After all, these seemed to have nothing to do with Luobai, nor did they have anything to do with her doing housekeeping. I'm just asking. Luobai replied while eating his burger. Originally it was just a casual chat during mealtime, but unexpectedly, Polaris seemed to have some misunderstanding. Master Luobai, are you concerned about my future? Suddenly, Polar Star asked. When she asked this question, Luobai was stunned. Before Luobai could reply, Polaris continued, I'm surprised. I always thought you were quite serious, but I didn't expect you to care about me. Luobai actually wanted to say that he was really just asking casually. But considering that this was too straight, I didn't bother to explain and just half-jokingly complained, am I so serious? Polaris raised the corner of his mouth, smiled faintly and said, it's not so easy to get along with you when you think of me as a thief. The situation is different. Who would be approachable to a thief? Luobai said. That's right. Polaris nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, a piece of news came on the TV. Big news. A green giant appeared on the streets of New York today. Special forces immediately evacuated the crowd. In the end, the green giant was subdued by a mysterious man. The host's voice came from the TV. News comes every day, and Polaris is not an age that likes to read news. But the person who appeared on the screen quickly attracted her attention. At this time on TV, except for the Hulk, the figure of a young man is particularly eye-catching. Thinking that he had seen it wrong, Polaris couldn't help but point to the picture on the TV and asked, Master Luobai, is that you on the TV? Luobai looked at the TV while eating his burger. Good guy. It's really him. I didn't expect it to be photographed. Luobai muttered. After hearing what he said, Polaris confirmed. The person on TV is really Luobai. So when I went to the supermarket to buy things, you went to save the world. Polaris frowned and couldn't help but complain. She asked why she didn't see Luobai when she came back. Luobai actually went to deal with the Hulk. It's not a big deal to save the world, it's just a little trouble. Luobai explained. As soon as he finished speaking, the TV showed Luobai taking out the Hulk's soul with one palm. Polaris's eyes widened in an instant. OMG! This is a news channel, there shouldn't be any special effects, right? You took out the soul with one palm. Polaris said in shock. This is simply too exaggerated. Although Polaris was surprised, Luobai was very calm. Actually, this is just a relatively basic control magic. For people without magic resistance, it is easy to do. More basic magic. No, this magic is still basic. Thinking of this, Polaris said with some fear, fortunately you thought I was a thief and didn't use this trick. Otherwise, I can't believe I can still live in this world. Luobai didn't say much. After all, explaining these things is quite troublesome for people who don't understand magic. He just watched the reports on TV and couldn't help but think about it. Unexpectedly, his duel with Hulk was reported in the news. Wouldn't he become famous? With this thought, Luo Bai turned on his phone and found that almost the entire internet was talking about him. Some people say he has super ability, and some people say he is a mage. In short, he became popular and gained a group of fans, and his fans gave him a nickname, Soul Mage. Soul Mage. This nickname doesn't sound as good as Supreme Mage. Luo Bai complained while looking at the comments from netizens. Polar Star was a little confused and asked, "What Soul Mage, Supreme Mage?" "Nothing." Luo Bai replied lightly, but he was thinking in his heart. Being famous is a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. After all, there are many powerful mages on the earth, which also means that he may receive more attention, so he must improve his strength as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Luo Bai quickly finished his burger and then stood up and said, "I'm going to the study. If someone comes to deliver something later, Lorna, please remember to collect it." Chapter 033 Time Magic, Changing Time. Luo Bai returned to his study and continued to study the Book of Emperor Weishan. Although he hardly used magic in the actual battle with Hulk, after all, mages with super ability who have no magic resistance have an advantage in dealing with them. However, he was not completely without gains. At least his actual combat experience and magical energy were slightly improved. Not a huge help, but useful. In the subsequent process of learning magic, Luo Bai absorbed it quickly and understood it more thoroughly. After a whole night of study, he had thoroughly learned all the contents of the Book of Weishan Emperor and started to study time compilation. Although Luo Bai had used the time stone before, he had not systematically learned how to use the full power of the time stone. It's time to get better at it. Time compilation. The title seems like a book about studying time, but in essence it is a magic book that teaches you how to control time. This book records the understanding of time magic by the supreme mages of all ages. It includes the basic concepts of time, the impact of timelines on the universe and multi-universe, basic theories of time and time magic. Although there is a lot of content in the book, in fact, to put it simply, the whole book is analyzing the original stone of time. Most of the supreme mage cannot control time independently, they need to use the power in the time stone. Through this artifact, mages can learn time-related magic. The time magic recorded in the book includes time acceleration, time reversal, predicting the future, time stopping, etc. There is also a clearly marked sentence on the first page of the book: "The time stone contains infinite power, and no one can fully understand it." The meaning of this statement is self-evident. Roughly speaking, although the supreme mage of all ages have used the time stone, so far, no one has fully understood the energy and profound meaning contained in the time stone. Therefore, people who use the original time stone can further analyze the energy contained in the time stone through their own understanding. After roughly reading the theoretical analysis and basic introduction to the time stone, Luo Bai took out the Eye of Agamotto and controlled the time stone. With concentration, green light lit up in Luo Bai's hands. This green light is the power of time in the time stone. Luo Bai found a random chair in the house and began to experiment. Moving your palm clockwise speeds up time. Chairs will take on a future look. Moving your palm counterclockwise is the passage of time. The chair will fall back to its original shape, possibly even to its previous appearance. Since Luo Bai is new to learning and is not familiar with the power of time, he sometimes fails. So he was so focused that he didn't notice the knock on the door at all. At the same time, Polaris had been knocking on the door for a full minute. Although she kept hearing noises in the house, she waited for a long time before Luo Bai opened the door, which made her very confused. Why is it that people are in the house but they don't open the door? Polaris muttered. She tried twisting the door lock. Unexpectedly, the door was unlocked and was opened instantly. But before she could observe the situation inside the door, she saw a green light coming from it. After that, a mini version of Polaris appeared in front of Luo Bai's eyes. That's right. The North Star suddenly appeared, but Luo Bai didn't notice it at all. So while practicing time magic, Luo Bai accidentally turned her into a child by going back in time. Although Polaris was quite cute when he was a child, who will be his housekeeper now that he has become a child? Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, "Why did you come up here? Didn't I tell you not to go to the second floor unless there are special circumstances?" Little Polar Star opened his big, watery eyes and asked as if he couldn't understand what he was saying, "Brother, what are you talking about? Where are you here?" After hearing his answer, Luo Bai remembered the explanation in the book. If you use time magic to change a person's time, such as going back to the past, then that person's memory will also stay in the past. To put it simply, Luo Bai accidentally changed Polaris back to her childhood, so her memory also stayed at her childhood. This also means that Polaris does not remember the previous things as a child. Luo Bai tried to use time magic to return Polaris to its current appearance, but he tried many times without success because he was not very proficient. On the contrary, it was his strange behavior that made little Polar Star a little confused. "Brother, what are you doing? What does this gesture mean?" Polaris asked, looking at him with those big innocent eyes. Luo Bai was silent. After trying for a while he decided to give up for now. "I plan to practice first and then restore the backward time on Polaris' body after I have completely mastered the time magic." Thinking of this, Luo Bai patiently persuaded, "Lorna, this is eldest brother's room. You are staying here with me now. You can go down and play by yourself first. Then eldest brother will come and play with you later, okay?" Polaris seemed quite obedient when she was a child. She nodded obediently after listening to Luo Bai's words and said, "Okay, big brother." After finishing speaking, little Polar Star went downstairs. But soon she ran upstairs again. "Big brother, there is a big sister downstairs looking for you and saying that she must see you." Little Polar Star said. "You must see me." Luo Bai stopped what he was doing and went downstairs. When he got downstairs, he realized it was Natasha Romanoff. At this time, Natasha Romanoff was sitting on the sofa, and there was a silver box on the coffee table. Judging from the appearance, it looks very much like the money box in the TV series. Luo Bai guessed that she was here to give money. Sure enough, the next second Natasha Romanoff said, "This is the reward Nick Fury promised you. It's a total of 300,000. Do you want to count it?" "No need." Luo Bai continued to ask curiously, "Just give the box to Lorna. Is there something wrong with calling me down?" Natasha Romanoff smiled and said, "She said the same thing, but I insisted that you get it yourself. After all, you promised to drink coffee with me, right?" At this moment, he finally understood why Polaris suddenly went to the study to find him. The relationship was because of Natasha Romanoff. Although Natasha Romanoff did ask him to have coffee, he didn't take it seriously at the time and thought it was a joke. "I thought you were joking, not to mention that I didn't agree to it at the time. I just said we'd see when the time comes," Luo Bai said. Natasha Romanoff smiled and didn't say much. She just asked curiously, "I didn't expect that you have a daughter at such a young age." After speaking, she looked at little Polar Star. Luo Bai knew that she had obviously misunderstood, so he explained, "She is not my daughter." "That's..." Natasha Romanoff didn't understand. Luo Bai didn't know how to explain it, so he could only say, "This matter is very complicated, and some situations have arisen. In fact, this girl is Lorna. This little girl is the North Star." Natasha Romanoff was completely confused, frowning, and said, "I don't understand what you mean." Luo Bai didn't explain much, but he suddenly remembered something. Lorna is now a little girl who needs care and needs some peace and quiet. Natasha Romanoff just happened to show up, or else. Thinking of this, Luobai suddenly had an idea in his mind. He smiled and asked Natasha Romanoff, "You came to me today to ask me for coffee?" "Not entirely, there's something else," Natasha Romanoff said. Luobai quickly interrupted her, "We'll talk about it later, I have something to do now. If you want to meet me for coffee, can you take care of Lorna for me for now? I'll go have coffee with you after I finish my work." Natasha Romanoff was silent. After a while she asked, "How long do you need?" "Not sure, about an hour or more," Luobai explained. Natasha Romanoff pondered for a moment and didn't know what she was thinking. After a while, she smiled and agreed, "Okay. I think you are so young and have no experience in taking care of children, so I will help you. But remember when you are done. An agreement between us?" "Of course," Luobai said with a smile, and then went upstairs to continue practicing magic. This practice lasts a whole day. And Natasha Romanoff never expected it. In this way, she was tricked by Luobai into being a nanny for a whole day. Chapter 034 Is this the strength of a mage? Luobai learned this from morning to night, and it was not until early in the morning that he finally walked out of the study. As soon as he walked downstairs, he heard Natasha Romanoff's helpless voice, 17 hours have passed since the last time I saw you. So what on earth were you doing in the study during this time?" Luobai didn't answer, but just asked, "You didn't leave, have you been taking care of Lorna?" "Of course," Natasha Romanoff said, "I'm waiting for you to go have coffee with me. But I feel like I'm more like a nanny now." After Natasha Romanoff finished speaking, she pointed to Lorna who was already asleep on the sofa. This was obviously telling Luobai that she had been taking care of the child all day today. Luobai was a little embarrassed and said hurriedly, "I was practicing magic before and I forgot the time. I'm sorry. That's the bad thing about learning magic. Because I am so focused, I often lose track of time." In fact, Luobai had completely mastered the control of the energy of the time stone before, but because time magic was so interesting, he kept learning. He hadn't thought about Polaris until just now, so he went downstairs to have a look. He thought Natasha Romanoff had left long ago. After all, she is quite busy as a S.H.I.E.L.D agent and often has tasks to do. Unexpectedly, Natasha Romanoff was still there, which made him very curious and asked, "Don't you have any tasks today? You stayed at my house all day." "Mission? My mission today is to drink coffee with you," Natasha Romanoff answered half-jokingly. Needless to say, Natasha Romanoff still has a good temper. Although she was accidentally kept waiting all day, she didn't seem to be angry. In fact, Luobai also knew that maybe she was sent by Nick Fury to persuade her to join the Avengers. However, considering that he did agree to Natasha Romanoff, Luobai was still relieved. "I don't know if there is any coffee at this time. The coffee must be out, but you haven't eaten anything all day, how about we go get something to eat together?" Natasha Romanoff asked. "Okay. But you have to wait for me," Luobai said. "Should we have to wait another day?" Natasha Romanoff asked half-jokingly. Although her tone sounded like a joke, in fact Natasha Romanoff was really worried. "Luobai, it's really not easy to wait. That won't happen very soon," Luobai said with a smile. Then he raised his hand and cast time acceleration magic on Polaris. A small green magic circle lit up in Luobai's palm. As his palms rotated, the body of Polaris, which was originally just a child lying on the sofa, grew rapidly. It wasn't until she finally returned to her original appearance that Luobai stopped casting spells. As for Natasha Romanoff, who witnessed all this with her own eyes, the expression on her face became so wonderful that it could no longer be described as just shock. "Okay, you can go," Luobai said calmly. His words brought back Natasha Romanoff's thoughts. The next second, Natasha Romanoff's exclamation sounded throughout the living room, "OMG! I saw that right. You turned a little girl into Lorna. Luobai shook his head and corrected, no, she was originally Lorna. Then why did Lorna look like a child? Natasha Romanoff continued to ask. She broke into the study while I was practicing magic in the morning. I didn't pay attention, and then she became like this. Luobai explained. Morning. Natasha Romanoff was stunned and suddenly remembered. No wonder she said that Lorna didn't come down after she went up, but a little girl came down instead. Emotions have become like this. What magic is this? It's incredible. Natasha Romanoff asked in surprise. Although she had seen Luobai's strength before, she was still shocked. How can a normal person not be surprised when seeing magic? Perhaps because she was too surprised, she continued to ask before Luobai could speak, did you just use magic to control time? So you mages can control time at will? Can I ask what else your mages can't do? Natasha Romanoff asked several questions in succession. In fact, as an agent, she is usually very calm and emotionally stable. But now she really can't calm down. So much so that her voice was so loud that it woke up Polaris. When Polaris opened his eyes, he suddenly found Luobai and Natasha Romanoff standing in front of him, somewhat confused. She quickly sat up from the sofa and asked puzzledly, why did I fall asleep? Luobai replied calmly, you have to ask Natasha Romanoff about this. She took care of you for a day. Take care of me for a day. Polaris was stunned for a moment, and the expression on his face became more and more confused. I feel like there are suddenly a lot of memories in my mind. It seems that I came to this place when I was 10 years old, and I was taken care of by Natasha Romanoff for a whole day. Polaris muttered. Speeding up time will not change Polaris' original memory. So Polaris still remembers everything he has experienced. It's just that she just woke up, and the memory in her mind is not comprehensive yet. It was Luobai who reminded her, that memory is not from when you were 10 years old. To put it simply, you suddenly broke into the study this morning. I was practicing magic and didn't pay attention, so you were tricked. Going back in time made you change back to how I was when I was 10 years old. Being reminded by Luobai, Polaris completely remembered it. Yes. That's right. Polaris exclaimed, and then said, Natasha Romanoff came to you at that time and said that she must see you. That's why I went to the study to find you. I didn't mean to go to the second floor. Polaris was a little panicked at this time. After all, Luobai said at the beginning not to go to the second floor unless there are special circumstances. In order to avoid misunderstanding, Polaris will explain in a hurry. But looking at Luobai, it seemed that he already knew everything. I understand. But next time, don't open the door to the study at will. Of course, this has something to do with me. I will remember to lock the door. Luobai said. I just heard movement in the room, but I didn't see anyone opening the door, so I was a little worried. But I won't be so reckless next time. Polaris apologized quickly. God, who dares to open the mage's door? Fortunately, this time I just changed back to my childhood. What if I turn into a frog next time? Curiosity arose at the thought of the North Star. She couldn't help but asked cautiously, so is it true that the mage can turn people into frogs just like what they show on TV? Luobai was convinced of these people's thinking. Does a mage have to turn people into frogs? Luobai didn't answer, but said helplessly. I'm going out with Natasha Romanoff now. You clean up the room. After saying that, he looked at the stunned Natasha Romanoff and asked, Okay, you can go. Natasha Romanoff finally came to her senses at this time. The two walked out the door together. Chapter 035 Have a meal and pick up a book of darkness. The two walked out of the villa and got into Natasha Romanoff's car. But until she sat in the driver's seat, Natasha Romanoff's head was still buzzing and she couldn't react. She took a few deep breaths to try to calm down, and then started the car. There was a brief silence in the air, but it was quickly broken by Natasha Romanoff. You can actually control time. Can you control the time of the entire Earth? Luo Bai didn't answer, but asked, I'm surprised that you waited for me all day, but I thought you came to me with a mission. Luo Bai's attitude was obvious, he didn't want to talk more. So Natasha Romanoff did not continue to ask, but just followed Luo Bai's words and replied, it seems you guessed it. Nick Fury did ask me to persuade you to join the Avengers, but I know you won't agree, so I'm totally here to come to you today. It's my own intention. I'm very interested in the mage. To be honest, I think you are very powerful. Natasha Romanoff is smart. He knew what Luo Bai was avoiding, so he said it in one sentence. She also knew that most boys like to hear compliments, so she praised Luo Bai as soon as she came up. Of course, these compliments came from her heart. If you don't mind, maybe we can be friends. Natasha Romanoff continued. Luo Bai would not refuse such a simple request, but he also reminded, of course I don't mind, but I won't make any exceptions because of my friends. Natasha Romanoff nodded to show her understanding, don't worry, I won't trouble you too much. It's just that occasionally we can make an appointment to have a meal or have some coffee. If I have time. Luo Bai replied with a smile. Natasha Romanoff smiled and said nothing. After a brief silence, she suddenly asked, do you mages have any opponents? Luo Bai was a little puzzled and asked, why do you ask that? I'm just curious. You are so powerful. You can change time and control people's souls. Do mages like you really have any opponents? Natasha Romanoff asked. Of course there will be, Luo Bai replied. I heard you mention the Mage Supreme to Stark before, the most powerful mage on Earth. Will the Mage Supreme also have an opponent? Natasha Romanoff continued to ask. Luo Bai smiled and replied, of course, this universe is bigger than you think. Natasha Romanoff looked extremely serious when she heard this. She asked these questions not because she was asking for information, but because she was worried. Natasha Romanoff has always known that the Earth is not safe, and she also knows that the dangers facing the Earth are far more terrifying than imagined. Because of this, she is worried that there will be powerful beings on the Earth that cannot be subdued. Luo Bai is already so powerful, but there will be a supreme mage who is even more powerful than him. But even the supreme mage will have opponents. It is unimaginable what kind of powerful and terrifying enemies the mages will face. Thinking of this, Natasha Romanoff quickly said, I'm not asking you for information, I'm just worried about the situation of mankind and the Earth. I understand. But you don't have to worry about this, because it's useless if you worry. Luo Bai replied straightforwardly. This is not a mockery, but a fact. With S.H.I.E.L.D's strength, what's the point of worrying? Is it possible that they can deal with Domu and those dark mages? Luo Bai should be more worried about this than Natasha Romanoff. The Ancient One gave him the Time Stone, obviously to make him the Supreme Mage. Shouldn't the Supreme Mage be able to deal with those dark mages in Durham? To be honest, I have always known that the Earth is dangerous. It was not until I met you that I realized that the situation on the Earth may be more dangerous than I thought. Although I have not seen those terrible enemies with my own eyes, your peer, listening to your description makes me believe that S.H.I.E.L.D cannot solve the crisis in the universe. I can understand why you are unwilling to join the Avengers, because what you mages have to face may be existences that humans cannot even imagine. I admire you very much, and I am very grateful to all the mages who have always protected the Earth and mankind. But I still want to ask, can you deal with those terrifying existences? Natasha Romanoff said, her tone was sincere. It's like an old friend is caring about you and saying to you, can you really solve those difficulties? Do you need me to help you? Although this old friend may not be able to help you at all, he may be able to provide emotional value by listening to your complaints. It's just that Luobai doesn't really need emotional value. Of course, no problem. After all, I am a man favored by the goddess of luck, Luobai replied half-jokingly. Natasha Romanoff was stunned. She thought Luobai was joking, so she replied half-jokingly, then I hope the goddess of good luck will always look after you and keep you going smoothly. I think it should be possible. Luobai said with a smile. Their chat soon came to an abrupt end when they arrived at the restaurant. No, more accurately a hotel. Luobai was stunned at that time. Why did you open a hotel instead of going to eat as promised? Just as she was thinking about it, Natasha Romanoff spoke. There is a restaurant on the top floor of this hotel. It is usually open 24 hours a day to receive guests, and the food is also very good. It is difficult to find a restaurant that suits your taste at this point, so I will bring you here. Do you want to try this? What she said was reasonable, so Luobai was not picky. Then go try it. Luobai said. The two got on the elevator and soon arrived at the top floor restaurant. The restaurant is not crowded and the environment is very good. The two found a seat with a sofa. As soon as they sat down, Luobai noticed something was wrong. Because at this time, a book was lying quietly on the sofa inside. This book is very special, it looks very worn. There are several red letters printed on the cover. What's weird is that these red letters look scary and particularly glaring. As a mage, Luobai also saw at a glance that there was a faint black air on this book. Although he couldn't understand what the letters on the cover meant, Luobai still felt the strangeness of this book. It's like a magic book, but it's not like the magic that Luobai is exposed to today. It's more like a black magic book. In fact, Luobai already had a vague guess in his mind, so he picked up the magic book and opened it to take a look. Unexpectedly, he guessed correctly. Damn! This is really a black magic book. And it's also a long-lost divine book, the Dark Divine Book. Ask Luobai how he knew. All he could say was that the book was strange when he turned the first page. I found a row of words written in Huxia on it. Congratulations to you, lucky man, when you get this book, you already have supreme ability, because its name is the Book of Darkness. Chapter 036 Still too conservative. Book of Darkness. A mysterious magic book containing powerful black magic. It was created by Sithorn, the god of black magic, one of the four ancient gods. The magic recorded in this book is completely opposite to the Book of Weixin Emperor. Moreover, the corrupting influence of the Dark God Book is strong and can induce people to use the spells recorded in it. Although the magic recorded in it is powerful. However, there is no moral restriction on the use of these spells, and everything is centered on achieving the goal. To be honest, Luobai never expected that he would pick up a Book of Darkness when he ran out for a meal. You know, Karmatage explicitly prohibits the use of black magic. If the Ancient One knew about this book, would he still have it? Although the Time Stone is on his body now, it is still easy to deal with him with the Ancient One's strength. Looking at the book in front of him, Luobai fell into a dilemma. The Book of Darkness is very corrosive and will make people want to read it. At this time, Luobai couldn't help but want to look down. Ancient One comes to mind. His hands were already shaking. Fortunately, Natasha Romanoff interrupted his thoughts. You take a book with you when you go out. One sentence brought Luobai back from his thoughts. Luobai knew that the power in the Dark God Book was very powerful, but he also knew that with his current strength, it was impossible to control the corrosive nature of the book. Without saying a word, Luobai opened the portal and threw the book away. Of course, he didn't throw it away either. Instead, it shrank into the teleportation space. The book left his sight, and Luobai finally regained his composure. Sorry, I was distracted just now. Luobai said. Natasha Romanoff smiled and said, It doesn't matter. But you'd better eat well while eating. After eating, you can go back and study magic slowly. Luobai nodded, but at this time he was a little absent-minded. He knew very well that a long time ago, the ancient god Sithorn, who had fallen into a demon, was forced to exile to other dimensions in order to avoid being devoured by the God-Eater. Before escaping, Sithorn wrote all his evil deeds and spells on indestructible parchment, creating the Book of Darkness. This dark god book is the hope Sithorn left on the earth before his exile, as a channel to influence the earth and release energy. To put it simply, it is what Sithorn uses to recruit believers. Luo Bai knew before that all magic in the Marvel world is borrowed. In other words, borrowing the power of an ancient god. If you learn white magic, you need to borrow the power of Emperor Weishan. Although Emperor Weishan may let you pay it back, the price won't be that high. But if you learn the Book of Darkness and borrow power from Sithorn, the price will be high. What this ancient god wants is the soul. As for why these ancient gods borrow power, it involves the issue of believers. Although it is not stated explicitly in Ancient Gods, in fact all gods in the Marvel world basically need believers. Believers can provide power to the ancient gods. Sithorn, as an old god, is no exception. Therefore, this Book of Darkness can be understood as being left by Sithorn in order to find believers. Anyone who learns the contents of the Book of Darkness will become a believer in Sithorn and dedicate the most important thing, the soul, to provide strength to Sithorn. Therefore, this book can ensure that users can understand it no matter which country they are from. The Book of Darkness is said to be a magic book, but in fact it can also be understood as a magic weapon created by Sithorn, so this book has autonomous consciousness. This means that it may choose its own host. Obviously, Luo Bai has a high probability of being selected. But Luo Bai really didn't understand why he got this book. After all, as long as you learn, you have to sacrifice your soul. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like you can learn. Could it be that Lady Luck was sure that he would not be affected? This is not Luo Bai's random guessing. After all, although the Dark God book is corrosive and can make people corrupt, but to put it bluntly, whether it is black or not depends entirely on the reader. When the will is too strong, a book cannot control your consciousness at all. It is said that learning black magic will make you blacken and become an evil mage. But look at Ancient One herself, she also absorbed black magic. It's not like there's nothing wrong with it. As for why the Ancient One absorbed black magic, it's not because white magic isn't powerful enough. Or maybe it's because people like Wei Shandi are still too conservative. They borrow people's power, a little at a time. Unlike Sithorn, the power given to you is enough to destroy the world and even give you more lifespan. The Ancient One has to protect the earth and deal with Domu and many dark magicians. What if I don't absorb some black magic power? This made Luo Bai suddenly feel that maybe the arrival of this Dark God book was not a bad thing for him, but a good thing. Maybe it would allow him to improve his strength. Luo Bai was thinking in his mind. But because he was thinking too seriously, he didn't notice that Natasha Romanoff had called him many times. Seeing that he still didn't respond, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but raise her voice, "Luo Bai." This time Luo Bai came back to his senses. "What are you thinking? The food is getting cold," Natasha Romanoff said helplessly. Luo Bai shrugged and said sheepishly, "Something happened suddenly, so I just thought a little more seriously." Seeing his serious expression, Natasha Romanoff was a little worried and asked, "Is the earth in trouble?" "That's not true, but I encountered some trouble," Luo Bai said. Should it be said or not, this matter is quite troublesome for Luo Bai. He is now torn between learning and not learning. "I know I may not be able to help you, but if I can listen, if you are really confused, maybe I can enlighten you," Natasha Romanoff said softly. As an agent, she is really good at comforting people. But for this matter, it would be better for Luo Bai to find Ancient One than to find her. "That's not necessary. Let's eat quickly. I have something to do later." Luo Bai rejected his kindness. At this point he just wanted to eat quickly and go find the Ancient One. Although Luobai is learning magic very quickly now, he is not so strong that he doesn't need to eat at all, so he is really hungry now. Hungry and anxious, Luobai ate quickly. This made Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but said, "I can see that you are very anxious, but before you leave, I want to ask you something." Luobai asked while eating, "What's the matter?" "About yesterday, a hammer suddenly fell from the sky. Do you know what happened?" Natasha Romanoff asked. "A hammer fell from the sky." "Thor's hammer?" Luobai blurted out and guessed. Chapter 037. Are you some kind of blessed body? Thor's hammer? What do you mean? The Thor you are talking about cannot be the son of Odin recorded in the Norse mythology books, Thor. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help complaining. Just tell me that there are mages in this world. You don't want to tell me that there is Odin in this world, right? Everyone from the fairy tale is here. Do you have any photos or something to show me? Just as he was thinking about it, Luobai asked. Natasha Romanoff nodded, then took out her phone. This is it. It landed in a small town in Mexico. Carlson has already taken people there, and now S.H.I.E.L.D. is studying it. I want to know if this thing will be harmful to the Earth. Because when it landed, it caused huge amounts of energy fluctuations. Natasha Romanoff said as she handed over the photo. After taking a look, Luobai confirmed. This is the hammer of Thor, so Thor has been exiled by his father now. Do you know what this is? Seeing him looking at the photo without saying anything, Natasha Romanoff asked again. Luobai came back to his senses and replied calmly while eating, "It's just an ordinary hammer. You don't need to study it too much. It won't have much impact on the Earth. A regular hammer. That's it. Come on, the power of this hammer when it lands is not small. Now there is a huge amounts of pit where the hammer landed. Does this tell me this is just an ordinary hammer? Of course, for a mage like Luobai, it is indeed possible that this is just an ordinary hammer." Natasha Romanoff felt relieved when Luobai said there was no threat. "That's good, we are also worried about whether this is a warning and provocation from a certain race outside the universe to the Earth." Natasha Romanoff explained. "That's not the case. Okay, Miss Natasha Romanoff, I'm leaving." Luobai finished his dinner quickly and then waved goodbye. This stunned Natasha Romanoff, who originally wanted to speak. She originally thought that if she went to Luobai today, she could have a good chat with Luobai. Unexpectedly, the two of them chatted for less than half an hour. "Are you leaving so soon?" "To be honest, I'm quite reluctant to leave." Natasha Romanoff spoke with some reluctance. She seemed to want to keep Luobai, but Luobai was very anxious now. "Then just look forward to our next meeting," Luobai said. As a yellow circle appears, the portal opens. But in the blink of an eye, Luobai disappeared. This scene attracted the attention of the guests in the restaurant. "What happened just now? I saw someone suddenly disappeared. I think I saw that yellow circle just now. Wasn't that something that was reported on the news before? It's the Soul Mage. Oh my god, I was eating in the same restaurant as the Soul Mage just now. Damn it! I didn't even ask him for an autograph." Instantly, there was a lively discussion in the restaurant. Listening to the discussion around her, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but smile. He is really a mysterious soul mage who comes and goes without a trace. Natasha Romanoff muttered. Luobai left, and she had no interest in eating. "Get up and pay the bill." At the same time, Luobai had arrived at the main hall of Komitage. What a coincidence, Ancient One happened to be meditating. Sensing movement, Ancient One opened his eyes. She wasn't surprised when she saw Luobai coming. She just got up and poured 2 cups of tea. "Master Luobai, do you have any problem coming to me?" Ancient One said. She handed over one of the cups of tea, and then picked up a cup of tea herself. "Yes. Supreme Mage, I have a very important question to ask now. Luobai said. Ancient One was not nervous and said calmly, "Don't be anxious, sit down and talk." Then she guided Luobai to sit down. After both of them were seated, Ancient One asked slowly, "Did you encounter an unsolvable problem?" Luobai nodded and said, "Yes, Supreme Mage." Ancient One answered calmly, "Magic is also called secret art because it contains endless mysteries in the multi-universe. It is normal to encounter problems. You may be able to be patient and feel it, and the energy will guide you. But my problem, it seems that energy can't guide, I have to make my own choice." Luobai couldn't help but say. "I would like to know what choices you are facing, Master Luobai." Ancient One asked. Only then did her eyes show some curiosity. Looking at Ancient One's sincere eyes, Luobai took a deep breath. Then he released the teleportation magic and took out the Dark God book sealed in the teleportation space. "Supreme Mage, this is the choice I face," Luobai said. Ancient One. I was confused at that time. Good guy. Isn't this the Book of Darkness? For a moment, Luobai saw Ancient One stunned. Ancient One was not surprised that Luobai would come to her. After all, learning magic, which mage wouldn't have problems? Although Luobai's talent is strong, it is normal for him to encounter obstacles that he cannot break through. Because of his teaching experience, Ancient One remained calm at the beginning. Until he took out the Book of Darkness. Ancient One was confused. "I thought you couldn't learn any more. I didn't expect you to tell me that you were selected by the Book of Darkness. Now the problem is big. Where did you find this book?" Ancient One asked. Luobai answered truthfully, "I was eating in the restaurant, and this book was placed on the sofa. When I saw the book, I realized something was wrong. When I opened it, I realized that it was the Book of Darkness." Luobai would give such an honest confession mainly because he believed in leniency in confessing. And he thinks that the Ancient One should understand him. After all, to a certain extent, Ancient One is his master, and Ancient One also has experience in learning black magic, so he believes that Ancient One will give him the correct guidance. Frankly speaking, after coming to the Marvel world, the person Luobai trusted the most was the Ancient One. The Ancient One gave him the Time Stone. This alone was enough to make Luobai believe that Ancient One really wanted to train him. So he can only seek help from the Ancient One. Perhaps because of seeing the Book of Darkness, Ancient One was stunned for half a second. After all, this book is not so easy to obtain. Ancient One knows very well how many wizards with ulterior motives in the wizarding world want to obtain this Book of Darkness. In order to find it, they do whatever it takes to find it. But you think Sithorn is a philanthropist? Give it to you if you want it. No, as an ancient god. Others also have requirements for choosing believers. Therefore, it is difficult for most mages to find this book despite all their efforts. Unexpectedly, Luobai found him. Although this is a black magic book, it must be said that it is also a magical book. Thinking of this, Ancient One fell silent. After a long time, Ancient One said, "I don't know how to help you with this matter." There was really nothing she could do about this. Book of Darkness chose Luobai, which means that Luobai is being targeted by Sithorn. It's the same concept as Emperor Weishan coming to give Luobai a blessing. Now it's equivalent to Sithorn giving Luobai a blessing. Is Luobai some kind of blessing body? So many ancient gods are chasing him to bless him? Thinking of this, the Ancient One explained, "I can't help you, only you can help yourself. The mage will face many choices in this life, and no one else can interfere with all choices, and can only rely on the mage himself. This is your destiny, you should choose for yourself. But no one can stop Sithorn from watching you." Ancient One let Luobai make his own choice, which surprised Luobai. Supreme Mage, Karmataj ordered to prohibit learning witchcraft and black magic. Aren't you going to stop me? Luobai asked. Ancient One didn't say anything, and she didn't know how long it took before she slowly explained, this is a restriction on other mages, but you are the future supreme mage. No one can stop you, not even me. After saying that, Ancient One looked a little serious as if he had remembered something. Before Luobai could speak, she continued, what's more, if we want to protect the earth, sometimes we have no choice. There is no choice. This sentence is the helplessness of Ancient One. She also knew very well that the power given by Weixin Emperor was weak after all, compared to the black magicians in the universe. The power given by Emperor Weixin was too little. But if the Supreme Master wants to protect the Earth, it is not easy to face the threat of the entire multi-universe independently. In the final analysis, human mages are nothing more than accessories to the multi-universe gods. The most important thing is that you choose the right god and stand in the right camp. So the Ancient One chose to pursue eternity. Chapter 038 Ancient One, how about I leave? The Ancient One cannot help Luobai make decisions because she has never been able to resist multi-universe matters. But after much thought, Ancient One decided to give you some advice. Although I can't decide your future for you, maybe I can give you some friendly advice. That's great. Luobai said. Ancient One was silent for a moment. She lowered her head and looked at the Book of Darkness for a while and then asked, have you read this book? I opened it, but I only read one page. Luobai answered truthfully. How do you feel? Ancient One asked again. It attracts me and makes me have the urge to keep watching. Luobai explained. Ancient One continued to ask, how much do you know about the dark power? Luobai thought for a moment and replied, I don't know much. I have the impression that dark magic can devour souls and corrupt people. Ancient One shook his head and explained, it is never the power of darkness that makes people fall, but power. Fundamentally speaking, whether it is the Book of Weixin Emperor or the Book of Darkness, what they bring to the mage is power. When possessed of great power, mages will lose control and fall. Therefore, Karmatage prohibits mages from absorbing dark power because most mages' souls are not strong enough to withstand the erosion. You think that the Book of Darkness is corrosive to you and attracts you to look down. This proves that your current soul is not strong enough to resist the Book of Darkness and cannot fully grasp the power within it. The hint of Ancient One is actually quite obvious. She was telling Luobai that it was okay to learn but now was not the time. Luobai naturally understood this, so he asked, I remember it was recorded in the books that the Book of Emperor Weixin and the Book of Darkness restrained each other. Since restraint can achieve a balance. The Ancient One didn't hide it at all, and answered directly, okay. Instantly he understood. Although Luobai understands the plot, the magic thing is far from simple. It would be safer to get an accurate answer from Ancient One, so Luobai came to ask for advice. Through Ancient One's answer, Luobai now fully understood. To put it simply, as long as you completely master all the magic in the Book of Weixin Emperor, and by cultivating a powerful soul through practice, you can completely control the power in the Book of Darkness and use the power in the book for your own use. Presumably Ancient One also absorbed the black magic power through this method. As for the matter of sacrificing one's soul, although Luobai understood the secret, he still hoped to get an accurate answer from the Ancient One. After all, this has something to do with his future fate and even his life. Luobai must be cautious. Thinking of this, he asked again, Supreme Mage, I still have a question that I don't understand. Ancient One calmly replied, you asked. To put it bluntly, the power of a mage is to borrow power from the powerful gods in the multi-universe, right? Luobai said. Ancient One was stunned for a moment and asked, borrow it? Why do you describe it like that? Luobai analyzed carefully, the so-called absorbing power from the multi-universe, obtaining the blessing of the ancient gods, and then exchanging it for a price seems to be no different from borrowing. Ancient One smiled and nodded, it's a strange description, But it can indeed be understood in this way. Luo Bai nodded, and then continued to ask, whether you borrow energy from Emperor Weishan or other ancient gods, you have to pay it back. But I want to ask the Supreme Mage, if I borrow some energy from every ancient god energy, how will you repay it in the end? Ancient One was silent. Otherwise, they all think the same thing. After all, Ancient One has actually done the questions Luo Bai asked. She just borrowed a little bit, and she didn't even know how many gods she had borrowed until now. I'm just afraid that I can't pay it back. But she didn't care either. After all, she doesn't need to pay back what she borrowed from other gods. What she has to pay back now is only the Eternal Emperor. There is no other reason. Just because the Eternal Emperor is the strongest existence among them. Thinking of this, Ancient One smiled. She calmly replied, then it depends on who your soul belongs to in the end. After saying this, Luo Bai understood. It seems to be the same as what he predicted. Every god needs believers, so there is a problem of competing for believers among the gods. As for who the believers will belong to in the end, it will naturally belong to the strongest one. So Luo Bai doesn't need to worry too much, although he may dedicate his soul to Sithorn by studying the Dark God book. But as long as he borrows power from a god more powerful than Sithorn, his soul will belong to that god. The cycle continues like this. You can successfully complete the nesting doll. In the end, as long as Luo Bai is strong enough, who will own the soul? This question is really hard to say. Thinking of this, Luo Bai suddenly felt that the Book of Darkness was actually quite good. Wasn't it a good way to help him achieve a leap in power? Supreme Mage, I understand. Luo Bai said quickly. Ancient One nodded and said, go. Then she closed her eyes. Luo Bai didn't stop and drove to New York via a portal. After he left, Ancient One slowly opened his eyes. At this time, she was thinking about how lucky Luo Bai was. Not long ago, he was chased by Emperor Weishan to give him blessings, and now he is chased by Sithorn to give him strength. Luo Bai's magic talent is still so high. In time. I can't even think about it. Originally, she was worried that Luo Bai might not be able to face the enemies in the multi-universe alone soon after learning magic, so she stayed at Karmitage. Looking at it now, I wonder if it's time for her to leave. Otherwise, she should go directly to the Eternal Emperor and give Karmitage to Luo Bai. Anyway, with the two gods Sithorn and Weishan Emperor protecting him, Luo Bai should be able to handle most of the problems. Thinking of this, Ancient One spoke slowly, it's time to leave, but we have to find a suitable opportunity. After saying this, Ancient One closed his eyes. At the same time, Luo Bai, who was completely unaware, had returned to his villa in New York. And sitting in the study, ready to continue learning magic. For Luo Bai, the Book of Darkness is certainly a book that can quickly increase his strength, but without the support of a strong soul, Luo Bai would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, the top priority is to learn all the magic as soon as possible and strengthen Luo Bai's soul so that he can better control the power in the Dark Book. Thinking of this, Luo Bai continued to read the magic book. He locked himself in his room for a whole week. Within this week, Luo Bai finished studying all the magic books he borrowed, and successfully opened the mirror dimension. Although he still cannot completely control the power in the time stone, he can freely use most of the time magic. After thoroughly mastering most of the magic, he began to meditate and start a multi-universe journey. There are many ways for mages to train their souls. In addition to enhancing your own energy, another situation is to embark on a multi-universe journey. Chapter 039 Another bald head arrives. The energy contained in the multi-universe is far more powerful than the Earth, so many mages will start multi-universe travel after mastering this knowledge. The universe of the Marvel world can be roughly divided into single universe, multi-universe, super universe and omnipotent universe. In Karmitage, most mages can only travel to a single universe, which simply means teleporting through space within a universe to a designated destination. There are not many mages who can travel to multi-universe, and only a few great mages in Kamatage can barely do it. Of course, given Luo Bai's current strength, he is already very proficient in traveling through the multi-universe. So what he is training now is not his physical body but his spiritual body, also called his soul. The soul travels through the multi-universe. So far, only the Ancient One can do it in Kamatage, and only the Ancient One can do it. After all, the soul is much more fragile than the body. The multi-universe contains too much energy, and ordinary souls cannot withstand the impact of such a large amount of energy. But in order to train his soul, Luo Bai could only do this. Luo Bai was greatly shocked when he tried it for the first time. The soul stayed in the multi-universe for less than a day before it couldn't bear it anymore. He only felt that his whole body was being suppressed by an invisible and powerful force, starting from the Tianling cap to his toes. Every cell in his body was suffering from huge amounts of stimulation, as if his body was about to be torn apart at any time. After enduring the shock for a day, Luo Bai had no choice but to let his soul return to his body. After adjusting to his condition and resting, Luo Bai tried again. After trying again and again for 20 times, Luo Bai finally withstood the pressure and began to try to move deeper into the multi-universe. The passage of time in multi-universe is somewhat different from that on Earth, so Luo Bai doesn't know how long he has been practicing. Until he noticed that there seemed to be some movement downstairs, as if Polaris was arguing with someone. This made Luo Bai a little strange. Polaris should be the only person in this house, right? Who would she quarrel with? Considering that he had been practicing for so long, Luo Bai really planned to relax. He stood up, opened the door and walked down to the second floor. As soon as I arrived on the second floor, I saw Polaris standing outside the door as if talking to someone, and he was very excited. Because of the excitement, the metal in the room kept shaking. Even the ceiling chandelier began to shake. "Lorna, what are you doing?" Luo Bai shouted. This sound instantly silenced the room. Polaris turned his head, and the anger on his face instantly turned into excitement. "Master Luo Bai, you are finally out." "Out." After saying this, I don't know when I thought he went in. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but complain, "What does it mean finally?" Polaris said excitedly, "I have calculated that it has been a full month since I last saw you." Luo Bai. "Ah. 1 month. Has it been so long?" Luo Bai couldn't help but ask. "Yes. Look what day it is today," Polaris said. Luo Bai picked up the phone and glanced at the time. "Boy, it's really been a month." "No way. The passage of time in the multi-universe is a little different from the passage of time on Earth." Although Luo Bai didn't feel like he had traveled for a long time, a whole month had actually passed on Earth. This is really unexpected. "So, have you stayed in the study this month?" Polaris asked. Luo Bai thought for a while and said, "No, in fact, I will go on a trip later." "Travel?" Polaris was shocked. Her eyes widened, obviously she had misunderstood. "Master Luo Bai, I have been guarding you in the house for a whole month. I dare not leave even half a step, for fear that you can't find me. If you go on a trip, please tell me. I can at least give myself a holiday," Polaris said, a bit aggrieved in his tone. "Actually, I didn't know it had been so long." "All right." Polaris sighed. Who makes Luo Bai the creditor? She had no choice but to suffer. "By the way, has anyone come to see me this month?" Just as he was thinking about it, Luo Bai suddenly asked. Polaris nodded quickly, "Yes. Mr. Stark, Natasha Romanoff, and the Braised Egghead have all come to see you. But I don't dare to disturb you on the second floor, so I told them that you have something to do and can't see anyone for the time being." After the last lesson, Polaris now dare not even take a step up to the second floor, let alone let others go to the second floor. She was afraid that Luobai would accidentally turn her into a frog. Luobai also understood, and was glad that she didn't let anyone else disturb him, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to carry out soul-strengthening training so smoothly. Thinking of this, Luobai couldn't help but praise, "You did a good job, Lorna, but who were you talking to just now?" Hearing his question, Polaris asked nervously, "Did I disturb you, Master Luobai?" "That's not true, it's just that I think your situation is not particularly good," Luobai said. Polaris didn't seem to want Luobai to know who the visitor was. She blocked the door with her body, and then opened her mouth in panic. "There is no Master Luobai, just a few people asking for directions," Polaris said as he tried to close the door. But a voice sounded outside the door, "Hello, sir. My name is Charles, you can also call me Professor X. I want to come in and have a chat with you, okay?" Professor X. When Luobai heard the person announcing his identity, he roughly understood. It is estimated that Professor. He had guessed since he took in Polaris that mutants would come to his door sooner or later. After all, Polaris' identity is too special. With psychological expectations, Luobai is not surprised. "Since you're here, come in and sit down," Luobai said very politely. Polaris was stunned. She didn't seem to expect that Luobai would say that, and she was worried about causing trouble to Luobai. So he hurriedly said, "Master Luobai, I can solve it." Luobai smiled and replied half-jokingly, "If you can really solve it, you won't be treated as a thief when you enter my room." Polaris was silent. After a while, she finally let Professor X in. As soon as Professor X entered the door, Luobai saw huge amounts of bald head. Although Luobai knew that Professor X was bald. But seeing Cheng Liang's bald head, Luobai couldn't help but complain in a low voice, "Here comes another bald head." Needless to say, he has a pretty rapport with the bald men in the Marvel world. "I have only been here for a long time and have already seen several bald heads." His voice was not loud, and Professor X didn't know whether he heard him clearly. But Professor X asked, "What?" Luobai shook his head and replied, "Nothing." "Hello Professor X, tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Luobai said as he sat on the sofa. Professor X approached him with a wheelchair, and there were several X-men standing behind him. Luobai was not particularly sure about the identities of some of the policemen. But one of them, Jean Grey. Luobai recognized it at a glance. Chapter 040, The Power of the Phoenix. The red-haired beauty standing behind Professor X is Jean Grey. Luobai would pay attention to her entirely because of the power in her, the power of the Phoenix. Because of this, Jean Grey is also nicknamed Phoenix Girl. Speaking of the Phoenix power, Luobai has to mention it. No one knows where the Phoenix power comes from. They can only roughly guess that it comes from the original universe, was born at the beginning of all things, is an immortal chaos, eternal but impermanent existence, and is also the sun of the universe. After hearing this description, it becomes clear how terrifying the Phoenix power is. This power is so powerful that it is formidable. The passion of the Phoenix can be turned into the Phoenix's judgment, which can be used to regenerate or destroy everything in the universe, even the original universe. Although listening to the name, many people will think that the Phoenix Force may be just a kind of power. But in fact it is a powerful force with self-awareness. Generally speaking, it is difficult for power to give birth to consciousness. But the Phoenix Force is different. It has had consciousness since its birth and has a very powerful autonomous consciousness, so the Phoenix Force will choose its host independently. The power of the host can better display the Phoenix Force, and in the original multi-universe, Jean Grey is the most suitable host for the Phoenix Force. So, the Phoenix Force approached Jean Grey. Perhaps it is because Jean Grey has not fully grown up yet. Although Luobai can feel the power of the Phoenix now contained in her body, it is obviously suppressed. It should be Jean Grey who suppressed the Phoenix power herself, but the culprit who caused her to suppress the Phoenix power should be Professor X. After all, this bald head is not simple. The reason why Professor X was able to become the founder of the X-Men and have so many mutants serve him loyally. Not only because he is rich, but also because he is originally a very powerful mutant. He has the ability of telepathy and mind control, and can read other people's thoughts and memories, manipulate other people's actions, and even connect everyone in the world through a brainwave enhancement machine. Although Professor X was not originally a bad guy, he was even called a superhero. But Luo Bai didn't like this bald man. After all, who would want someone to control their own consciousness and read their own memories? This is no different than an invasion of privacy. "Hello, sir, I heard Polar Star just called you." Luo Bai, right. Just as he was thinking about it, Professor X suddenly spoke. Luo Bai replied, "Correction, it's Master Luo Bai." "Okay, Master Luo Bai." Professor X corrected the title very politely. Only after that did he explain his purpose. "I am Professor. It's not safe for her to stay outside with her status," Professor X said very sincerely. His reason for coming to Luo Bai was not surprising. After all, he had guessed Professor X's purpose early on. Seriously. In fact, there is no need for Luo Bai to conflict with Professor X for Polaris, let alone have any connection with mutants for Polaris. After all, he and Polaris had not known each other for a long time and they had not established a strong emotional bond, so it was not impossible to let Professor X take Polaris back. But it can be thought that this month, the housekeeper of Polaris has been doing his best. In addition, Luo Bai asked before, she has a very strong resistance to Professor X. Perhaps out of compassion, Luo Bai refused. "She is the housekeeper I invited. For now, you can't take her away." Invited housekeeping. Professor X was stunned, with a bit of shock clearly in his eyes. Perhaps he didn't expect that with Polar Star's character, he would actually be willing to stay here in Luo Bai as a housekeeper. Is what he said true? He was too shocked, so Professor X turned around and asked Polaris. Unexpectedly, Polaris hardly hesitated and answered very firmly, "Yes. I am the housekeeper hired by Master Luo Bai, so I can't go back with you." Hearing her answer, the X-Men were stunned. Mystique Raven Darkholm, who was standing aside, immediately began to persuade, "Polaris, you have a very strong ability. With your ability, you shouldn't stay here as an ordinary cleaner." Cyclops Scott Summers also expressed confusion. "Lorna, are you serious? Are you willing to be a cleaner?" Although the social status of mutants is not high, most mutants with strong abilities are actually very arrogant. They think that they have great strength, can do greater things and have a higher status. So the members of the X-Men were shocked by Lorna's choice. "Lorna, in your opinion, we X-Men are worse than an ordinary housekeeper?" Cyclops asked very unconvinced. His words made Luo Bai very dissatisfied. "I don't agree with what you said. Is it embarrassing to be my housekeeper?" Luo Bai complained. "Come on, he is the chosen mage with extraordinary talent and full luck. Or the future supreme mage. How embarrassing is it to be the supreme mage's housekeeper?" Just as he was thinking about it, Cyclops responded, "Of course. No matter how you look at it, being an X-Men is better than being a housekeeper." As soon as he finished speaking, he was opposed by Polaris. "No. In my opinion, being a housekeeper as Master Luo Bai is much better than being an X-Men," Polaris said, with a firm look in his eyes as if he wanted to join the party. Her firm gaze irritated the X-Men. "Please. The X-Men have undergone rigorous training and have been maintaining world peace. Polaris is now saying that they are not as good as X-Men but housekeeping. Can the X-Men not be angry? Lorna, you are simply unreasonable," Cyclops said angrily. Mystique was even more curious and gently persuaded, "Lorna, you don't seem like your character. Are you threatened by something? You should be aware of your current situation." The Association and the Secret Service have sent people to hunt you down. Only we can protect you. But now Polaris doesn't like them at all. She just asked Professor X, "You said you can protect me, how can you protect me? Professor? Are you actually willing to cooperate with them? How can you expect me to trust you?" Polaris was furious. Anger affected her mood and she became restless and irritable. The power in her body was surging wildly, as if she was about to burst out with terrifying energy in the next second. Chapter 041 Mirror Realm, Unfold. Polaris originally had mental problems. Now being stimulated by them reminds me of bad memories, and my emotions are out of control in an instant. But Professor X is good at comforting people. Seeing that Polaris was about to lose control, Professor X quickly comforted him. "Lorna, I know your anger. I know your hatred. They made you lose a lot of friends, so you want to fight back. But I know that you are kind in nature, and you hope that mutants can have fair treatment in human society. And I am also fighting for this. My cooperation with the government is to tell people around the world through the X-Men that mutants are not scary. Mutants will also protect humans. Provoking war will not bring peace. Only by proving to humans that we mutants are no threat can we bring peace and allow mutants to have equal treatment." Professor X gently persuaded him, trying to reason with Polaris. But how could Polaris listen to it now? "Do you think what you did will move them? No. No. They just want to completely control us mutants. They just want us to be their slaves." Polaris responded angrily. Professor X was stunned and asked in confusion, "Why do you think so? It's not like that. That's not the case. Then why do they study us mutants? And create devices that limit our abilities? They capture us and study us. Isn't this to restrain us and treat us as slaves?" Polaris asked in return. Professor X was obviously silent. After all, he is aware of the behavior of these people, so he has communicated with them. "I have already been communicating with the senior management. Believe me, this matter will be resolved perfectly before long," Professor X said. But Polaris obviously didn't want to believe it anymore. "I have believed you once, but what happened? You didn't save Bella, did you?" Polaris scolded, her anger continuing to rise. "Seeing that she was almost out of control, I was worried that she might hurt someone." Professor X's eyes darkened and he used mind control ability. He wanted to try to control Polaris and calm down Polaris' emotions. But in rage state, Polaris' ability index skyrocketed, and even she couldn't control her entire mental state. How could Professor X control her so easily? "Don't control me anymore!" Polaris roared. Green light enveloped Polaris, and her body was slowly rising. Seeing Polaris becoming uncontrollable, the X-Men on the side all assumed fighting postures, as if they were ready to take action at any time. Professor X immediately said, "Don't do it, I'll try again." After saying that, he was ready to continue using ability to control Polaris. Just now he underestimated the mental state of Polaris' rage, so he didn't use too much power. But at this time, Professor X had no intention of leaving any room. Seeing him preparing to use ability again, Luo Bai spoke, "Polaris, calm down. 6 simple words can make everything calm in an instant." Polar Star, who was almost out of control emotionally, suddenly lost all his anger when he heard Luo Bai shouting the words "calm down." Polar Star has followed Luo Bai for so long and has seen Luo Bai's strength with his own eyes. She knew very well how terrifying Luo Bai was, and she remembered what Luo Bai had said. If she cannot control her emotions and causes bad consequences, she will be locked up in a little dark room. Polaris has never been to the Black Room. But she knows that the majesty of the mage cannot be challenged. "Master Luo Bai, I didn't mean it," Polar Star said quickly. "I know. It doesn't matter, I'll take care of it." Luo Bai comforted her. The next second. Click 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 click. Small sounds sounded around, like the sound of breaking glass. As the sound sounded, the surrounding environment changed in the next second. Everyone seemed to be in a new world, wonderful and science fiction. This is Luobai's mirror space. Mirror space. Karmatage's space magic. The user must have a strong store of magical energy to create it. There are differences in the mirror space created by each mage, because the mirror space is equivalent to a field. In this field, the mage can change everything in the field at will, all based on his own imagination. Since every mage has a different imagination, the mirror space created by each mage will be different. So Luobai's mirror space is naturally different from ancient ones. In fact, mirror space is not a very advanced magic in the eyes of powerful wizards, but now Professor X and those members of the X-Men do not understand mirror space. They were only curious and shocked by the sudden changes around them. What is this? Mystique asked in surprise, looking at the surrounding environment. Mirror space, my domain. Luobai replied calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground where Professor X and the others were standing suddenly split open for some unknown reason. Without enough time to react, Professor X and others quickly fell downwards. When they reacted, they discovered that they had already reached an altitude of 10,000 feet and were descending rapidly with their faces on the ground. And underneath is the ground, the cement floor. At this moment, everyone panicked. Falling from an altitude of 10,000 meters, even if they are mutants, there is no way they can survive safely. Because of this, they are now somewhat eager to find a way to get a buffer. But there is no way. Everything around seemed unreal. They can't catch anything. They can't catch anything. They were about to fall to the ground. Unexpectedly, they were about to fall to the concrete floor. The ground is cracked. And then, they experienced the same thing again. He fell from the sky again. X-Men, oh my god. Professor X, I'm convinced. Amidst the shouts of several people breaking down. They fell in the air for who knows how long, and the last few were finally caught firmly by a stone step. Oh, shit. Can you believe it, I just fell for 10 minutes. For a moment, I thought I wouldn't live long. It wasn't until they stopped falling that a few people finally recovered and couldn't help muttering. But Professor X said nothing at this time, because he was just stunned. No, he is a disabled person after all. Has anyone ever considered his feelings? Professor X broke down and shouted in his heart, but on the surface he pretended to be calm. He knew that everything they had experienced just now was probably caused by Luobai, just when he was trying to find Luobai. Luobai and Polar Star appeared in front of them in a suspended state. I said it. Lorna is my housekeeper now, you can't take her away. What's more, she doesn't want to leave with you now. Professor X, you are so old. It's not good to bully a little girl. Luobai said calmly. Before Professor. The fall just now made Cyclops feel angry, as if he was threatened. At this time, he obviously wanted to take action. He asked Professor X, seemingly for advice. Professor. In fact, Professor X felt very aggrieved. Anyone would probably not be able to bear the pressure of falling from a high altitude for a full 10 minutes and possibly dying at any time. But Professor X knew that they could not conflict with Luobai because he knew Luobai. In recent news reports, he saw Luobai fighting against Hulk, so he knew that Luobai had certain strength. Thinking of this, Professor. Using your ability to control other people's minds and read other people's memories is not polite behavior. Luobai also spoke very gently. But Lorna lost control of her emotions just now. I just wanted to comfort her. I was worried that she would lose control and hurt others. Professor X defended again. However, Luobai's attitude was very firm. She is the housekeeper I invited, and she is in my house. I'm sorry Master Luobai, I was too impulsive just now. I shouldn't have done anything in your house. Chapter 042 Just Practice More. Luo Bai thought there might be a conflict next, but he didn't expect Professor X to apologize very quickly. But, if anyone else stood in Professor X's position, they would most likely admit their mistake faster than him. After all, at this time, Professor looking down is the bottomless sky. After experiencing the 10-minute fall from high altitude, Professor X really didn't want to try it again. God knows how scary it was just now. For a moment, he even thought about how to distribute the inheritance. Of course, this is only one of the reasons. Another reason is that Luo Bai has been reported in the news. Now Luo Bai is red and purple, and his popularity remains high. If the X-Men took action here, it would definitely be on the front page within half a day. If the media then writes the mutant X-Men provoke the superhero Soul Mage, then all Professor X's previous efforts will be scrapped. For two reasons, Professor X did not dare to offend Luo Bai easily. So he chose the friendliest method and took the initiative to apologize. Seeing his sincere attitude, Luo Bai made no further move, and calmly issued an order to expel the guests. You must have seen Lorna's attitude, so please come back. Professor Master Luo Bai, Polaris' identity is very special. Currently, she is still a wanted criminal. The Association and the Secret Service will definitely send people to arrest her. If it really comes to that point, what will you do? Professor X asked. Although he often uses his ability to invade other people's brains, Luo Bai has also shown that Professor X is kind and gentle in nature. So he asked these words as a kind reminder. Luo Bai did not answer his question, but asked, what crime did Polaris commit? Professor. She's a mutant, and potentially a threat. Hearing this answer, Luo Bai chuckled and continued to ask, Charles, do you think this charge is reasonable? Professor. In that case, why do you treat her as a criminal? Luo Bai asked. I never thought Lorna was a criminal. Professor X quickly denied. Luo Bai smiled and asked, then why did you bring all the X-Men? X-Men, an organization established to protect world peace. Their dispatch means that world peace may be destroyed. In order to bring Polaris back, Professor X brought almost all the members of the X-Men with him. Doesn't this explain everything? Thinking of this, Professor X fell silent. Seeing his silence, Luo Bai continued, if you really don't think Polaris has committed a crime, you should stop those people from pursuing Polaris instead of taking Polaris back. You just asked me what I would do if someone from the association came to ask for someone. In fact, I also want to ask you, Charles. If Polaris comes back to you and asks for someone, will you give it or not? Luo Bai's words and his questions hit the nail on the head. At this point, Professor X realized. I understand what you mean. Mr. Luo Bai, I'm sorry that we disturbed you today. If the X-Men and my actions and words are inappropriate, please forgive me. Professor X spoke sincerely. It seems that he has figured it out and plans to go back. Although the two parties did have some unpleasantness before, fortunately Professor X's attitude was very good, so Luo Bai did not intend to pursue it. I hope there won't be another time. Luo Bai reminded. As he finished speaking, the surrounding scene returned to normal. Seeing the tens of thousands of feet in the sky beneath their feet turn back into floor tiles, Professor. I think there won't be a next time. After all, it's not good to disturb you too much. Professor X responded. After finishing speaking, he looked at the X-Men behind him and said softly, let's go back. After saying that, the group left with the X-Men. Before leaving, Jean Grey unexpectedly looked back at Luo Bai. This glance had no clear meaning. After Professor X and his party left, Luo Bai sat back on the sofa. At this time, Polaris looked panicked and his eyes flashed, as if he was worried about something. Luo Bai couldn't help but comfort, Lorna, it's okay. They have left. As soon as he finished speaking, Baizing suddenly explained, Master Luo Bai, I didn't mean it just now. You don't want to lock me in a small dark room, do you? Small dark room? After she reminded him, Luobai remembered that he had indeed said this before. Is this what Lorna is worried about? Please, no. He just said this casually. Does Polaris still remember it? This guy must have a very good memory. Thinking of this, Luobai sighed and comforted, of course not. You are acting in self-defense, I understand. Thank you, Master Luobai. Polaris said. Her tone was calm and unwavering, and there was no trace of happiness at all, and the expression on her face was still solemn, as if she was still worried. Before Luobai could ask, Polar Star couldn't help himself. She suddenly raised her head and apologized to Luobai with a guilty look on her face. Master Luobai, I'm sorry. I have caused you trouble. Luobai understood why she apologized, but he didn't take it to heart at all, so he replied casually, if it's troublesome, I won't keep you as a housekeeper. He knew the identity and situation of Polaris early on, so he naturally chose to keep Polaris because he didn't care at all. But Jia Xing still felt guilty and uneasy, so he couldn't help but said, What professor, I like trouble. But I might still cause trouble for you later. Her identity destined her life to be unstable, and everyone close to her would be affected by her. Although on the surface, Luobai and Polaris have an employment relationship. But after this period of getting along, Luobai was not only an employer but also a friend in Polar Star's heart. She was worried that her identity would always cause trouble to Luobai, so she had the idea of leaving. In this short period of time, Polaris thought a lot, and even staged an emotional drama in his heart. However, Luobai didn't quite understand her concerns. After all, he made it clear that he didn't care about the trouble, but Polaris still said so. This made Luobai couldn't help complaining, you don't want to deny it and run away, right? We agreed for 3 months, and now you only work for 1 month and want to run away. Of course not. Polaris quickly explained, Professor. Luobai replied nonchalantly, then when they come next time, just go outside and kill them all without letting me know. Me? Polaris was confused. After a moment, she couldn't help but reply, but I can't beat them. Luobai shrugged and replied seriously, you just need to practice more. Vegetable? Ah? Do I have the ability to control the magnetic field? What a waste, me. Well, I am indeed pretty good. Chapter 043 Luck is so good that it makes people jealous. Polaris has a very strong character, and such a strong character means that she cannot accept others calling her bad. Especially when these words came from Luobai, the maid she respected very much. This made Polaris even more difficult to accept. After hearing this, she who was still in a very low mood suddenly became rebellious. A pair of light green eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. But she was still unconvinced. Unfortunately, Lorna couldn't refute. After all, she is really good now. She can't deal with the X-Men, and she can't deal with the Mutant Association, so how can she be useless? Thinking of this, Polaris took a deep breath and responded with almost gritted teeth, Master Luobai taught me that I am indeed quite good. Seeing her stiff expression, Luobai raised his eyebrows and asked, Why, you seem unconvinced. The little girl got into a mood and lowered her head and replied firmly, No. Luobai laughed and complained, the 4 basic natural forces of the universe are the strong force, the weak force, the electromagnetic force and the universal gravitation. You have the ability to control the magnetic field, but in the end even these people can't handle it. Isn't that good enough? Polaris. People are going to be PD off. Although she had never dared to refute Luobai, she was so angry that she couldn't help but refute, that's because I have a mental illness, so it's difficult to control my ability. As soon as he finished speaking, Luobai asked, But you have never practiced, have you? You know that you are a mutant and in a very dangerous situation, why don't you train your ability well? Polaris was speechless for a moment. After all, what Luobai said is right, why don't you practice cooking more? Thinking of this, Polaris suddenly looked firmly and said, I will train my ability well in the future. Next time I will deal with them before they come, and I will never cause you any trouble. Luobai smiled faintly and responded jokingly, you still have to work, don't practice it because no one in the family will do it. Okay, I understand. Polaris responded. At this time, all the worries in her heart had disappeared. Although Luobai just said that she was good, she was a little unconvinced. But then I thought about it, and Luobai was actually doing it for her own good. After all, mutants are in such a difficult situation now. How will she live her life if she doesn't train her ability well? Is it possible that he really plans to hide away for the rest of his life? After understanding this, she felt even more grateful to Luobai. Master Luobai, I know you said that you hope that I can become stronger. Thank you for protecting me in front of Professor. The determination to become stronger. After saying that, before Luobai finished speaking, she asked again, Master Luobai, do you have anything else to do now? If there is nothing else, I want to practice my ability first. Go. Luobai waved his hand. Polaris walked into the room and closed the door before starting to train his ability. While practicing, she kept mumbling, I must practice hard. Let's see who dares to challenge me in the future. When Polaris said this, his voice was not loud, but Luobai still heard it. After all, he had been training for a month and had made qualitative improvements in all aspects. It's normal to have better hearing. Hearing Polaris's complaints, Luobai couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Needless to say, it is actually quite good to have someone to accompany you in a different world. It's just that his rest time has come, and it's time to continue practicing his soul. Luobai planned to go back to the study, but unexpectedly the doorbell rang at this time. Just as he was about to open the door, the next second he felt a force surge in the room and the door was opened. Polaris, like her father, can control magnetic fields and metals. So it's easy to open a door with ability. But she had never used it before, so Luobai almost forgot that she still had this skill. This skill is good and very practical. Luobai nodded in praise. The next second I heard a familiar voice outside the door, that's weird, why is there no one? From this voice, it was obvious that the person coming was Stark. He seemed to be confused as to why no one opened the door for him today, but the door opened by itself. He walked into the room with curiosity and saw Luobai sitting on the sofa. Stark's brows stretched. The confusion turned into excitement, and Stark cheered excitedly, oh my friend, I finally see you again. Where have you been this month? Going on a trip. Luobai said. Travel. Where did you go? Stark asked. Luobai thought for a while and then replied, go to the universe. At this time, the expression on Stark's face was very wonderful. Well, the life of a mage is indeed beyond our understanding. Stark shrugged and spoke helplessly. Others are traveling and at least they are still on Earth. Luobai tourism, no one is on Earth anymore. No wonder I can't see anyone else. Of course, Stark didn't pursue this matter too much. He just sat down on the sofa and asked curiously, where is your housekeeper? Where did he go? In the room. Luobai explained. Stark nodded, and then shouted, Miss Lorna, could you please get me a drink? As soon as he finished speaking, Stark saw a green, aurora-like light emerging from the room. The green aurora surged towards the dining table. Stark was stunned when he saw this, and couldn't help but ask, what is this? As he asked, he looked along the green light. Until he saw green aurora open the refrigerator door, take out a can of Coke and put it on the table in front of him. Stark finally realized something was wrong. OMG. Shit. Did I see a ghost? Luobai, what magic did you use? Stark was so shocked that he couldn't help but ask several questions in succession. Luobai understood his shock, so he responded calmly, "It's not me. It's Lorna." Lorna. Stark didn't understand. Luobai explained, "In fact, she is a mutant and can control magnetic fields and metals. She is working hard in the room to practice her ability." "What the hell? Can you control magnetic fields and metals? Seriously?" Stark was stunned. He originally thought that Luobai was lucky enough to find a young, beautiful, and obedient girl to be his housekeeper. Unexpectedly, the housekeeper Luobai was looking for had such a powerful ability and could control the magnetic field. Thinking of this, Stark couldn't help complaining, "Friend, your luck makes people a little jealous. Can you find one for me next time?" Chapter 044 Luobai, the famous hero mentor. Stark was truly envious. Why can't he find such a good-looking, obedient, and powerful housekeeper? Thinking of this, Stark said very sincerely, "Luobai, I think the relationship between us should be good. You won't refuse such a small request from me, right? Looking for a housekeeper similar to Polaris? To be honest, this is quite difficult. Tony, you are too difficult for me." Luobai couldn't help complaining. "Is it difficult?" Stark asked in surprise. "You just need to ask Polaris if she has any female friends who want to do housework. Polaris is so good, her friends should not be much different, right?" Luobai thought for a moment and then spoke hesitantly, "That's what I say, but Polaris' identity is actually quite special." "Special?" Tony frowned and couldn't help but ask, "What's so special?" "I just said that she is a mutant," Luobai said. "Mutants? I don't know about mutants, but I've heard of them," Stark muttered. "Mutants have not been alive in this society for more than a day or two, and mutants have been in the news before, so Stark knows more or less. I heard that mutants are a group of special humans whose genes have mutated. They have very powerful humans and do evil everywhere. For example, the Magneto incident that made the news," Stark explained. Seeing that he had some misunderstandings about mutants, Luobai explained, "Actually, mutants are not all bad people. They are just like humans, they have good and bad." "Of course, I understand it very well. Although the news has been preaching that mutants are evil before, I have never believed it. You know, those congressmen like to do this. When I created the Iron Suit, they also said that I would destroy the world." "Peace." Stark shrugged and complained indifferently. Stark has always been very dissatisfied with the top management of Country M, mainly because he was publicly criticized by members of parliament. He knows those people's urine habits very well, and with an obedient housekeeper like Polaris, Stark has always maintained a neutral attitude towards mutants. But he didn't understand how harsh those people were towards mutants, so Luobai couldn't help but remind him, "You also know that the higher UPS have been squeezing mutants, so if you hire mutants as housekeepers, you will run into a lot of trouble. For example, just now, the X-Men came to the door. They said that Polaris was a wanted criminal and wanted to take her away." "The wanted?" Stark didn't understand and quickly asked, "What crime did Polaris commit?" "She is a mutant, this is the crime," Luobai said helplessly. When Stark heard this, he immediately became angry and cursed angrily, "These bastards, they convict Polaris just because she is a mutant, and they are wanted all over the world. This is really infuriating." Luobai nodded and said, "It's indeed quite irritating. That's why I said it might be very troublesome if you hire mutants." Stark understood roughly why. In fact, it was originally a joke that Stark asked Luobai to help him find a housekeeper, but after hearing the current situation of Polaris, Stark became a little serious. "You just said that the X-Men came to see you before and wanted to take away Polaris?" Stark asked. "Yes." Luobai nodded. "What happened next?" Stark asked. "Obviously, he was driven away by me." Luobai said. Stark was not surprised and just replied calmly, "That's good. But to be honest, Polaris is still a wanted criminal. With such a title, there will be many people who will come to trouble her in the future." Of course Luobai knew this, so he asked, "Do you have any good ideas, Tony?" Although Luobai is not worried that someone will cause trouble in the future, the status of wanted criminal is indeed quite troublesome. It would be nice if it could be properly resolved. However, it would be too much for a mage to interfere in this matter, and Stark is obviously more suitable. And Stark seems quite happy to help. The issues between mutants and humans are too complicated and I may not be able to solve them. But if we just want to solve the problem of Polaris, it's not troublesome. We can let Nick Fury go for a run. I helped him so much in the Avengers, so it should be easy for him to solve this matter. Besides, Nick Fury wants to win over you, and Polaris is your man, so he will be happy to help with this matter." Stark replied. Hearing that he agreed so readily, Luobai smiled and said, "I'll bother you then. Otherwise, those people would come to my house every day, which would give me a headache." Stark waved his hand and said, "Do we still need to express our gratitude for our relationship?" Luobai smiled. The problem of Polaris was solved, and he no longer thought about it. Now he was more curious about why Stark came. "By the way, why did you come to see me today?" Luobai asked. Only then did Stark remember that he had something else to do. "Actually, I've come to see you several times to thank you," Stark said with a smile. Hearing what he said, Luobai understood, "It seems that your poisoning problem has been solved." "It's been solved a long time ago, as you said. I found the new technology," Stark said. When new technology was mentioned, Stark was obviously stunned for a while. He thought of his father, so he felt a little disappointed at this time. "I rarely mentioned my father because I rarely saw him. In my opinion, he didn't love me. He was always busy and rarely accompanied me. But after I watched the video he left, I found out that he has been doing great things." Stark sighed. Luobai understood very well, but he didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only respond with a smile, "As long as you are healthy." "Thank you, Luobai. Not only did you help solve the problem of poisoning, but you also made me understand a lot of things again." Stark thanked him sincerely. Luobai smiled and responded half-jokingly, "Why are you so sentimental now?" Stark shrugged and said, "Indeed, I have felt it too. I have become very anxious and insecure recently. So I found you. I feel that only you can give me a sense of security." Seriously. If it were a beautiful woman, even if Polar Star said such words to Luobai now, Luobai would be happy. But now Stark is sitting on the sofa and saying this to Luobai, and Luobai feels very strange. "It's hard for me to talk to you like this." Luobai couldn't help complaining. Of course Stark understood, and he quickly said, "Please Luobai, don't get me wrong. I'm just a little scared. I don't know if I can protect the Earth. Do you understand this feeling? When I face more and more enemies, most of the time, I always have some worries." "It seems you are in trouble again," Luobai said. Stark shook his head and explained. "That's not true, but I did get into trouble a while ago. A man named Ivan Vanko had a fight with me on the racing track, but I solved it. It's just that I was watching after seeing the technology he developed, I felt a sense of crisis. I came to your house today, and I was even more worried after seeing Polaris's ability. Whether it's you, Hulk or Polaris, you all have extraordinary powers. I can be called a superhero, but compared with you, I feel my own strength is too weak. Although I don't like Nick Fury, he's right. The Earth is in danger, and I'm already thinking about whether I can really protect it." Stark sighed. At this moment, Luobai finally understood that Stark came here today to seek comfort. No, wait. Why did he become a spiritual mentor inexplicably? Chapter 045 You, a mage, told me that you believe in science. In the past, there was Natasha Romanoff who was worried about the Earth, then there was Polaris who doubted himself, and now there is Tony. Luobai feels that he can become a superhero teacher. In the future, a class will be opened to train the growth of these superheroes. Thinking of this, Luobai couldn't help but smile and comfort, Tony, I don't think you need to worry too much. You can do better. I don't know what I have to do to get better. Stark said helplessly. He is already working on upgrading his steel suit. But the enemies he encountered were far more powerful than he knew. Now he doesn't know what to do to get better. Luobai can also understand this. After all, technology develops slowly, and Stark has the latest technology in Country M. But he also needs to explore and research step by step. If he is alone, he will have to go through a long research process. During this process, many existences will appear on Earth that subvert Stark's knowledge. It's perfectly normal for him to fall into self-doubt. Now that Stark has come to find him, Luobai thinks that it is not impossible for him to give him some guidance. For Luobai, the advantages of cultivating several powerful superheroes outweigh the disadvantages. Thinking of this, Luobai couldn't help but ask, do you have a rough plan for the upgrade content of your suit? Stark nodded and said, of course. The previous suit could not withstand high-altitude icing, so I improved it. The suit was too clumsy, so I changed the material. When I fought with Yvonne, although I won the battle, but I find the current suit to be too stupid. The Mk5 I made before was a portable armor. During the battle, I found that the villains would not wait for you to transform before fighting you. Moreover, the Mk5's defense was also very poor, and the suit was scrapped after the fight. So I researched the current suit Mk6 is produced. It is made with new technology and new energy. But to be honest, I'm still not satisfied. I asked Ethan about it, but Ethan didn't have any better suggestions. After finishing speaking, Stark sighed. Now Luobai finally understood. So you want to upgrade your armor, but you don't know how to upgrade it, right? Luobai asked. Stark nodded and said, yes. With the current level of technology, Mk6 is the pinnacle of what I can make. I don't know how to upgrade Mk6. Luobai understood very well. Now Stark's armor is only Mk6, which has reached the pinnacle of Earth's technology. To upgrade further, Stark must break through today's technological skills on his own. This is a major reform, and it is normal for Stark to be confused. Although Luobai knew that he would create more powerful suits in the future, even nanosuits. But with the current level of technology, it is simply unrealistic to make a nanosuit. After all, technology is the same as learning magic. Need to explore step by step. Certainly. If you can get other people's advice and guidance, it will be more effective. Thinking of this, Luobai gave appropriate hints. I probably understand your confusion. So now you don't know where you should upgrade your suit, right? Luobai asked. Yes. Technology and materials are limited in many aspects. I don't have much actual combat experience, and I don't know what situations I may encounter in actual combat. Stark said. Luobai asked back. Have you ever thought that automation may be your next upgrade direction? Automation, what do you mean? Stark asked in confusion, isn't my current suit automated enough? In my opinion, it's not enough. Automatic assembly, remote control, automatic tracking of weapons, etc. Stark, actually I think there are many areas where the suit can be improved. And what you need is not a suit, but a lot of battle clothes. Luobai said. Automatic assembly, remote control, automatic weapon tracking. Upon hearing this, Stark's eyes lit up instantly. Luobai, you understand me so well. What you just said is exactly what I need. Luobai, you are simply a genius. Stark spoke excitedly. But after a moment of excitement, he fell into deep thought again. What you just said can indeed solve all the problems I am facing now. But it seems a bit difficult to achieve. Stark thought for a while and answered seriously. In fact, it's normal for Stark to say this. In Luo Bai's memory. Starting from MK7, Stark's Iron Legion, also known as the suit, has been fully upgraded. It also means that after this, Stark no longer has to stand in the suit and wait for it to be put on. He can control the suit automatically through remote control, and remotely control the suit to fight automatically. Although this is just a small change, it is a huge amount of technological innovation. In the plot, it took Stark a full year to complete this technological innovation. But Luo Bai told Stark about this technology a year ago. It's perfectly normal for Stark to find it difficult to complete. But since Luo Bai would propose it, he naturally understands some of the technologies used in MK7. It is quite difficult to complete with current technology. I have some ideas. For example, you can use the new 4.5 mm diameter movable eyeball technology, biometric scanning technology, etc. Of course, these are just some of my personal suggestions. Luo Bai said. Stark was stunned. At this time, he was a little surprised and couldn't help but ask, "Do you still understand technology?" Luo Bai complained helplessly, "Mages are also scientific, and occasionally do research on technology." "What, you mages still talk about science?" Stark was stunned again. "Of course. We have to believe in science, don't we?" Luo Bai responded seriously. Stark was silent. "No. You, a mage, make me believe in science?" "Me? To be honest, I'm speechless." Stark couldn't help complaining. If someone else said believe in science, Stark would think it was normal, but when a mage told him to believe in science, Stark couldn't accept it. This made Luo Bai couldn't help but retort, "This is not unbelievable. All the magic books I read now tell me that magic is closely related to science. If you are technically competent, I will recommend that you study magic suits." Magic suit. As the name suggests, it is to create a suit that can use magic. It's not that this is impossible to achieve, it's just that it's probably very difficult to do with the current technology. Stark naturally understood, so he frowned. After a moment, Stark replied half-jokingly, "I try my best. But I must at least be able to do magic, right?" Luo Bai responded half-jokingly, "If you are interested, you can learn it. The Supreme Mage said that as long as you have a certain amount of magic talent, anyone can learn it. I'm more interested in the automated armor you mentioned now." Stark responded. It's not that Stark isn't willing to learn magic. But with his technology, it would be difficult for Stark to make a magic suit even if he learned magic. Stark knows this very well, so he can only take it one step at a time. It is still necessary to automate the suit first. But at the same time, Stark did have such an idea in his mind. So after thinking about it, Stark asked again, "If I want to learn magic in the future, will you be willing to teach me?" Luo Bai smiled and said, "Of course, if you have magic talent." Stark nodded and said, "How cool, you have become my teacher now. So are you still confused now?" Luo Bai asked. "Not at all, you make me feel safe." Stark responded seriously. Luo Bai. Chapter 046. Do you blame me for being too strong? Luo Bai was a little helpless. He couldn't stand Stark saying such things, so he kept silent. Fortunately, with the problem resolved, Stark is now eager to leave. Having said that, thank you very much for today. Your suggestions have given me great inspiration. I plan to go back and make a new upgrade to the suit now," Stark said excitedly. Luo Bai could understand his urgent mood now, nodded and said, "Go." Stark didn't hesitate and left immediately. After he left, Luo Bai stretched and planned to continue studying in his room. Just then Polaris came out. "Why did you come out?" Luobai was a little curious. Polaris pointed to the clock on the wall and responded, "It's dinner time, I'll come out and see what you want to eat." Luobai raised his head and glanced at the time. It was true. But now he is not hungry. Mainly because this month of training was very effective. The power of the soul makes it almost difficult for Luobai to feel hungry anymore. This is because Luobai's strength has been improved by huge amounts. These abilities allow him to surpass the physiological needs of ordinary humans. He is now no longer dependent on food or diet to stay alive or enhance his ability. In fact, Luobai was no longer so dependent before, and now he is basically in a cut-off state. Thinking of this, Luobai explained, "I'm not very hungry. If you want to eat, go buy it yourself. By the way, the money is in the box sent by Natasha Romanoff. Go get it yourself." Seeing that he was going upstairs again, Polaris asked, "Are you going up to practice magic again?" "Yes. As before, don't let anyone come and disturb me," Luobai reminded. Polaris nodded and responded, "I understand. Don't worry, I won't let anyone disturb you." Polaris has always done well, so Luobai is very relieved. Without further conversation, Luobai went up to the second floor and started his multi-universe trip again. This trip was much easier than the last. Luobai sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Souls easily enter the multi-universe. Although it seems from the current situation that Luobai can go deeper, considering that there are too many bosses in the multi-universe, he still does not dare to move forward rashly. After quietly absorbing the energy of the multi-universe for a while, Luobai saw Ancient One? No, more accurately the soul of the Ancient One. Apparently the Ancient One noticed him too. Supreme Mage, what a coincidence. Luobai took the lead in saying hello. Ancient One. She didn't answer, but there was obviously a bit of surprise in her eyes. I don't know how long it took for her to finally come back to her senses, and then asked, "Are you able to do this?" Although the two have not seen each other for a month, Luobai's talent has probably mastered most of the magic. But Ancient One never expected that he would be able to achieve soul travel now. "No, it's too exaggerated. How long have you been learning magic? Your soul has traveled here?" No wonder Ancient One was a little confused at this time. Luobai was still calm and explained calmly, "I think your suggestion is right. Only the soul is strong enough to fight against the dark power, so I have been training my soul recently." Ancient One. You must know that even Ancient One himself spent a lot of time completing soul travel. But Luobai could easily complete it within a month. At this time, Ancient One felt that it was time for him to retire. Thinking of this, Ancient One asked, "How is your mastery of time magic?" "I have basically understood the understanding of time by the supreme masters of the past generations. However, I am still understanding the original stone of time," Luobai explained. The time stone contains a lot of power and the mysteries of the universe, and it will be difficult to understand it in a short time. It has taken so long for the supreme mage of all generations to fully understand it, so it is normal for Luobai to be unable to understand it for the time being. But being able to penetrate the understanding of the supreme mage of all ages is already powerful enough. Thinking of this, Ancient One asked again, "So, you are already planning to learn the Book of Darkness?" "I have this plan, but I probably won't touch it now," Luobai said. The Ancient One nodded and then said, "I am very happy that you have fully adapted to the role of a mage and are already starting to plan your future. I see more possibilities in you." Luobai smiled and responded, "Actually, I thought, Supreme Mage, that you would stop me from learning the Dark Book, but you didn't do that." The Ancient One also laughed, and then said, "Sometimes people always break the rules and pursue what they think are higher ideals. You are not the first person to break the rules." Luobai was stunned. Before he could speak, Ancient One spoke, "I don't want to get energy from dark space, but sometimes we have no choice. This sentence represents the Ancient One's admission that he obtained power from the dark space. Although Luo Bai knew about this, he didn't expect that Ancient One would take the initiative to tell him. Since Ancient One herself prohibited other mages from absorbing dark power, she had never told anyone about it. Unexpectedly, she took the initiative to say it today. Luo Bai asked in surprise, "Why did you tell me this?" Ancient One responded, "Because you are good at flexibility, but most people in Kamatage are not good at flexibility. Master Modu is not very good at it. He is very stubborn, so his stubbornness will eventually lead him to extremes." This was a reminder, and Luo Bai understood it. But he didn't know why Ancient One suddenly said such words. It sounded like he was explaining something. "Do you know Domu?" Just as he was thinking about it, Ancient One suddenly asked. Luo Bai nodded and responded, "Yes. There are records about him in the books, the ruler of the dark dimension. He gave up his body and became the ruler of the dark dimension. He has always wanted to devour the planet and make the entire universe a dark dimension, including the Earth. So the mages on the Earth are fighting against it. Domu is very powerful, so I have to get power from the dark space to extend my lifespan to deal with it. Although we have stopped him from invading the Earth many times, we can't really kill Domu," Ancient One said. In fact, what she said to Luo Bai also knew that Duomomo was indeed quite strong. "If you want to kill it, maybe you have to destroy the entire dark dimension," Luo Bai said half-jokingly. Destroying the entire dark dimension is a very difficult assumption to realize. It can even be said to be a dream, which made the Ancient One couldn't help but half-jokingly responded, "If you can do it, I will be proud of you." Luo Bai, at present, it seems that it is not possible. Your future has unlimited possibilities, so you have to believe in yourself," Ancient One encouraged. Luo Bai was silent. Although he also believes that his future has unlimited possibilities, it is still too early to tell him that he will defeat Domomu. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but complain, "At least you have to wait for me to develop for a while." At this moment, Ancient One suddenly said with a serious expression, "I think you may not have much time to develop, because I don't have much time. I think I may not be able to survive." Luo Bai was stunned and asked in surprise, "Supreme Mage, what do you mean by this?" Ancient One replied calmly, "I mean, you may have to face everything by yourself next." Facing everything by yourself? Luo Bai completely understood. Ancient One is planning to retire? But, it shouldn't be. Supreme Mage, this timeline is wrong. You should not leave at this time, Luo Bai said. The Ancient One smiled and replied seriously, "From the moment you arrived, the universe has been changed. Haven't you noticed that the timeline has been rewritten a long time ago, and you are an exception? It's not just mages. An exception not only in the world, but also in the entire universe. You learned too quickly, so my existence no longer has any meaning. Do you think I am ready to face death? You will find out how much I want to extend this moment indefinitely, but my lifespan was originally stolen, and your growth means that it is time for me to leave." Luo Bai. "Ah, is it because I am too strong? Chapter 047 Is it so sudden?" Luo Bai was a little confused. The plot has just reached the point where Ancient One is planning to retire, which makes him quite speechless. But if you think about it carefully, the plot has indeed sped up a lot since his arrival. He had been practicing magic before and didn't pay attention to the time. Thinking about it this way, the Ancient One is right. His arrival has indeed changed the entire Marvel universe. This is normal. After all, he is a time traveler, so it would be strange not to be changed. It's just that Ancient One's retirement was too sudden. Thinking of this, Luo Bai asked very impolitely, "Supreme Mage, can you really not stand it anymore?" Ancient One was silent, but her expression told Luo Bai. She really couldn't survive it, she was going to die soon. Although the two of them don't have much contact, there is still some affection between them. Without the support of the Supreme Mage, the Ancient One, Luo Bai would not have progressed so fast in such a short period of time. So from the bottom of my heart Luo Bai is very grateful to Ancient One. But now that Ancient One said that he was going to die soon, Luo Bai couldn't feel sad at all. Come on, Ancient One is the Supreme Mage. How can she die so easily? All mages have souls. The soul of the Ancient One has long followed the Eternal Emperor, so she only died physically but her soul still exists. To put it bluntly, she is retired. Of course, it would not be easy to see her in the future. After all, you have to go to the Eternal Emperor to find her. If you want to go there, Luo Bai will probably have to practice for a while. Death gives life meaning and lets you know that life is extremely short and there is not much left. But I believe Master Luo Bai, you will do better than me. Just as he was thinking about it, Ancient One suddenly spoke. Luo Bai came back to his senses and couldn't help but sigh and asked, Supreme Mage, how long can you last? I must be mentally prepared. It would be nice to be able to hold on for a few more days, or let him absorb more power in the multi-universe. Luo Bai thought so in his heart. But the next second I heard the Ancient One reply, now. 1 second you told me you were leaving, and the next second you left? Me. Is it so sudden? Luo Bai couldn't help but ask. The Ancient One shook his head and replied, it's not sudden, everything has its traces. It was inevitable that I would appear here and meet you today. In fact, the reason Ancient One will go on a soul journey tonight is because she feels the call of the Eternal Emperor. She was a little strange at first. After all, since she decided to follow the Eternal Emperor has not summoned her a few times. Counting this as the second time, a full century has passed since the last time. The sudden call of the Eternal Emperor made the Ancient One feel strange, but she had to answer the call. Until she saw Luo Bai appear, she finally understood why the Eternal Emperor summoned her. This is telling her that it's time for her to leave the Earth. She has lived on Earth for a long time, and she is really reluctant to leave now. But she had no choice. Okay Master Luo Bai, I'm leaving. Congratulations on becoming the new generation of Supreme Mage. Ancient One expressed congratulations to Luo Bai at the last moment. Luo Bai also responded, thank you, former Supreme Mage. Nice to meet you, Ancient One Mage. But before he could finish his words, Ancient One's soul disappeared. He wondered if the Ancient One heard it. But looking at the colorful universe, Luo Bai's heart suddenly felt empty. Although with his current ability and his lucky plug-in, he can still stand alone even without the Ancient One. But the Ancient One was the one who appeared when he was at his weakest and helped him the most. Just like a friend, if you suddenly leave, you will inevitably feel a little disappointed. But soon Luo Bai adjusted his mentality and continued to train his soul. Only this time he didn't practice for long. After all, Ancient One died so suddenly, he must go to Comitage to have a look. Thinking of this, it didn't take long for Luo Bai to let his soul return to his body. As soon as he took back his soul, Luo Bai felt the noise. There is a conversation downstairs. I must see Master Luo Bai, this is very important. You really can't go up to the second floor. I'm sorry, but I can only do this. As the sound ended, the quarrel stopped. Luo Bai frowned and stood up and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Luo Bai saw a strange face, a middle-aged man. Before Luo Bai could speak, the visitor introduced himself. Hello, Master Supreme. My name is Wang. You must go back. The Ancient One Master is no longer here. King. The Archmage of Karmitage is also the steward of the Supreme Mage. The reason why I say this is mainly because Wang and Modu are different. Wang was born into an ancient family, which began to serve the Supreme Mage after meeting the Ancient One. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that the king is the steward of the Supreme Master. Now that Wang Hui calls himself Supreme Mage, it seems that Ancient One has long realized that he is running out of time and has explained some situations. At least he told the king that he was now the Supreme Mage. I know, I'm planning to go back. But where did you throw the North Star? Luo Bai said. Although I only heard two people talking just now, it is not difficult to judge from the conversation and the current situation that he probably gave away Polaris. Sure enough, after he asked this question, the king replied with some embarrassment, I'm sorry, Supreme Mage, the situation was urgent just now, and she kept refusing to let me come here, so I can only take special measures. Wang said and then opened the portal with his mind. The moment the door was opened, Polaris fell out. Fortunately, Luo Bai caught her quickly with quick eyes and hands. But it was obvious that she was still a little confused when she came out. I was in free fall just now. Polaris said in shock. Luo Bai expressed his understanding, I understand. Only then did Polaris finally react. Master Luo Bai. I tried my best to stop him just now. But this person insisted on going to the second floor. It was him who just made me free fall for 2 minutes. Polaris said angrily. It can be seen that she is very angry now, so angry that she is about to explode. Luo Bai quickly comforted her, that's too much. Wang, I think you should apologize to her. After all, I told her not to let anyone come up and disturb me. Sorry, the situation was urgent just now. Wang Dang even apologized. Although Polaris was a little angry, it was hard to say anything. It's obvious that Wang is a mage and she can't defeat him. Besides, he seemed to know Master Luo Bai. Thinking of this, Polaris could only wave his hands and said helplessly, Master Luo Bai, is there anything else you need me to do? Not yet, but I may have to leave for a while. Luo Bai said. Polaris was a little surprised, but she didn't ask any more questions and just replied, okay, I will take care of my home during this time. Luo Bai nodded, and then he opened the portal with his mind. When he saw this operation, Wang was stunned. Did you just use your mind to open the portal? Is this weird? Didn't you just use your mind to open it? Luo Bai asked back. Wang opened his eyes wide and answered seriously, I have studied magic for most of my life. As far as I know, you have not been studying magic for long. Luo Bai, but I have great talent. King. You are awesome. Chapter 048 Ancient One's Poor Acting Skills. Wang was very depressed at this time. Although magic talents vary from person to person, he also heard from Ancient One that Luo Bai's magic talent was very high. But, this is too high. Who can beat him? It took him half a lifetime to practice to open the portal with his mind, but he learned it so quickly. Thinking of this, the king couldn't help but sigh, no wonder Master Ancient One chose you, you are indeed outstanding. Luo Bai didn't answer but just passed through the portal and came to Karmitage. At this time, everything was normal with Karmitage, and there didn't seem to be any difference. After closing the portal, Luo Bai asked, did something happen that made you come back to me in such a hurry? Wang explained seriously, Master Ancient One said that you have not stayed in Karmitage for too long, so there are many things that are not clear yet. I need to inform you of these things. The Earth is not safe now, and outsiders will invade the Earth at any time. So I must ask you back as soon as possible. A catastrophic disaster may occur at any time. Countless races in the multi-universe are thinking about the fertile planet Earth, especially Domu. The Ancient One is dead, and no one can guarantee whether Domu will take advantage of it. It was very necessary and urgent to find Luo Bai, so the king was in a hurry now. However, Luo Bai was relieved to learn that the Earth was not in danger for the time being. He glanced around the current Karmitage. Although he had been here several times before, his mentality was obviously different this time due to the change in status. This state of mind is difficult to describe, but fortunately he calmed down quickly. Lead the way. Luo Bai said. Wang nodded and led him forward. Since Luo Bai had good hearing, he inadvertently overheard the conversations of several mages on their way to their destination. Why did the supreme mage die suddenly? I heard he fell to death. Fall to death? How is this possible? It seems that a powerful dark force invaded the earth at night. The supreme mage went to resist and was fatally injured, so he fell to death. To be precise, he was killed by the dark force. Dark power? Is it Domu? Unclear, but very powerful. Karmatage's magic circle is not even detected. This is too scary. The enemy can now evade the monitoring of the magic circle. Yes, the earth is getting more and more dangerous now. The enemy is getting stronger and stronger. We have to improve our strength as soon as possible. I really can't believe that the Supreme Mage left us like this. It's time for you to change your name. Now we should call her the Ancient One Mage, because the new Supreme Mage is here. It is said to be a genius mage. When Luo Bai heard this, he stopped listening because he was shocked. Too shocked and unbelievable, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, Wang, did the Ancient One Mage fall to death? To be precise, he was seriously injured after resisting the dark force, and then fell to death. Wang answered seriously. Luo Bai. He was silent, the expression on his face was very wonderful. Ancient One's soul now follows eternity, so her physical body has been abandoned. She will create a reasonable death to announce her departure, and at the same time announce the arrival of the new Supreme Mage. In the original plot, the death created by the Ancient One was while fighting the rebel Cassilis. After being stabbed, she fell from a tall building and died. But that will happen at least a year later. Cassilis is not rebelling now, and there is no Blacken. Luo Bai thought that Ancient One would at least announce his death in another way. But he didn't expect that Ancient One didn't even bother to replan, but used the exact same routine. He even made up an unknown dark force that even the temple can't detect. For a moment, Luo Bai could already imagine what the Ancient One would do with his poor acting skills. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, can I ask what dark force the Ancient One Mage was killed by? I don't know. The Ancient One Mage is fighting against the dark forces outside the earth. The temple has not even detected it yet. Wang answered seriously. Luo Bai was silent. Okay. Ancient One or Ancient One. Retire as soon as possible if you can, without even changing the script. Thinking of this, Luo Bai couldn't help but complain, that must be a terrible evil god or a black magician, otherwise the temple would not be able to detect it. The earth has always been dangerous, and what we have to deal with is far more terrifying than imagined. The incident of the Ancient One Mage tells us that the detection circle may need to be upgraded. Wang said, with a very solemn expression on his face. Luo Bai didn't say anything more and just followed Wang. Soon the two of them walked into a dark space, and Modu stood in the center. You are here. Seeing the two people arriving, Modu took the lead in saying hello. The king nodded and then walked towards the magic platform in the center. He said as he walked, magics have always been protecting the world from magic. Agamotto, the first supreme mage, considered the first person to understand the mysteries of the universe, he founded the mage on earth. Lineage, and created the Eye of Agamotto, as well as the three major temples in the current city. As Wang spoke, he looked up at the shining spherical object spinning above his head, which was the earth. The simulated earth in the temple is gathered together using magic. There are many dangers that can be detected through this earth. Look around, there are stone doors with symbols printed on them. They are portals to different temples. Through these doors, you can reach the city where the temple is located. This door leads to Hong Kong, this door leads to London, and finally this door leads to New York. The three temples form the protection network of our world today, also known as the detection circle. The temple protects the world, and we protect the temple. The temple is very important to Karmatage. It can detect and protect the earth. It can be said that it is the first level of protection of the Earth. Creatures from other spaces, invaders from multi-universe, etc. are all possible to destroy the temple. Wang continued to introduce. As he finished speaking, a magic protective array appeared in the location of the 3 temples simulating the Earth. The protective array spread outward until the 3 temples were connected, and the protective array covered the entire Earth. I understand. Luo Bai nodded. He almost understood the connection between the temple and the entire Earth. Seeing that he knew almost everything, Modu quickly made a list. This is the list of mages of Kamatage so far. I checked and there are no omissions. This list was obviously specially formulated for Luo Bai. After all, Luo Bai had just become the supreme mage, so he must first know the names of all these mage. After taking the list and looking at it, Luo Bai nodded. I will write it down. As soon as he finished speaking, Modu handed over several pieces of information. It records Kamatage's existing magical weapons, existing books in the library, etc. Almost everything that needs to be explained is explained. After standing there and listening to Wang and Modu's explanation for about half an hour, Luo Bai finally couldn't help but ask, "Is there anything else?" The two thought for a long time, and after confirming that all the questions were answered, they replied, "It should be gone, Supreme Mage." Luo Bai nodded. He was about to go to the magic weapon room and the temple to take a look when Modu replied, "I might have to trouble you to go to the training ground at about 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. After all, you are the new Supreme Mage, and you have to let all the mages get to know each other." Good. Chapter 049 Good Things Come to You? After explaining the work at hand, Modu left. "Supreme Mage, I still have something to do, so I will leave first. If there is anything you don't understand, the king will tell you," Modu said. "Go." Luo Bai nodded in response. After he left, Luo Bai felt a headache looking at the thick stack of information in his hand. He knew that after becoming the Supreme Mage, he would definitely conduct a comprehensive study on Kamatage, but he did not expect that there would be so much information. No wonder Dr. Strange spent most of his time reading books after becoming the Sorcerer Supreme. There are so many books about Kamatage. These materials are as thick as books. Seemingly seeing his distress, Wang stepped forward and explained, "Kamatage has been around for a long time. It may take you some time to understand the Supreme Mage. But you can ask me many things, and I will help you answer most of them." Doubts. Although it was the first time he met Wang, Luo Bai, who understood the plot, trusted him very much. "Then I'll trouble you, Wang," Luo Bai said. Wang waved his hand and said, "This is what I should do. Do you have anything else to explain?" Luo Bai nodded and replied, "It's true. Take me to places like the temple and the magic weapon room." Wang said nothing and took Luo Bai through the gate of the temple. As he walked, the king explained, "Each temple has a temple protector, and their duty is to protect the temple they guard. The original temple protector of the New York temple was the Ancient One, and now it is temporarily guarded by Master Daniel. The protector of the London temple is currently Master Silazia, and the protector of the Hong Kong temple is me." Before becoming a librarian, Wang was indeed a protector of the Hong Kong temple. This is not surprising to Luo Bai. "Supreme Mage, do you have any thoughts about the temple guardian mage?" Just as he was thinking about it, Wang suddenly asked. Luo Bai didn't say anything, but was thinking. In fact, he knew very well what the king meant. Now that Luo Bai has become the Supreme Mage, he must protect the temple. This means that unless there are special circumstances, he will basically stay in the temple to guard it. Certainly. Luo Bai also made this mental plan. After all, he has now become the Supreme Mage. It's impossible to live in the villa and not care about anything like before. Thinking of this, Luo Bai replied, "I will guard the New York temple for the time being. After all, I don't know much about Kamatage. The previous arrangements of the Ancient One Master should not be changed for the time being. I will make arrangements after I understand it clearly. After all, New York is the most chaotic place. The other mages probably can't handle a lot of chaos. Luo Bai's best choice is to guard this place. Okay, this is the New York Temple, Wang said. While they were speaking, the two had already arrived at the New York Temple. Soon, a mage came over. When he saw him, the king greeted him and began to introduce, Master Daniel, this is the current Supreme Master. Master Luo Bai. Daniel shouted respectfully, Supreme Mage. Then he began to look at Luo Bai, with a bit of surprise and astonishment in his eyes. It seemed that Daniel was so surprised that he forgot that this was not polite. Seeing him like this, Luo Bai smiled and said, Master Daniel, you seem to be curious about me. Only then did Daniel realize his rudeness and quickly explained, I'm very sorry, Master Supreme. I didn't mean to be rude to you, but I was a little surprised. Why are you surprised? Luo Bai asked friendly. Daniel smiled, a little embarrassed to say, you look very young. Luo Bai guessed what he would say. After all, Luo Bai is indeed the youngest among the great mages. With such appearance and age, it is normal for Daniel to be surprised when he becomes the supreme mage. Besides, Luo Bai rarely stayed in Comitage, so most mages didn't know him, let alone seen his strength. Daniel would be surprised to be understood. But anyway, Luo Bai is also the supreme mage now, so it's a bit rude to say such things to him. So Wang was very surprised and rebuked, Daniel, this is the supreme mage. You can't be so rude. I'm sorry, I was just too surprised. Daniel apologized again. But Luo Bai smiled and replied, I understand your surprise. With my age and qualifications, it is really surprising to become the supreme mage. Although Dr. Strange's qualifications are not very high, he encountered the Domu invasion as soon as he became the Sorcerer Supreme. He drove away Domu and proved his strength. Although it seems that the wizards of Comitage are all kind at present, it does not prove that everyone has no idea about the position of Supreme Wizard. Thinking of this, Luo Bai felt that he might also need to show his strength, so as to be able to stabilize the mages of Comitage. After all, strength is always the only criterion for testing. Thinking of this, Luo Bai smiled and continued to ask, how long has Master Daniel been learning magic? Daniel smiled and replied, I almost forgot, 30 or 40 years. I can't remember exactly. Luo Bai nodded and said, Master Daniel must have a very deep understanding of magic. Maybe we can communicate when we have time in the future. But now I want to visit the temple more, okay? Of course, I'm more than happy to show you the way. Can I show you the second floor first? Daniel asked. Luo Bai nodded, and then followed Daniel to the stairs. There is a huge amount of stairs in the center of the New York Temple. You can go to the second floor by walking up this staircase. As the leader, Daniel walked up the stairs first. After he went up the stairs, Luo Bai and Wang walked up. As soon as Luo Bai walked up the first step, Daniel noticed something was wrong. Because the originally good stairs suddenly started to move on their own. Right. You heard that right, you just move by yourself. Just like an elevator, moving upwards one floor at a time. As an archmage, it is impossible for Daniel not to know why. This is space magic. Is it Luo Bai, the newly appointed supreme mage? Etc. At such a young age, has he already mastered magic to this extent? Daniel was confused. In fact, Luo Bai could understand his confusion. After all, there are not many mages in Comitage who can use space magic flexibly. In fact, Comitage's mage combat power is not particularly high. In the plot, Cassilis can only use it because he has absorbed the power of darkness, so being able to use space magic is already very powerful in Comitage. Because of this, it is very easy to show off in front of these archmages. Looking at Daniel's confused expression at this time, Luo Bai knew that this wave of pretense had a good effect. When several people took the elevator to the second floor of the temple, Daniel didn't even react. It was Luo Bai who reminded him, "Here we are, Master Daniel. Take us to visit." Only then did Daniel come back to his senses. At this time, his eyes looking at Luo Bai were very clear and admiring. "Okay, Supreme Mage. Please follow me this way," Daniel said, and then walked to the front to lead the way enthusiastically. Seeing him leaving, Wang whispered in Luo Bai's ear and asked, "Do we have to go upstairs like this?" Luo Bai shrugged and said, "I don't want to either, but I am the new Supreme Mage after all. I have to show my strength to convince these senior mages." Wang nodded to express his understanding. "I know, I just thought the way you went upstairs was cool." Luo Bai smiled and said, "I'll show you something cooler next time." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone heard a crisp voice. It sounded like glass breaking. Not waiting for everyone's reaction, a red cloak flew in front of Luo Bai, blocking its way. Luo Bai was stunned. "Wait, isn't this the ancient artifact, the levitation cloak?" Just as he was thinking about it, the king's voice sounded in his ears, "It seems that this artifact has chosen you, the Supreme Mage. You know, it has been placed here for an unknown period of time, and it has never chosen its owner. You are really lucky." Chapter 050 Domu, why do you feel like someone is stealing your home? Levitation cloak, magic artifact. It is said to be an ancient artifact and one of the most famous clothing and equipment. Luo Bai knew about this cloak. It not only allows people to float in the air, but also allows them to participate in battles according to the owner's wishes. It can even protect the wearer from certain physical and magical attacks. Of course, it can also change its appearance. The most important thing is that it has autonomous consciousness. To put it simply, the levitating cloak will choose the one it is satisfied with to become its master. Obviously, it has chosen Luo Bai now. In fact, Luo Bai was still a little curious the moment he saw the floating cloak appear. After all, in the original plot, it chose Doctor Strange as its master, and it became Doctor Strange's exclusive prop. Unexpectedly, the cloak chose him now. Is this the charm of the top power of luck? Supreme Mage, it seems that this cloak likes you very much. Just as he was thinking about it, Daniel spoke. Luo Bai came back to his senses, looked at the floating cloak and responded, "It seems that I am quite lucky." As soon as he finished speaking, the floating cloak flew over and draped it over Luo Bai's body. Then it became as quiet as an ordinary cloak and made no more movements. Seeing this, Luo Bai continued, "Okay, let's continue to visit the second floor." Daniel nodded and continued to lead the way. There are many rooms on the second floor of the New York Temple, including study rooms, bedrooms, etc. Of course, what attracted Luo Bai the most were the various magical instruments placed on the second floor. These windows display various magic items from the multi-universe. This is the Dragon Fang Sword, this is the Axe of Angarum, and this is the Cosmic Cauldron. Daniel introduced them one by one. Luo Bai was stunned, looked at one of the objects that looked like a holy grail and asked, "Is this thing called the Cosmic Cauldron?" "Yes," Daniel replied. "Why is it called this name? What does it do?" Luo Bai asked, then picked it up and observed it. Daniel on the side explained, "It is an artifact used by mages to predict the future and reveal the secrets of the universe. Mages usually need to use spells to activate it, but there are very few mages who can use it well. Because predicting the future is not that easy." Daniel was explaining, and the next second he saw that Luo Bai had already used it. For a moment, Daniel was stunned. No, he hasn't said what the spell is yet. Why did Luo Bai start to activate? Somewhat puzzled, Daniel couldn't help but ask the king on the side, "Wang, have you told him the activated spell?" Wang shook his head and said, "No." Then how did the Supreme Mage activate the cosmic cauldron? Daniel asked. Wang frowned and replied helplessly, this ghost knows it. Daniel. The two fell silent. At this time Luobai had finished the trial. The conclusion drawn is that there is no time rough stone that is easy to use. The function of the cosmic cauldron is not like a time stone that can directly show you the future. It is more like a prophetic magic weapon that can predict the future. No wonder Ancient One didn't use this magic weapon much, but gave it to other mages. But for ordinary mages, this magical weapon is indeed very good. Thinking of this, Luobai put the magic weapon back to its original position. When he turned around, he realized that both Daniel and Wang had confused expressions on their faces. Luobai was a little strange and couldn't help but ask, "Why do you all have this expression?" At this time, Wang Cai finally asked, "Do you know how to use this thing?" "I don't know." Luobai shook his head and said, "This is also my first time seeing this thing." "Then how do you know the spell?" Wang asked again. Luobai answered very seriously, "You guessed it." "What the hell, guess?" In an instant, Wang and Daniel opened their eyes wide at the same time. Magic spells, are they so easy to guess? Wang couldn't help complaining. Luobai didn't say anything, he just looked at Wang's shocked expression and couldn't help but think. With the blessing of luck, isn't it easy to guess the password? I also guessed the spell in Agamotto. Certainly. He just thought about it and said nothing more. After completely visiting the temple, Luobai continued to speak, "Okay. I almost understand the situation of the New York temple. Master Daniel, I have already planned to protect the New York temple in the future." The meaning of his words was obvious. Daniel also said very wisely, "Next, the New York temple will trouble the Supreme Mage. I will leave first." Daniel said and left. Seeing him leave, the king asked, "Do you need me to do anything else, Supreme Master?" Luobai shook his head and responded, "It's not necessary for the moment. I will go to the training ground at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. You go and do your work first." "Thank you, Wang. You are too polite, Master Supreme," Wang said, and then left the New York temple. After the two left, Luobai walked into the study and looked through the books in the study and the information handed over by Mo Du. Since Luobai is now very proficient in time magic, he can already use time to accelerate reading and learning. There was a wall full of books and information, and it only took Luobai less than half an hour to read it. After reading it, Luobai had a general understanding of the temple and the magic circle. Each Supreme Mage will integrate his magic with the magic circle that simulates the earth. In this case, no matter where the person is, the soul is. The Supreme Mage can feel the situation on the earth immediately and monitor everything about Kamatage. Integrating the magic circle is not very difficult. Luobai succeeded after trying it once. A successful connection is equivalent to Luobai owning a simulated planet. As long as he wants, he can feel and observe everything currently happening on the earth at any time. Of course, not all places can make perfect observations, and observations may be hindered in some places. After all, the magicians of Kamatage are not the only ones on earth who can do magic. At present, the only city where Kamatage is located can be clearly observed and completely unhindered. This is understandable, after all, Kamatage is the center of the magic circle. The closer to the center the better the observation. After establishing the connection with Kamatage, Luobai had a plan in mind, which was to learn the Book of Darkness. Even though the earth seemed quite peaceful before, in fact, the peace of the earth all comes down to the Ancient One. As the most powerful mage on earth, the existence of Ancient One has actually shocked many bosses. But now that the Ancient One is dead, it won't be long before this news spreads throughout the universe. This also means that the earth will soon become uneven. The timeline of the universe has long been changed due to Luobai's arrival, so Luobai cannot believe the timeline in his memory. He needs to be prepared to deal with the next crisis that may occur on the earth, and the best way is to improve his power. Thinking of this, Luo Bai took out the dark divine book sealed by himself, and then opened it to study. Due to the soul that had been trained for a long time before, although the corrosive effect of the dark god book on Luo Bai is still there, it is not as strong as it seemed at first. After roughly reading through the Book of Darkness, Luo Bai almost understood the contents. The magic in the Book of Darkness is roughly divided into 6 major types. They are: how to enter the evil dimension, how to become a vampire and a werewolf, how to control human will, how to summon Sithorn, how to absorb spiritual energy and how to absorb dark power. The magic here is very extreme, and if he learns some magic, he will definitely be out of control. So Luo Bai chose 2 relatively peaceful magics, how to absorb spiritual energy and how to absorb dark power. These 2 magics actually have a certain connection. To put it simply, their practice methods are almost the same. And their practice methods are also very simple and straightforward. To put it bluntly, they teach you spells so that you can learn to absorb the power of darkness. And these dark powers are not limited to Sithorn, it all depends on how the user uses it. Simply put, as long as you learn all the dark forces are powerful enough. In every dimension, you can basically absorb dark power. After understanding it, Luo Bai opened the mirror dimension and started trying it. Since Luo Bai has a very deep foundation in magic, he quickly mastered the method and began to absorb dark power. At the same time, Domu in the dark dimension, Mephisto and others in the demon space. At the same time, I felt something was wrong. How do you feel? Someone robbed your home.